Byte Club. Let's see. Mr. Whiskey Shits, what's up? Y'all go check out Livewire Whiskey, another channel here on YouTube. They are doing some really fun community streams. I haven't been able to catch any lately, but they've been a lot of fun. Fred Gilbert says, Remus. Welcome, Fred. Good to see you, man. I forgot I can click on comments. I haven't been on StreamYard in a minute. Perry says, I'm just pleased that I made it at all. Yes, if you guys haven't seen This Is My Bourbon podcast on YouTube, he goes live 2 hours before me. So subscribe to him there. And, of course, follow his podcast. He just hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. They did a celebration tonight, so go check that out. I was able to catch the first half of it, and then I had to pack for my vacation, which I will get to here in just a second and talk a little bit about that. Wesley Zeller says, another beautiful Thursday night here as well. I'm glad. Yeah, it's really nice weather here in Southern California tonight. Brandon says, don't forget to smash that like button. Yes, seriously, even though we're just getting the party started, it's only going to go up from here, I hope. I already had down before I even started the stream. There was already a downvote, so make sure you guys maybe help me even that out, because I don't know who that was. I don't know. Maybe someone's just like, it's probably someone expecting to lose, because hashtag I never win the giveaway. So that's probably who it is. James Taylor, another Byte Club member and patron here. What's up, James? Lord Schlong, good to see you, man. Haven't seen you in a live chat on mine in a bit, but good to see you. Oh wow, the chat just did the jumpy thing that everyone always complains about. Nick Froman says, Cliffy, what's up, Nick? Hope you're doing well. Jeff Perkins says, greeting from the Bay Area, all sipping on some Blue Run 14. Nice. I have actually never had any of the Blue Run series. I was talking a little bit with Independent Joe about that. I'm just so unfamiliar. I get so confused with Blue Run, Bull Run. Like, it's a lot of blues and bulls, and they all sound the same. I need to do some research and get down on those. But cheers to you, Jeff. Hopefully you enjoy that pour. Sugar Kitty, Byte Club, and Patreon supporter. What's up, Sugar Kitty? Meow. Donner Pass Whiskey, good to see you. Whiskey Mountains, Adriana, how's it going? I feel like we need to reconnect. I haven't talked to you in a minute, so hope you're doing well tonight. Y'all go check out her channel. Steve Burkow, welcome, Steve. Good to see you. I think that's actually the first time I've seen your name here, so welcome to the stream. Donner, I think I already said that. Yep. I think we got everyone here. 21090. What's up? Tony Bag of Donuts, and the chat's like jumping all over the place. Emily, I almost missed Emily. That would have been very unacceptable. What's up, Emily? Emily's an incredible mod here for the channel as well. So I think I got Tony Bag of Donuts. I think. What's up, SG Flying High? What's up, Sherry? Todd Koopa, of course. Todd, how's it going, man? I saw you in Perry's chat too, but good to see you again. All right, so I got my TW Samuels. If y'all missed it, I don't know why I took the banner down. That's weird. Okay, banner's back up. So every $5 super chat gets you a chance to win a 2-ounce sample of all 3 of these Remuses. So get to do your own little blind flight if you want to do it. Joseph Brazo, what's up, Joseph? Donnie says, I nominate Whiskey Mountains for a wrench. She can absolutely have a wrench. I'm just not on YouTube right now, so I can't do that. By the way, I did want, this is my first, not my first stream, but my first Thursday night stream since last Thursday. Last Thursday I was on location at Broken Barrel Whiskey Company. So that was really fun. It was awesome hanging with Seth, who's the CEO there. I apologize for the technical issues. I know the stream was like lower quality. It seemed out of focus. I'm sorry. I'm not used to like having my camera set up somewhere else. I'm just using like a webcam. I don't have a fancy DSLR like some other channels. So it was a little out of focus. The lighting there wasn't the best, but we worked with it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that stream. It was a ton of fun hanging with him, and I hope to have him on the show again soon with some of their special releases. Like I said, if you missed that stream, go check that one out. So I appreciate y'all sticking to it. Hopefully this stream should look a lot better quality, because I just upgraded to the more expensive StreamYard. So StreamYard has a basic plan that's 720p like HD, but I just upgraded to the 1080p. So hopefully I'm a little bit sharper. Not that y'all want to see his face any clearer, but it's always always good. It's expensive, but hopefully it's worth it. So let me know if everything looks good on your end. But yeah, what are y'all sipping on tonight? Like I said, I want to warm up a little bit. Patrick's calling me out. He said, did you just say this is your first Thursday night stream since last Thursday? Indeed it is. Well, I was going to say my first stream since, but I went live on Saturday playing some Sims. So Brandon says 4K. I don't even think they offer 4K. My webcam doesn't even do 4K. I thought about, actually, I almost bought a webcam recently. I was like, wow, it does 4K. That'd be so cool. But then I'm like, I can't even broadcast a 4K. My internet sure as hell ain't going to keep up with 4K. So hopefully 1080p looks okay. Oh, thank you, Emily. She says that was awesome. That was awesome. Live was awesome. Major props. Thank you so much. I was super nervous about doing an in-person thing, especially like not knowing the variables, not knowing the location, not knowing not to wear shorts. I'm like, oh my God, my crotch is just like showing this whole stream. So if you want to see some Cliffy crotch, tune into that. But I feel like I was like self-conscious. I was like hiding myself. I don't know. It's just weird when you're not in your normal environment. So I'm glad y'all appreciated it. So hopefully y'all have something good poured in your glass. I need a sip of water because I've been talking a lot. All right, so let's dive into the TW Samuel so I can wet my whistle a little bit. It's 100 proof, same proof as the Remus we're going to be drinking. Question for you guys: do you have a favorite budget bottled and bond? This is Heaven Hill, of course. This bottle is probably like $16, $17. I got it 2 years ago, so it's been a while. So, wow, Pat says GoPro does 5.3K. Yeah, I don't think my internet, my Spectrum would keep up with that. No, Cliffy Crotch was an option. Is that a Patreon thing? Well, Joseph, since you ask, I do have a Bourbon Daddy tier on Patreon. That is at the $100 a month level. Bourbon Daddy gets access to all of the perks of every tier below it, including our monthly tasting box that I send out to all of my Bourbon Terabytes. Shout out to Utah Koopa. I'll get in touch with you soon about this month's box. But yeah, so Bourbon Daddy gets access to that. Plus, they get a little something extra thrown in the box. They get a little private tasting after the terabyte tasting, if you know what I mean. So if anyone wants to become a Bourbon Daddy tonight, you know, I'm baby, basically. But yeah, so you guys can support me on Patreon for as little as $2 a month. $5 a month gets you access to our monthly hangout, and $10 a month gets you access to our after party hangout, which we will be doing right after the stream. Every Thursday night, we do after party for everyone, $10 and up. So I'm looking forward to hanging with you guys, especially before vacation, which, wow, I have a lot of announcements today. I apologize for rambling on. Hopefully y'all are drinking to keep up with it. Sherry G said, just emptied my Breckenridge. Oh, I have actually no loss there. Okay, I was gonna say I haven't tried that one. Yeah. Eric Jensen says early times when I can find it, it may not be bottled and bond. Walter Woodall one. Good point. Yeah, it's the same price range. It absolutely counts in my book. Yes, Bourbon Daddy does get top tiers. I'm gonna pull out my phone from my pocket just in case the daddy decides to join us tonight. We'll see. Just in case. I don't want to miss daddy. So anyways, so I'm gonna drink a little TW Samuels just to wet my whistle. I don't think I'm sure I did at some point feature this on the channel. This was back when I was really early on in my channel, so I wasn't doing as many live streams. But man, budget Heaven Hill, like the ones that are available not in Southern California, but available in Kentucky and maybe some other states, blow Evan Williams Bottle and Bond away. This is nutty. It's the right kind of nutty that Heaven Hill sometimes brings, mixed with some caramel. I always think of it as a bakery. Heaven Hill is my bakery distillery. So Eric Jansen says, I've been drinking way too much. I've been drinking far too much to be tempted with becoming Bourbon Daddy. Well, I think that happened last. I've only had one Bourbon Daddy before, and that was my friend Aaron. And it was after a night of us hanging out and getting really drunk. He became daddy. So yeah, and it was just for 1 month too. But yeah, you don't. It's not a full year commitment. You can commit for a year. Holy crap! If you commit for a year, that'd be $1,000. Just a small potty change. Wow, pocket change for being my daddy for a year. So if anyone's feeling generous tonight, there's that. But I want to give back to you guys too. So if you're feeling generous, like I said, every $5 super chat is one entry into the wheel of whiskey where we're giving away all these samples. So palate is thoroughly wet. Let's go ahead and move on to the blind fight, shall we? So like I said, I have Remus for Peel Batch 3, 4, and 5, 2019, 2020, and 2021. So I don't know which one's which. I have them poured in the glasses already. I have challenge coins on top of them. By the way, I know that you guys had these already, but Bourbon Bytes challenge coins are still available for $20 Venmo to @BourbonBytes if you want your very own challenge coin. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Anyways, that was just a little segue to talk about that I've had these pre-poured. So yeah, so let's go into sample A. I don't know which one this is. I have the results. So basically, as soon as you guys see the results, I'll see the results. I have it saved in a banner that's going to pop up. So we're going to wait till the very end. We're going to taste through these. I'm going to find my favorite. And then, yeah, we're going to get to the reveal. So sample A, I don't know what this is. I mean, it's obviously Remus Repeal Batch, but oh man, I have loved every single one of these. I think yes, they're 100 proof, I would love a little bit higher proof, but there are some really old stock. I mean, let's just say that, this one's the 3. It's not the 3, I don't know, but even the Repeal 3, the bourbon in it is over 10 years old. So none of this is cheap. Not cheap. I read cheap because I was reading Joseph's comments. None of this is young bourbon. It's all very, very well aged. So the 100 proof doesn't bother me as much as if it were younger and low proof. Oh, Old Tub, great choice. Joseph said, I'd be more of a Patreon dude, but the second kid starts college next Monday. Totally understand. Moving her in tomorrow. Ah, good luck. Those were always fun move-in days of college. No, they're not fun, but cheers to them, Joseph, and yeah, good luck with that. JTS Brown, old granddad, man, so many good choices. So many good choices. All right, so sample A on the nose. That age, this one, the age shines through. This smells old and oaky, which makes me think it's not the latest batch. The latest batch didn't smell as oaky, but it was almost a little more fruity. This, though, smells old and oaky. A little bit earthy. Earthy is not a note that I normally... It's a note that's always like weird with me. Sometimes I like earthy. Sometimes I'm a little off-put by it. This one, though, just on the nose alone, it's not bad. So it's a little earthy up front. But then it has sweetness, but it's almost like a maybe floral. It kind of reminds me of like one of those, like, it's gonna sound really weird, but like those like not room fresheners, like the body mist things from like girls used in the 90s or whatever. Like they're in a pink bottle. I don't know. There's probably a favorite flavor. I'm sure girls sound off in the chat, or guys, if you used it too. I just had a lot of girl friends growing up. So maybe that's why I'm thinking a little floral on it though. But it's still, it's not overly floral. It's just in the back end behind all the oak. So I'm gonna go ahead and try this first sample A. Cheers, guys. Ooh, that really opens up. Almost like your sinuses after sniffing one of those sprays. Wow. That's it falls off really quickly, which is a bit surprising. The finish didn't seem to linger long. Again, it is 100 proof. Fred makes a good point. He says, knowing older MGP, that Remus 5 is right about cast strength at 100 proof. That's a good point. It may be. That Remus 5 is super rich and dense, so that would make a lot of sense. This one, though, I need a second sip for that one to get another opinion, because it surprised me. It starts out really... Oh, okay. The finish was a little bit better that time. It starts out really, I guess I don't want to say basic. It starts out very flat. Like there's the oak. It's a little bit of sweetness. It's just like at the tip of the tongue, it's kind of flat. But then like about halfway through, it really opens up and it gets hit with that delicious flavor that I love about Repeal Reserve. So I think this one, I don't know if, I haven't visited in a while. Maybe it needs to air out a bit. I mean, these were freshly poured and put I need to start reading chat while I'm talking, because I almost put a Victoria's Secret on top. Oh God, the Victoria's Secret juice. Yep. Emily knows exactly what I'm talking about. It doesn't taste like that. So don't worry. Unless, I hate to let anyone down that was really looking for that flavor, but kind of reminded me a little bit of that on the nose. Man. Yeah. It's like a florally kind of like super vanilla, little artificial smelling, but it's not off-putting. It's just different, very different from what I remember from any of these. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. So I've set the boundaries pretty high. So we'll see if they get better or worse from here. So I need to double check something real quick. Sorry if you hear me real quick. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure we're good on YouTube. Like I said, whenever I switch up technology, I get a little nervous that things aren't working properly, but just want to make sure that looked okay. So, all right. So sample A, off to a good start. Let's see where we go from here. So that was my challenge coin on sample A. Sample B, I'm actually using a challenge coin from our good friend, Eric Waite Whiskey Studies. Talk about hefty coin. His is like twice the diameter of mine, super hefty, and has his face on it. What do y'all think? Should I put my face on my next challenge coin? Let me know if you want to see Cliffy. Or I can use my little emoji face that my Byte Club members have access to. By the way, Byte Club members, sound off in the chat with your Cliffy emojis. I'm looking for them. I love seeing them in the chat. It makes me feel a little happy. Maybe I'll put a little Cliffy on my next challenge coin. We'll see. All right, sample B. So, again, these are all 100 proof. They're all MGP. They're all Remus Repeal Reserve. They're just different batches. What's up, Swan? Good to see you, man. Ooh, okay. There we go. James Taylor. Thumbs up to you. All right. So, Nick the Greek, thank you so much. Cliffy. Yeah, I love that. The Cliffy one's my favorite because I totally end up by him. I literally look identical to that emoji by the end of the night. People in the after party, they know what's up. All right. So, Be on the Nose. I'm liking Be on the Nose. It reminds me of what I loved about number 5. I'm not trying to predict, but I think B reminds me a lot of what I love about on that on the nose. All right, let's go and try B. Cheers. Wow. Okay. Very, very different. Like flavor wise is similar flavors. It's just the way they hit you is different. The first one was backloaded. It took a minute for all those flavors to pop and like burst out. This though, I like this. It starts out with like this big, rich. I always describe. I find an MGP bourbon hard to describe because I always get just a well-balanced bourbon. Like it's hard to pull specific notes. I think MGP, that's why I love it so much. It doesn't, spike in any certain direction. That it's not always a bad thing. Jim Beam spikes in nuttiness, and I freaking love nutty whiskeys. So there's that. But I think MGP is very solid. What about you guys? Is there any specific notes that like tell you, oh yeah, that's MGP? Let me know because I'm very curious. Tony says, "What does your shirt say?" Oh, well, Tony, my shirt set. Let me get ready to swap this out. My shirt says, "All your bourbon are belong to us." So it's a reference to an old video game. But yeah, it's my merch. So if you want to get this and other shirts, I actually just put up some new merch earlier this month. bourbonbytes.threadless.com. You can get this shirt along with the Bourbon Bytes t-shirt, a Byte Club t-shirt, and some other cool fun designs. I have another idea too that I need to get put on there. So thank you for that shout out. Also, while you're at it, make sure you are following me on Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter, but mostly Instagram because I've been doing the 30 days of bourbon. I don't know, a lot of people are doing this right now, like the Bourbon Heritage Month, but I'm putting a little gaming twist on it, just like my channel here. Get it? So I've actually been posting video game and bourbon pairings every single day of the month. I've done 16 of them so far. It's been a ton of fun. I like, finding video games, finding things that relate to different bourbons. So if you're at all interested in that, and also it just really does help this channel by you following me on Instagram as well, at Bourbon Bytes. And let me know which one's your favorite. If you get a chance to look at that, let me know which pairing is your favorite so far. I have a few more up my sleeve. We got how many more days? About 14 more days this month. So, but yeah, I'm going back to the mentioning of the super chats because we got our first super chat tonight. So far, Joseph Brazo is guaranteed to win the samples because he's the only one that's super chatted. So y'all want to make some competition for Joseph there? Otherwise, I'd be happy to send them to Joseph. But cheers. He said I might need to hang out tonight. Well, Joseph, I see what you did there. That was your after party hangout invite. Okay, Joseph has been an OG member since the beginning. So anytime he super chats the amount of that Patreon level, I give him a little free pass, but that's just for you, Joseph. But that's also the only entry into tonight's giveaways. So if y'all want to have some competition for Joseph, let him have it. All right. So let me go back to B. Oh, here. Oh yeah, y'all are answering my question about MGP. Let me make sure I didn't miss anyone up here. Cool. Austin Phelps, which by the way, welcome, Austin. Good to see you, man. MGP says stewed dark oaky fruits. Ooh, that sounds good. That reminds me a lot of what I thought about Series 5. Like I said, if y'all missed that review, I posted it earlier this week. Or was it? I think maybe it was last week. I lose track of the days because I've been looking forward to vacation, which I forgot to mention. This Saturday, actually tomorrow is when I'm leaving. This Saturday, I will be live and on location from Honolulu, Hawaii, with our good friend Don Nishida. So we will be doing a flight of Hawaiian whiskey and saison, I think it's pronounced. I've had a little bit of on the channel before, but this theme is going to be all Hawaiian spirits on location in Hawaii at his house. It's going to be a ton of fun. So that's this Saturday, my normal Saturday time, which is 6 p.m. Pacific. So 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, and 3 p.m. Hawaiian time. So it's going to be day drinking with Cliffy. That's how it's going to go. So tune in this Saturday. It should be a lot of fun. We fly out really early in tomorrow morning. So fingers crossed everything goes well. We got our vaccine cards. We got all that info we need. Hawaii is pretty strict about that right now. So we're fully prepared, but I'm super excited for that trip. I see y'all coming through. Fred Gilbert says toasted marshmallow, sweet tobacco, oak, rich caramel drizzle. Man, these notes, y'all know those are my toasted marshmallow is my weak spot. That note, oh yes. But I totally get what you're coming from with Fred. Actually, I'm gonna have another sip of B while I think about those amazing notes there. Mm. I'm gonna go back to A because you always got to go back to your first one. When you're doing, we have plenty of time tonight, so we have plenty of time tonight. So thank you. All right, so James Taylor says free. Want to get it? Okay, yeah, James. I mean, I figured each of these bottles is about $80 to $100. So you're getting, pours of three $80+ whiskeys. I think that's pretty cool. I mean, I would pay $5 for it. So there, James is entered. Also, Swan is entered. I'll fight you, Joseph. Let's go. Sugar Kitty says Remus never seen. I thought you were making a joke there, like Remus. I haven't met her. Like Reamer. I thought you were making a dirty joke there, but you weren't. But you've never seen it, so now might be your chance, Sugar Kitty. Adriana says I never win. Does this really work? We'll find out. This might be. You know what? That might work for you. You're the first person to say it tonight, so we'll see. Eric Jansen says time to be top dog. Well, Eric, you may not be Bourbon Daddy, but you might be Bourbon Puppy. Oh no, that's like a weird whole other fetish. You're top dog tonight, Eric. It's another super chat from Nick the Greek. Thank you so much, Nick. Cheers to you, my friend. And Livewire Whiskey for Adriana because she needs a win. So Livewire Whiskey. So if Livewire Whiskey wins, we'll give it to Adriana. Gotcha. Remind me if you win. So Donnie says he's putting a menu. Okay, Donnie, no worries, like no rush. If you need extra time at the end, well, I can fill time. Don't worry. So appreciate you again. And Donnie, since you're having to do it manually, throw yourself an entry in as well, even if you don't super chat. Just for keeping up with it tonight, you add your name to the list. All right, so B, I'm loving B, but I got to move on. I got to work my way through all three samples and then go back to B and A. So let me move on to sample C, which, by the way, using another another challenge coin from our good friend, Matt, ADHD Whiskey. So he has these on his channel. Go check them out, as well as Eric Waite and mine. But yeah, I love Whiskey Tube challenge coins. So if you have a channel out there and you have a challenge coin, let me know. I'm down to swap, just to send you one of mine. I'll give you mine if you give me yours, kind of thing. So this is sample C. For some reason, this one looks a lot darker. That's really interesting. I don't know. Maybe it's just the depth perception. For some reason, C looks a lot darker from the distance here. Todd Cooper says, Joseph, I'm your Huckleberry. All right, so. And Emily says, fetish already. It's early yet. Yeah, it is pretty early, but hey, you never know what's going to happen on a Bourbon Bytes stream. That's my motto. Or I guess I should say, everyone know what Cliffy will do or say. We might end up shirtless by the end of the night. We'll see. But thank you, Todd, so much for the super chat. All right, so sample C. Let's go ahead and give it a nose. So this one's oak dominant, similar to the B. Actually, no. On the nose, I said A was the dominant oak. B was a lot more subtle. Yeah, this is a bit of an oak bomb on the nose. And the fruit that jumps to my mind is a little bit of a sour red fruit, almost, dare I say, like a raspberry. I don't even like raspberries. Raspberries not my favorite fruit. But there's a little bit of like a sourness to it, like a tartness, and like a red berry. So for some reason, my mind is going towards raspberry. But still, a lot of oak. It's almost like a Christmas candle kind of situation. Like your Christmas, like how Yankee Candle has fresh snow scent, which I don't even know what fresh snow is even supposed to smell like. This has a bit of a fresh snow element with that toasted marshmallow oak, and some raspberries. A little bit of tree. No, I'm just kidding. No tree. But I was trying to think of juniper, but no, it's not. It's still very Christmassy. It's Christmas in a glass on the nose. Nothing wrong with that. So, as James Taylor says, no wrong time for a fetish. Cheers, guys. Sample C. Ooh, okay. That one's rich up front. Chocolate. I'm just adding on top of the notes because these are all the same bourbon. They're all going to share notes. When I say something a specific note at this point, it's what makes it unique. This one's like a dark, like hot cocoa on Christmas. Hey, I don't know. Something about the Christmassiness of this is really, really working for me tonight. Even though I'm about to go to Hawaii. I'm still in the, it's almost fall. We're almost that season. Edward Fulmer says, by the way, what's up, Edward? I've only had the Remus Repeal Patch 3, and it's amazing. One of my top 5 bottles. Wish I could find the 5 in NorCal, Northern California, and no luck so far. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I know it's in California. I've seen it in California, in Southern California at least. I'm surprised you found Batch 3. The only time I found Batch 3 was at a random-ass liquor store in Arizona. I recorded a whole segment telling this story on my review, but I did not include it. I kind of cut it out of the review because I was like, that's irrelevant. I'll tell it here. So Repeal Batch 3, which is one of these samples we're drinking tonight. This one is a 2019 batch. This past Christmas, because COVID was kind of like going freaking crazy, we decided not to fly back home to visit family this past Christmas, which was very sad, very unfortunate. But we both have mostly my husband, he has a lot of older family members. So we did not fly back home. We didn't want to, risk. It was before we were all vaccinated. So we didn't go home for Christmas. However, we did a bit of a mini road trip. So we drove through Las Vegas. We stopped and did a little bit of gambling and then went to the Grand Canyon. So we drove through Arizona, and there was like some really, really tall, small desert towns in Arizona. And one of them, I was so scared to go in because I'm like, this looks like the town that I get killed in just for being gay. I don't know. I know that's like extreme, but like I'm talking like dirt roads to pull into the liquor store. I probably shouldn't have just like blindly went to a liquor store, but I did. And trust me, I survived. It was fine. I didn't. The only weird thing was like that was during a mask ordinance and no one had masks on, but it's fine. It's a small town, whatever. But it actually, so I went in and I didn't, they had basic stuff. I was kind of looking for dusty bottles. Usually when I go into sketchy liquor stores, I look for older bottles. Nothing like that. They had, I grabbed 2 bottles. What did I grab? I remember. They had the Knob Creek 12, not the Castrant, the regular Knob Creek 12 small batch. It was my first time actually seeing it. So I grabbed that, and then I saw Remus Repeal Reserve Batch 3, and they had it on sale. It was like $70. I'm like, I gotta buy that, and oh my god, I'm so glad I did. But I'm curious to see where it places tonight because that was my second one. I had the 4th one first, then I had the 3, and then I had the 5th. So there's like a random liquor store I would have never gone into, but I'm glad I did because it made the stream possible. Say, hey, word of advice tonight: check out your local sketchy liquor store, but be safe about it. Don't go into a bad neighborhood in the middle of the night and walk into a liquor store. Probably not the best idea, but I did survive. Asked Donnie. He said I survived. Indeed, I did. So, all right, let me go back to sample C because I need a second sip. Yeah, it's like a mix. I know it's cocoa because I always am tempted to say like coffee because coffee is a little more a note that I get more often, but this is straight up sweet, like sweet cocoa. Still has that toasted marshmallow note. It's like those little mini marshmallows that you can put on top in the Swiss Miss pack. This is very interesting. This is very off flavor profile from the others. I think the other two are very similar. This one though, it goes a lot of really interesting directions. So I'm curious to see what I put it once I start ranking these in about 10 minutes or so. So stay tuned and find out my ranking. Sherry says you were in Phoenix and did not say hi. We didn't go through Phoenix. We were north of that. So we just go through, I think not Barstow. It's like it's literally like if you're driving from Las Vegas to Grand Canyon, you have to like dip through these like little towns. So it wasn't Phoenix. We didn't go that far south, although I'd love to go to visit Phoenix someday. So if I do, I will definitely let you know. Anyone else feel like they should step away and give Cliffy that moment with the whiskey? Maybe, but it's almost like it's giving me those like baby it's cold outside kind of vibes because I might want to have someone here with me drinking it with me, hopefully not sexually harassing or seducing me in that way, but in a good kind of way. Anyways, time to go back through and try these again. Let me go back to A because A was the first one. You never know how you're going to feel going back to it. So C is leaving me feeling real good and toasty tonight. So hopefully whoever wins the sample pack tonight gets those feels too. If you win the sample pack of these and you want to drink C on a Skype call with me and we sing Baby It's Cold Outside together, we can make it happen. So, hey, I'm just saying, little bonus perk for everyone that enters the giveaway tonight. You might get to do a little duet with Cliffy. Okay. Anyways, moving on. Let me put Matt's cat back on that because I feel like Matt would not approve of this conversation right now. All right, so let's go back to sample A. Yeah, A, man, I'm getting confused because I thought I said that A was super oaky up front, but on the nose, that's not nearly as oaky as the other two. The other two are way, way, way more oaky. This is a lot more sweet, Victoria's Secret body spray kind of a note. Brandon says we can sing that next time we stream. Cliffy needs a cigar. We might smoke cigars at Don Nishita's house. We'll find out. Maybe we'll do a cigar and whiskey. I don't know. That's a lot to try to plan for. I'm going to be drinking all day. It's a vacation, so I don't know what I'm going to get to. I thought I saw a comment. I want to make sure I'm keeping up with everything. I thought I saw. Oh, Sherry says I love Vegas. Always looking for an excuse. Well, good for you. We're going to be doing a Bourbon Bytes Las Vegas meetup 2022. It's going to happen. Don't know the details, but I know a few other smaller channels out here in Southern California are down. I know some bigger channels out a little bit more east are down. So there will be some sort of Whiskey Tube meetup, Las Vegas 2022. Start looking at hotels now. I don't know the dates yet, but yeah, we're going to make it happen. So stay tuned. If you're not subscribed and you want to go to that, make sure to subscribe. Hit the bell button so you get notified. If tickets go on sale or something a little early, hit the bell button. You get notified first. There's that. But of course, if we do that and we do have tickets, Patreon, of course, will get first access. And then I'd open up to Byte Club members, which is the YouTube community. And then we do it to the general community. But again, that's 2022. There's plenty of time to figure out the details on that. Independent Joe says he definitely wants in on that. Good to see you, Joe. Actually mentioned you earlier tonight. So yeah, go check out his channel. He just uploaded a video, I think this morning, actually. So go check him out. Awesome guy and awesome channel. So anyways, how can we look at hotels if we don't have a day? Okay, start researching which hotels you might want to stay at. There we go. I have some recommendations, by the way. I love Las Vegas. I literally, usually pre-COVID, go there like at least every 3 months. So happy to talk. Once we know the dates, I'll do some we'll do some calls and we'll do like some hangouts and stuff and figure it out. So anyways, back to sample A. And it's hitting me the exact same way. The first palate, like on the palate at first, it's very like dull, not much going on, but then it really opens up halfway through and it's super sweet. I think it's probably the sweetest of them all, but it's, I don't know. I like a whiskey that's like very interesting all the way through. So I think it's unique and it's good. None of these are bad. I'll tell you that right now. It may not be my favorite tonight. So let me move back to B, and then I'm going to taste them one more time, and then we're going to rank these, and then we're going to tell you what's what. So let's go back to B. Whiskey Mountains is packing for a bachelorette this weekend. Oh, that's fun. Awesome. Have fun with that. I never had like a bachelor party or anything for my wedding because I mean, all of our friends were basically the same friends. So like we didn't have individual people to bring, but we totally should have done, thinking back, like if I could redo it, I would totally like do a bachelor party, but like both my husband and I both go together. We just invite all of our friends and do a massive like Vegas or something trip. That'd be so much fun. Didn't do it, but I was in Charlotte. Oh, okay. Well, say hi to my mom for me. All right. So sample B. Brandon says, let's get a suite. And, hey, maybe pull it all. We'll do hangover style. Maybe. God, could you imagine us all just piled into a Vegas suite? I would just say my card would not be the one for the deposit. I am not getting a drunk room of you guys and myself in a room on my credit card. That's a bad idea. If any of you want to put the deposit down, put it in your name, put it in your, driver's license. Like, please don't reach out to me after this party. Let me know. But I might not do that. So B does drink a little sweet up front, but it has a lot more depth to it. Oh yeah, all the way through, more depth. It starts sweet, then it gets really rich and oaky on the back end of the palate. It's honestly, that's just really, that drinks, like, out of all of these, this drinks the most like a limited edition special release whiskey. And that doesn't mean it's my favorite. It just drinks like a balanced, long finish, super toasty. Toasty is my key word. So if something's a little toasty, I get a little excited. So yeah, so that's really good. But I got to do a little side by side between B and C, because let's be real, those are my two favorites so far. So let me go back to C, and then we'll get this order locked in and get to the results. By the way, what are you guys drinking? I know you guys were drinking some other things earlier on. Sherry told me that. And I just had, oh, holy crap, someone just bought something. Okay, we got some things happening. Wait. Okay, for a year. Oh my God. Sherry G, I thought you just became a bourbon daddy. I was very confused. I was like, did she just become a bourbon daddy? No, but she joined for a year. Sherry G, I hope you get to come to the, I don't know, you don't have to tonight because I know it's like last minute, but we're doing an after party hangout tonight over on our Discord server. By the way, everyone's welcome to join Discord. It's open to the public. It's bourbonbytes.com. But we have a special room for patrons for the after party hangout. So Sherry, if you are down tonight right after the stream, please join us. Get on Discord. Make sure to let me know your name on Discord, and I'll give you your status and everything. And then join us in the after party room, because I would love to have you. Thank you so much. Seriously, those of you that commit for a whole year, it means a lot. It means that you guys are willing, you sticking with me. You know, I promise I'm not gonna leave you. If you don't leave me, we'll see. But Sherry, thank you so much for that. That really does mean a lot. And I see someone bought something. They bought a shirt. I don't know who it was. It doesn't tell me who it was, but whoever bought a shirt today, thank you so much. It does help out the channel. So I see you got the 1-Up shirt. I love that shirt. My only problem with that shirt is it's green. The one that I own is green. So that's a little. If those of you don't know, it just says 1-Up and has a whiskey glass. I love that shirt, but it's green, and I'm in front of a green screen, so I can't wear it during streams. But hey, whoever got that, enjoy it, because it's one of my favorite shirts that I've ever designed. So cheers to Sherry, and cheers to whoever bought the shirt, and cheers to all of you. So sample C. Time to make a decision. By the way, like I said, I'm going to close off the drawing for the sample giveaway in about 7 minutes here. So if anyone has not yet entered, or anyone wants an extra chance, now's your chance. Every $5 gets you 1 entry to get all 3 of these samples. So we'll see. But C, we'll see. But C is so unique. I gotta go back into it. Eric is drinking Whiskey Acres Distillers Reserve Rye, local craft distillery in Illinois, and Dave Pickerel's last consultation job. Holy crap, that's a very special bottle, Eric. Man, enjoy that. Dave Pickerel, I mean, everything he's been involved with that I've ever tasted has been delicious. So cheers, man. Donna Sheeta says, I'm late. What did I miss? Well, you missed me teasing up our stream together for Saturday. So this man right here, live on location from his residence in Hawaii for Saturday. So tune in to that. It should be a lot of fun. But Don, but what did you miss? I'm giving away samples of all 3 Remus Repeal Reserves from the past 3 years. Every $5 super chat is 1 entry, if you're actually curious on what you missed. So, all right, C. All 3 of these start sweet. It's where it goes from there is what's interesting. A starts sweet but really subtle, and then goes nice, really long, nice finish, but then it just like it waits till the end. B starts sweet, but it's really intertwined with the oak. It's super longest finish is B for sure. Like I said, B drinks like an LE whiskey. C though. Eric says, would love to get you linked up with the company sometime. That you would have a good time. Yes, if you guys have local distilleries that you want to see on the show, see me do a tasting with, please put them in touch with me. contact@bourbonbytes.com. You can reach me, or you can just give me their email address. Love having small distilleries on. I had Tom's Foolery on probably a couple months ago now. But I've had some big guys on too, like Barrel and Stellum and things like that. But I love having small distilleries on. It's so much fun. We had Broken Barrel last week. They're not a distillery, but they do really cool finishing with their whiskeys. So I love small brands. Please send them away. Happy to feature them on the channel. Don says, well, I might as well enter then. No, you know what? I didn't give you the spiel to get you to enter, but hey, you want your shot. So Don, if you win, you'll get those hand delivered to you. That's pretty special. Everyone else is getting them hand delivered too, but you'll get them hand delivered, if you know what I mean. All right, time to make some decisions. Thank you, by the way, Don, for the super chat. Appreciate it. And thank you, Donnie, again, for keeping up with that. So we'll leave it like 4 more minutes if anyone else wants to enter a last chance to get this. But we're going to get my ranking now. So give myself a minute to deliberate. It's really good. Yes, Brandon says hashtag replay squad. If you guys are tuning in, if you made it this far watching the replay, first of all, I appreciate you. Hashtag replay squad in the comments below. I see you. Feel free to let me know your favorite Remus batch if you tried any of them. Adriana did use the I never win first. So we'll see whoever says it first. Sherry says, I'm a little toasted right now. Hey, me too. I'm getting there. So Fred says there's no Remus in Florida. So let's share the good news down there. Okay. Y'all are gonna have to remind me. Those of you that are entering for other people, Donnie and I, we already have a lot to keep up with. So if you're entering for other people and you win, remind us at the end to like send to them. But cheers to you, Fred. Thank you so much. And Emily, good luck. Because sounds like you need some Remus. All right. Final deliberation. Sorry, I'm like nodding to myself because I'm like keeping a mental note of my favorites. I think I got it. Eric says batch 4 for me. Great balance and price. I actually did not have a favorite because I've never tried these all side by side, but now is the time to reveal my order of favorites from least favorite to favorite. Now, again, none of these are bad. All delicious, delicious whiskeys. I'm so glad. I'm at the point where every time I see one of these, like a new batch of these, I'm going to buy it instantly. Because not only is it well-aged stuff, some of this stuff is up to 16 years old MGP, which, by the way, if you think about 16-year-old MGP, I mean, you're looking at like single barrel store picks, ridiculous value secondary on that for like smoke wagon and things like that. Sherry said, did I just hear Remus? I'm in. None here yet. Yes. If you guys are just now tuning in, I'm giving away samples of all 3 of these Remus Repeal Reserves, so you can do your own little flight. So every $5 is an entry to get an entry to the wheel of whiskey, which we're about to spin here. So cheers to you, Sherry. Good luck for the spinning. All right, order. Last place. I hate to do last place because it's not bad. My least favorite tonight has to go to Sample A. To me, it was just a little flat up front. It got better at the end. It had a nice, I guess I would say finish. It wasn't a long finish. What was there of the finish was really nice. So let's see what Sample A was. My last place was... Oh, really? Oh, okay. That's a surprise. I thought 4 would rank higher because I've drank the most out of all these. I've drank way more of 4 than all the other 3. So last place was Remus Repeal Reserve Series 4, which was the 2020 release. This one is a blend. It's only 2 different whiskeys that are in this one. It is 77% of 2008 bourbon and 23, which is a 21% rye mash bill, and 23% 2008 bourbon, which is a 36% rye mash bill. So both 12-year-old bourbon whiskeys, just 2 different mash bills. That's I guess maybe that's just because it wasn't that interesting of a blend. They just took their 2 different mash bills from the same year and put them together. Nothing wrong with this. I love 4. I've been drinking a lot of this. I just thought it may have ranked higher. That's really interesting. But again, nothing's wrong with this at all. It's just out of these 3, it's not my favorite. So that's a surprise. Eric says, gotta love results from blinds. Absolutely. Like I said, I thought I would have loved 4, but I do love it, but it's not my favorite tonight. We're going to find out that here soon. Actually, we're going to find out right now, because my favorite Remus Repeal Reserve between Series 3, Series 4, and Series 5 was Sample B. Hold on, let me take this off the screen. Let me not confuse you. Let me put that back up. All right, so let me say that again. Favorite of the night was Sample B. For me, it was the most rich. It was had the longest finish. It didn't necessarily spike in any direction that I thought was exceptional in terms of like, oh, this really stands out as a nutty bourbon or as an oaky or earthy bourbon. It just drank so well. So B is my favorite. So let's go ahead and before we reveal B, let's talk a little bit about my second place winner. So second place, which will reveal, it's hard when there's only 3 samples because like second place immediately reveals what the other one is, but I don't want to dismiss second place. Second place was C. C, I thought was a really good pour. It was really unique. It had that cocoa note. This is the glass I want to sit around, a bonfire at Christmas with. C is chocolatey. There's nothing wrong with C. It's actually very, very close to B, but C didn't quite do it for me tonight in terms of beating out the competition. My second place was sample C. Okay. Sample C was Remus Repeal 5, which is the one that I just reviewed. I freaking love that whiskey. Again, super close. First and second place were so close. They were just different. And I thought this one had a unique flavor profile, but it wasn't the standout tonight. So that means first place here tonight was none other than Remus Repeal Reserve Series 3. That was my sample B. That was my winner. Holy crap. So the 2019 release was my favorite Remus Repeal Reserve. Very, very interesting. So Brandon says batch 3. Okay, well, you guessed it, Brandon. Welcome, Donald. What's up, Donald? Donald's another patron of the show. Yeah, wow, okay. So, wow, the oldest release is my favorite. So, Series 3, let me just read the bottle for you guys. This was, again, the 2019 release. This is 12% of a 2007 bourbon, 21% rye. 78% of 2008 bourbon, 21% rye, and 10% of a 2008 bourbon, 36% rye, which means, sorry, I'm like doing the math here. The bourbons in this are the same, well, I don't know if it's the exact same bourbon, but it's the same year and same mash bill of the ones in 4, but they're a little younger in here. And they have, oh, wow, that's interesting. Huh. Okay, that's interesting. So this one has a little bit younger bourbon, and y'all know Series 5 has the oldest bourbon. So Series 5 is the oldest of the all. It's the oldest release ever. Series 5 is, I don't know if I can show you. It doesn't really, it's kind of out of focus. Series 5 is, watch my review for the full breakdown, but it's 54% 2008 bourbon, 13% 2008 bourbon. So they all use that same 2008 bourbon. The only thing is, they're releasing this every year. So that's the same 2008 bourbon ages an additional year between each of these releases. But this one not only has that, it has a 2006 bourbon and a 2005 bourbon. So this has up to 16-year-old bourbon in it. It was not the winner tonight. However, very, very, very close between batch 3 and batch 5. Both were fantastic. The only one that fell a little flat was batch 4, which is a surprise because I thought I loved batch 4. And I got to highlight this comment from Fred Gilbert. He says, between this and the Calumet 15, it's settled. I like wood more than you. Maybe so, Fred. I thought I liked my wood, but you prefer the older wood. I prefer the younger wood. So, but yeah, good point. Good point. I love that note, but hell of a claim. Donald Rand says, I have a sample of Remus 3 that I need to get to. Man, please do. Maybe drink it on tonight's hangout if you're going to join us. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Because I know you're more critical than I would be of it. So I'm curious to hear what you think of it. So Brandon says, you usually like the older release of whiskeys. Didn't you like the RC6 that makers fight the most over the FAE and SPR? Oh, so your terms like older in terms of not the actual juice, but the actual when it was released? Yeah, that's actually a good point. RC6 was my favorite makers. So maybe I'm just like, oh God, I'm turning into like, back in my day, it was so much better. So maybe you'll find out because we're about to do the drawing for the Remus Repeal Reserve Series 5. Now, let y'all know the results. I'll give you 60 more seconds for any super chats to come through. If anyone is very surprised by my results and they just like I got to try these myself, now's your chance. $5 is one entry. I'll give you a minute just in case these results shocked the world. So, by the way, you got to be U.S. I didn't mention this earlier, but you got to be in the United States because I'm not going to hand deliver samples to Canada or Mexico or Japan or Malaysia. I don't know. I'm going to only hand deliver in the US. So if you want to get those in, we'll get that. Donnie, let me know when you are good to go. I know you've been manually keeping up with that. I appreciate you so much, man. So Donnie, just let me know when you're good to go and where you'll be sending that list. I'm so sorry, Nick. Nick the Greek became a patron tonight. I'm so sorry. I need to turn my phone off and do not disturb. Nick joined the $10 tier, which means, Nick, are you joining our after party hangout? Make sure you guys, those of you that join Patreon tonight, make sure you are on Discord, bourbonbytes.com. That's where we do the after party hangout. By the way, does that mean we're at 49? We're at 49 patrons. Oh my God, we are almost at 50 patrons. That's incredible. I never expected Patreon to grow so much. We have 49 patrons. Holy crap, that's awesome. Thank y'all so much. Everyone that's been a patron so far all along, and people that have joined tonight and recently. I hope y'all, stick around. I try to make it so much fun for my patrons. I try to make we hang out every week. So hopefully that's, enough of a benefit. But I also like to do some things like challenge coins. The $10 tier, y'all get challenge coins after 3 months. So you get some physical perks too. So 49 patrons, that is awesome. So, all right. So I think we're ready to spin our wheel of whiskey. Once Donnie gives me the heads up, good to go. All right, Donnie, where am I copying this list of names from? Did you message me? I just want to make sure I have the list, the final list. Thanks. Steven says the challenge coins are nice. I killed a squirrel with it. What's up, Eric Thompson? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in at the very end. Make sure to catch the replay to hear my winner might be right down there. But otherwise. All right. So I'm gonna get that list from Donnie. I'm not sure where it is, but I'm gonna get it. And then we're gonna spin the wheel of whiskey. So Donnie, let me know. Oh, wait, he sent in a Facebook message. Thank you, Donnie. Got it. All right. Let me get that pasted in, and we're gonna pull up the wheel of whiskey. The winner here tonight. Oop, that did not copy. Come on, Facebook, get your shit together. I might have to do a little manual fixing in terms of like spacing the names out. Nope, it actually did it. Actually did it really well. All right, y'all ready for the wheel of whiskey? Let's go ahead and bring that up. Thank you again, Donnie. Did you add? Okay, Donnie. Okay, you added your name for. Okay, I see what you did there. All right, so let's pull up the famous wheel of whiskey. So we got everyone's named in here. We're going to shuffle it a couple of times just to make sure it's fully blended. Wheel of whiskey. All right. So let's go ahead and spin it and see who's going to win these samples here tonight. Cheers, guys. And thank you, everyone that's watched so far. Seriously, appreciate you guys tuning in every Thursday night. It does mean a lot. I hear that Like Time was also on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go same time as them, but it happens. So cheers. Let's spin the wheel of whiskey. Fingers crossed. Drinking my winner here tonight. It's real close. Fred Gilbert. Congratulations, Fred. That's awesome. I know you love the Repeal 5. I can't wait to hear what you think of the 3 and the 4. Congratulations to you, Fred. That's awesome. I'll get those samples out to you next week because, again, I'm leaving early in the morning for Hawaii, and that would probably cost a lot more to ship from Hawaii. So, Fred, congratulations. And thank you again to everyone else that entered. This was so much fun. Hopefully, y'all had fun. Like I said, I'm live again on Saturday. So, tune in. Normal 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Hawaii time. So tune in. And until then, this has been Bourbon Bytes Whiskey Reviews with a gaming twist. I'm Clifton. Make sure to follow me on Instagram for the gaming whiskey pairings that I've been doing every single day of this week or every day of this month. But cheers. Thanks to everyone. I'm sorry everyone's tuning in now, but watch the replay. #replay squad. Love you guys. And I'll see you on the after party hangout. Everyone on Patreon. Cheers. All right. Have a good night. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes Whiskey Reviews with a gaming twist. Yes, you may notice I am not in my normal setup. I don't have my fancy green screen backdrop as usual, but I am actually in Ventura, California. It's actually celebrating my 5-year wedding anniversary, so I'm not at home, but I am very excited to be doing this stream because I've been looking forward to it for a really long time. So I want to say a shout out to everyone. I want to say a quick shout out to everyone in the chat. There we go. That's what I meant to say. I saw some people were hanging out earlier. I see Whiskey Burger in the chat. Emily Chambers. Good to see you, Emily. Zofer's in the chat. I'm here in California with you, Clifton. Yeah, Zofer. You're one of the few because so many people are hanging out with Perry over in Kentucky for the This Is My Bourbon weekend meetup. I'm so jealous. I really wish I was with you guys. But for those of you that are at the meetup, enjoy the meetup. If you're watching the replay, say hello in the chat below. But good to see you, Zofer. Thank you for hanging out with me in California. Sugar Kitty's in the chat as well. Sugar Kitty, good to see you. I'm so glad to see you here tonight. I'm glad that we I was worried about this because I knew I'd be in a hotel room and I was a bit worried that I would not have good internet signal. But so far, so good. So if you guys have any issues throughout the night and you see oh, my audio or my video is glitching out, please let me know. I have a couple of backup options. But it's up to you guys to let me know if that happens. But so far, so good. Lil, all the way in Australia, says cheers and happy Friday. Happy Friday to you, Lil. It's not quite Friday here yet, but Friday is our actual anniversary, so we're here a day early. Death with Dogs in the chat. Good to see you. Mr. Jigs. Hello, everyone. Cheers to you, Mr. Jigs. Cliffy looks ready for the summer. Hey, I've been hanging out in Ventura. I've been having a good day so far. We've visited a lot of breweries and there's actually a really cool cocktail bar we actually just got back from. It was called, Justin, what was it called? Rocks and Drams. Drums and Drams, Rocks and Drams, Dungeons and Drams. I get confused, but it was Rocks and Drams here in Ventura. Really, really fantastic. The bartenders there were incredible. But you know what's also incredible? Our guest here tonight. So please welcome to the show, Jason Bronner from Buzzard's Roost. Jason, welcome to the show.
How you doing?
Good. I was so focused. So I had just listened to my friend Perry's podcast right before this, and I realized he messed up your last name. I'm like, I'm not going to mess up his last name. And I was so focused on that I forgot the brand. So apologies.
Look, I've been called worse, so it's not a big deal.
So, Jason, I'm so glad to have you on the show. I've heard so much about Buzzard's Roost, and I'm really interested to try some of these more recent expressions that you guys have been doing. I know, like I said, a lot of my viewers are friends of Perry and viewers of Perry's podcast. And you guys introduced yourselves as like the rye people. But now you're venturing out into some interesting finishing, some toasted barrels, and even barrel strength bourbon. So I'm so excited to have you on to talk about these.
Yeah, what's crazy is I've been a bourbon guy forever. Mm-hmm. And everybody thought when I came out with my ryes, it's like, have you tried Jason's bourbon? And it's like, I had to tell them for years, it's, a couple of years, it's not bourbon, it's rye. So we didn't do bourbon till just recently. So, but we really did start with ryes. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know you said on like previous interviews that you're not really a rye guy, but you guys got into rye because you wanted to bring rye to like bourbon drinkers, right? So that's really interesting because I started as a bourbon drinker for sure. I feel like I've ventured out to rye, but that's not to say that I'm not still a bourbon drinker. I'm still a bourbon drinker at heart. So I'm really excited to try some of these more bourbon forward ryes that we're trying tonight, as well as your barrel strength bourbon, which we're going to get to a bit later. So for the people that are new to you, and like I said, a lot of my viewers are also friends of Perry. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got started with Buzzard's Roost?
Well, it depends how long you've got. I mean, I'm kind of old, but I started out. I actually opened a restaurant when I was 21, so I got in the restaurant business very early. I had a lot more time than I had money. But that gave me a palate. I'm not quite a chef, but I feel that I've been in the food industry for long enough to know what good stuff tastes like. So I opened Bourbons in 2005. And I always tell people, so that was 17 years ago. We've been doing the bourbon thing for quite a bit. And, we were out to kind of educate the world about bourbon. I think at that time it was somewhat undermarketed. And, there's so many flavors in bourbon. We were just, like I said, we were out to educate the world about bourbon.
So you guys got started just a few years ago, right? Like when did you guys get started?
So with the Buzzard's Roost, we got started in 2019.
Oh, wow. So very, very recently. That's awesome.
Yeah. And to me, it was a natural progression because Bourbon's Bistros started in 2005. And we had, we did some of we had flights. And I mean, really, we were kind of one of the first bourbon bars, bourbon restaurants. But what that drew me to is my progression was to have my own whiskey label.
Mm-hmm.
And after meeting every master distiller and tasting all these great whiskeys and doing single barrel programs and things, I realized that I wanted my own whiskey. So, in 2019, a few years before that, we had planned on starting a distillery. I had a hard time raising $30 million. So we decided to, we decided to source some whiskey. But if you talk any master distiller, about 70% of the flavor comes from the wood. So, I mean, we're very transparent about where we source from. We're sourcing from MGP, and what we do in our rebarreling process kind of makes all the difference in the world. And that's kind of a quick synopsis of bringing us up to date.
Sure. So, like you said, like you guys aren't really trying to be out to like make whiskey. You guys are out to, mature whiskey, or you guys are doing something interesting with the barrel. Do you guys consider it finishing, or do you guys consider it like extra aging? I'm just curious what you guys, portray it as.
I mean, when you talk about finishing, I think Angel's Envy, which, you got to love Wes and Lincoln Henderson for what a great concept of finishing. I think that's kind of finishing, but we almost do some extra aging. We use brand new 53-gallon white oak barrels for the most part. We do use some French oak in some of our work, but all of ours is through barrel maturation. We do a heavy toast, and we use an exclusive #1 char, which is kind of unheard of with the industry. I work very closely with Independent Stave Company, and we've developed over 15 finishing barrels that are proprietary to Buzzard's Roost. The same guy that developed my program developed the 46 program. And I would assume that a lot of your listeners are familiar with 46, where they put in the different staves.
Very much so. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of that.
Yeah. Well, we don't use staves. We use whole barrels. And so it makes a huge, huge difference. And, like I said, my experience in the whiskey business and talking to all the master distillers, where all the, 70% of the flavor comes from the barrel, we almost reverse engineered it and worked our way backwards. Everybody's using MGP juice, which is great juice. But you've got blending skills, and I think I have that, but we're taking it to the next level with finishing it in brand new barrels that we've charred and toasted, and through chemical extraction that Independent Stave does, the research that they do, we can bring the good stuff to the surface and leave the bad stuff behind.
Absolutely. So I see there are a few fans in the chat that are fans of what you guys are doing at Buzzard's Roost. I see Adam from Tennessee joining us, Swan from Kentucky, which I know you're based in Kentucky, Steven Sussman from New York, Lil from Australia. So we got people all over. Zopher also from California. I just want to give a couple shout outs. Mr. Jigs, I'm not sure where you're from, but he says, I've had the barrel proof rye, small batch rye, single barrel rye, and toasted. Hoping to find the cigar blend. Enjoy them all. Well, Mr. Jigs, we're going to get to some of those tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm really excited to try these. So I told Jason a bit before, like the only one that I've tried so far is the bourbon. But I'm really, really excited to try these different expressions of the rye. Like I said, I have the toasted barrel rye, the cigar blend rye, and the barrel strength bourbon. So we're saving the bourbon for last because I know you guys got started with rye. So I recall back to my friend Perry's podcast. You're not normally a rye guy. But what is it about the ryes that you guys are releasing through Buzzard's Roost that draws you in? Like, are they, like you said, the bourbon drinkers rye? Is that still how you feel about it?
Exactly. I got into a conversation with him. My friend, now he's become a close friend because we spent so much time together, is my friend down at Independent Stave Company, and he's in charge of their wood research department. And he was coming into bourbons for years, and then we started talking about this. He said, I'm doing some really cool things with some ryes. And I told him I absolutely hated ryes because, there's a place for ryes because in the cocktail world, there's definitely a place for ryes.
Right, the spiciness from the cocktail. Like I was the same way. So I was a 100% bourbon guy, but I actually got into ryes from the cocktails. Like you said, the spiciness. I've since become a bit of a rye neat drinker, but it took me a while because of like how spicy it was. Were you kind of the same way?
Exactly. Because ryes I can never comfortably sit around and sip on. I mean, honestly, maybe I've got a sweet tooth or something, but I just could not honestly sit around and sip on ryes. So I said, if you can make me a sipping rye to where I can sit around and enjoy sipping a rye, then we've actually done something. And he gave me a couple of experimental things, and I'm like, I'm all in. Let's do this. Let's give it a shot and try it. And we really came up. I mean, it's in the name. It's sipping whiskeys, and I just love to slow down, sit around, and sip whiskeys, whether it's ryes or bourbons, or even an occasional scotch. So
only occasionally.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I see Joe's dropping the links to you guys' website. So if you guys are curious more about Buzzard's Roost, feel free to check out their website after the stream. I also have it down in the description below. By the way, welcome, Joe. Thank you for tuning in. I see my friend Bill is here at Dungeons at Drams, which is another channel that I participate on Tuesday nights. So good to see you, Bill. Good to see a huge crowd out here tonight. So let's get started with our first whiskey, right? Let's talk about this first one that I have here. This is the Toasted Barrel Rye Whiskey. Can you tell us a little bit about this? I know this is relatively new.
Yeah, well, it actually came out last year.
Okay, relatively.
No, I mean, we're relatively new, so it's all juxtaposition. But this is one that we do a very, very heavy toast. And we're very exclusive with number one char, but we did not use a char on this barrel because legally, if it's toasted, you have to say it's toasted. So we heavily toasted this barrel. It's a 95% rye, 5% barley from MGP. This is roughly, it may be 4 years old. We were working with some 3-year-old stuff. I think now we've graduated to 4 years. But it's a 4-year-old whiskey out of Indiana. We send it over here to Bardstown Bourbon Company. We rebarrel it. It sits in our barrels, depending on the weather and where it is in the warehouse, anywhere from 2 to 6 months. Okay, and then and toasted tends to react a little bit better than some of our other ones, just because it doesn't have that char layer it's got to fight through. Sure. But the toasted came out. This one last year won a double gold in the San Francisco World Spirits Competition, and this year we only got a gold. So we're a little deflated. We wanted a double gold 2 years in a row, but
still though, that's an awesome honor. That's actually one of the biggest spirits competitions I'm aware of. So that you guys got double gold and then gold, that's absolutely fantastic. Congratulations on that.
Yeah, that's the only competition that we send our spirits to, because for one, it's recognized by the industry as a whole, and two, we're just not out there trying to rack up awards. I mean, we want them to mean something. We're not, everybody gets a trophy type thing. Right.
So with this one, this is a toasted rye. Like you said, you guys do like a level 1 char, so you're not doing too much charring on it. You're doing a lot of toasting. Which we don't really see too often. I know there's a couple other brands that do customize the toast and the char from MGP, but you guys, I think as far as I'm aware, you guys are one of the first to do this. So I'm really excited to dive in to this one and see, what you guys have come up with here.
Yeah, well, have at it. I mean, you're not going to hurt my feelings either way. Some people totally love it, and then you get a few that don't. But we have about 7 different expressions out now,
Mm-hmm.
and so what's really cool is nobody falls into, we don't have that one that everybody loves. Like,
Sure.
they gravitate towards this. It's all spread across the board, and I think we're doing our job because, we know that there's several different palettes out there.
Well, I'm excited to try this. So cheers, and thank you for sharing this with me.
Cheers.
Oh, wow. I was going to say on the nose, it's similar to what I'm used to with like the 95.5 rye from Indiana. But I will say this has an extra layer to it, right? Like it's not just that. Because I've had plenty that are just that bottled and like, oh, here you go, your 95.5 rye. But you guys have done something really unique with it. So can you talk a little bit about like what the process is like when you're taking in those Indiana rye whiskeys? Like, what do you guys do? I know you guys put it into the barrels, but like, how long do you guys age them in the secondary barrels?
Well, what one good thing is we all have finally realized, especially being from Kentucky and here in Kentucky, that MGP makes good whiskey. We're not taking bad whiskey and making it better. We're taking, right. I think we're taking good whiskey and making it great. So we're starting with a good product. But with our toasting process and our barrel process, it's just a whole different gig that people haven't had the technology to. Like, I'm old school. I love the old school ways of doing things. But this new technology is really cool, and it's not like we're cheating. We're just using in every product, but this, we're using a #1 char, which is unheard of in the industry. Mm-hmm. But we're really heavily toasting the barrels because through chemical extraction, we can tell what's going on, what we're pulling out of the wood. We're pulling the furfurols, the eugenols, the glycols, and leaving all the tannins and things behind. I mean, it's the science behind it's unbelievable, and there's still a little bit of art to the blending, but it's a beautiful thing. I mean, it's hard to explain. I mean,
no, and I see we have quite a few fans in the chat. Our friend Swan says the roosted chicken release was super fun from you guys. Can we expect more fun things like that? I'm not aware of that. Can you tell us a little bit about that one?
Well, we did. This is one of our barrels that we've done. It is it's called a brewer's toast. So we toasted a barrel specifically to pair with whiskey and beer. So we did this barrel application. We made 2 barrels of just a 53-gallon barrel. We gave Against the Grain 1 barrel, and we took 1 barrel. We put whiskey in it. They put beer in it. Okay, same toast profile, whatever. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, they gave a beer can and we gave a little whiskey bottle, and you're supposed to kind of drink them side by side, right? Mm-hmm. And you could tell what the barrel put on each spirit. It was so cool because, you would drink one and drink the other. They were meant to be drank side by side, and you could see the parallels that the beer put on 2 different spirits. It was really cool how much the barrel influences that.
Wow, that's awesome. I was not aware of that release, but that's super exciting.
It was very minuscule, and it was a cool thing. I think it was under marketed, but we do plan to do some other collaborations with some beer companies soon.
Yeah, our friend Zopher says that sounds fun. Yeah, Zopher's a big beer guy, so he's definitely excited about that one. Well, I would say, like I said, you guys are one of the first to do the toasted barrel, especially with Indiana whiskey. Sure. But I'm really excited about what's coming next. So you guys also have this cigar rye, which, by the way, I will tell you this. As soon as I announced to my patrons that I was doing Buzzards Roost on the channel, they said, please tell me you got the cigar rye to review. I'm like, yes, I did. I have not tried it until now, but everyone was so excited to hear my thoughts on this one. So tell us about this one. I know you kind of teased it on previous like podcasts and streams, but what's up with the cigar rye?
We have this was another, our whole company right now, it seems just to be experimenting with things, and it's very fun. But we know we have great people on our board who has good palates, and I've kind of developed a palate over the years. So, we kind of think that we're on the right track. What we've done here with the cigar is we did our heavily toasted barrel. We draw all those sugars to the surface. We did a number one char, as we always do. But then we took some Kentucky tobacco and cold smoked the barrel with tobacco. So there was no really direct heat to it. We just basically, and I'm not saying too much about our process, but because we're transparent about everything we do, but some of the barrel stuff we can't talk about because somebody will try to copy it. But we actually blew tobacco smoke, Kentucky tobacco smoke, through the barrel for a certain amount of time. And the influence that it has was just from the smoke. And we have a sister product that we did that's called our peated barrel, which we're changing the name to called smoked barrel, which was done with some Highland peat. We actually imported some Highland peat from Scotland and cold smoked the barrel with some peat. And it's got these little scotchy tones to it. It's way cool. But the cigar rye is definitely close to my heart. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say both of those. That's a very unique way of going about it. I know when other people have done like an Isla style rye, they either use the staves or they do more of a finishing versus the actual smoke. So I mean, even cigar, like when people say cigar blend or whatever, you think it's like it doesn't really mean much. You guys are literally smoking tobacco to like put into the barrel. I think it's unheard of, at least in my experience. So I'm super excited to try this one.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of cigars out there that, but I don't think they use the same process we do. I think
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, it's totally different from whatever I've heard up to this point.
No, so we're all about, like I said, I'm old school, traditional of how things are done, but we use some new innovation that's still in that box. Like we're not cheating, we're not putting whiskey into flavored barrels or doing anything like that. All of our barrels are brand new. Like I said, 53 gallon. We don't use smaller barrels, anything like that. We use a heavily toast and a number one char. And we use them. They probably sit in our barrels for, like I said, anywhere from between 2 and 6 months. And then we don't use them again. So it's an expensive process, but we think it's well worth it.
I'm so excited to try this. I'm gonna go ahead and nose the cigar rye.
There it is.
Oh man, it smells so different than the toast that I just came off of. Ooh. What does this give you? Like, as someone that wasn't the biggest rye fan in the beginning, like what is special about the cigar rye to you?
There's so much going on with it. So I call our ryes bourbon drinkers ryes. So we've brought those bourbon flavors out of the barrel with the number one char, adding color and flavor, and then to smoke it with the tobacco because everybody knows that bourbon has these tobacco-y notes to it regardless. These leathery tobacco smoky flavors. So I think we've just enhanced that just a little bit. It's almost like the tobacco notes are on 10 at this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's like I said, like it's completely different than anything I've smelled in that territory before. So I'm looking forward to trying it. So cheers.
Cheers.
Oh wow. That's fantastic. That's actually right up my alley. Flavor wise, It has a bit of that like, wow, I wasn't expecting so much tobacco kind of flavor. That's legit. That's not even like just like a hint of tobacco. That's a lot of that. Wow. Never experienced anything like that before.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, because when I hear like I see that a few people in the chat have heard cigar before. Our friend Swan says Heaven's Door uses barrels that age cigars. You guys are out here using some voodoo with Kentucky tobacco. I love it. That's how I feel too. Like I've never had that much influence from the tobacco before. That works so well. Oh my gosh, I love this. This is actually fantastic.
Like I said, there's a lot going on. It's really cool. It's very complex. Like I said, it's all with the help of Independent Stave Company. And what's crazy is, our company is small enough. We don't have to pay for that innovation, but we have utilized it. It's basically Independent Stave's wood research department, and we've utilized it, and we've locked down 15 proprietary barrels. So I don't know how it gets any better than that, really, because we're still scratching the surface of what's going on with the wood and the research, but it's really cool.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I feel like I hear about Independent Stave, but I feel like there are a few other like cooperages that we've been hearing a lot about. But like, are there very many brands like yourself that actually work with like Independent Stave and like doing the custom barrels and things like that? I feel like I don't hear about that too often.
Well, I know that the wood research department down there, he was in charge of, like I said, the Makers 46 program, as well as I think he did Basil Hayden Toasted. And I know he does a lot of work with Jim Beam. He works with a lot of people around the country. We're not the only ones, but I think we're the ones to really take it by the horns and take full advantage of it.
Absolutely. I see a lot of people in the chat that are excited. Emily Chambers, which is one of our mods here, she says, I got to try the tobacco. And then Zopher, who's a patron, says, that sounds so fun and interesting. So suddenly they are very, very interested in this one. Yeah. I honestly, and I told you this before the stream, I haven't actually tried any of these other than I had a pour of the bourbon, which we're about to get to. This is my first time trying any of the ryes from you guys. Fantastic. That cigar rye. Now, can we talk a little bit about like where that's available? Because I'm in Southern California. Can I get that here, or is it like a certain few states that we can actually get that in?
Well, unfortunately, I mean, even though we seem like we're kind of a test company, we're going to be in 15 states by the end of the year.
Okay.
We're also in I think Alberta, Canada.
Oh wow.
But that was truly and it's blown up. The media around it's been insane, but we truly only did 3 barrels of that.
Oh really?
Yeah. But it was a test market, and it was supposed to be just here for Kentucky, and we ended up sending, I think, a little bit to New Mexico and a little bit to Massachusetts, but we are going to do more of it. I can tell you that.
I was going to say, my opinion, do more of that, because I've had so much Indiana rye whiskey, which I didn't say this earlier, but I'm a huge fan of Indiana rye whiskey. I love the 95.5 mash bill, which you didn't mention mash bill. Is this the same mash bill as the 95.5?
That's all we do is 95.5 of our ryes from there are 95.5 always.
Gotcha. So I would say this is the most interesting twist on a 95.5 rye from MGP that I've ever seen. Yeah, so as a fan of that whiskey, that mash bill, do more of this. This is fantastic. I cannot recommend this enough.
We will. So we've definitely, and it takes a little process of what we're doing. So it has to sit in our barrels for several months, but we are laying more down, and there should be a little bit more in the fall, and hopefully it'll be in several other states.
That's super exciting. So let's go to move on to the bourbon, because I know the bourbon is relatively new for you guys. Like I said, my friend Perry, who a lot of these people are here from. By the way, I noticed there's a slightly smaller crowd than normal tonight. I will say Perry, our friend at This Is My Bourbon podcast, is doing his in-person meetup this weekend. So like literally starting today. So I know a lot of people aren't here that would normally tune in. Hopefully you guys can catch the replay. Please tune in, because I know like again, that's how I learned about Buzzards Roost and Jason, because of that podcast. So I'm looking forward to having you guys tune in later to talk about this. But this bourbon is relatively new for you guys. Can you tell us a little bit about this? This is the barrel strength.
Yeah, once again, we're of course we've got plans on having our own one day of all of our juice, but we are sourcing from MGP. This is 2 different mash bills, but they're both high rye mash bills. So we have a 21% rye mash bill. And we have a 36% rye mash bill. There's 4 and 6 year blend. And then we finished it in 3 of our barrels, 3 of our finishing barrels. So there's a lot going on. This one comes in at barrel strength because that's where we thought it just fit well. I think you should have about the 114.
So this one is 114.4. So right on track.
Right. So there's a lot going on.
Well, I was going to ask. So is this more of like a blend versus a single barrel, or with this release, is the barrel strength a single barrel, or is it like a small batch?
It's definitely not a single barrel. So what we did is
I'm not sure if we lost Jason or if we lost me. Let me see what I can do about this. If you guys are in the chat, and if we lost Jason, please let me know, because we could have lost me as well. Let me just refresh this.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds like we lost Jason. Okay. So, okay.
Are we back?
Thank you guys. So Jason, we actually lost you for a few seconds. I think you're still not back yet. You might be coming back. Here we go. Jason, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I thought it was me. I was like, I'm relying on hotel Wi-Fi here, so I totally thought it was myself. So I think we lost you for a second. You were telling us a bit about shoot, I got sidetracked.
We're talking about the bourbon somehow. I don't know.
Yes, yeah, we're talking about like how you came up with like the I don't know.
Well, anyhow, I'll start over.
Okay.
It is MGP juice again.
Mm-hmm.
2 high rye mash bills for bourbon, a 21% rye, 36% rye. It's 4 and 6 year blend. And you asked if it was a single barrel. And
that's what it was. Thank you for the reminder. I just got I literally thought it was my hotel Wi-Fi. I was like, oh no, they promised me it would be good tonight.
Yeah. And what we did is we decided to take, as a company, our single barrels off the market because we didn't want to compete with we have a single barrel program for liquor stores and restaurants and bars. Mm-hmm. So especially in liquor stores, I didn't want my single barrel competing with their single barrel. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we pulled all of our single barrels off the mark. Well, we didn't pull them off. We just stopped doing them. And we pick single barrels. Like I'll go through and pick a batch of, how many barrels do we have to sell to on premise and off premise. So we do 20 or 30 barrels, and these are good enough to be picked through, and stores can have them as single barrels. So this is not a single barrel. It's a batch. It's kind of a small batch. And that's why we do it at barrel strength. And it's like I said, there's a lot going on. It's 3 of our finishing barrels, 2 different mix of years, and also 2 different mash bills.
Gotcha. So you said 2 different mix of years. Like, is there like an estimate, like just in general, like age of these? Like, typically, are they like the 3 year, kind of like the rye? Or are they maybe a bit older? Just out of curiosity.
No, the bourbon is 4 and 6 year.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 and 6 year, and to be honest with you, we, if our bourbon was supposed to be ready last Derby, and we didn't bring it out till last fall. So, it wasn't ready for the market, and I didn't think it was aged well enough, and we just weren't ready to put it out. So we're not going to put anything out that we don't think is ready to go out.
Sure.
And that's the way it is. And we do have investors, and I told them this is basically the way we're going to work, or we're not going to work together. So, I mean, I'm pretty strict on how I like my whiskey, and that's just the way it is. That's the way it will always be.
Awesome. I'm excited to try it. So cheers, Jason. Thank you for sharing this with me. Ooh, that's like a nice like don't want to say like graham cracker, or there's like some kind of like baked like cracker kind of note there on the like the mid palate that I've had a lot of Indiana rye. Don't think I've quite got that note before. So do you think that's coming from like your barrels, like the additional like toasting, or what you guys are doing with the barrels? Do you think that's influencing the flavor that dramatically?
Yeah, like I said, for sure. I mean, like I said, if you've got whiskey people out there, which you do, that 70% of the flavor comes from the barrel.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we're kind of reverse engineering it and kind of working backwards. My wife says it always tastes like a Christmas cookie.
Absolutely. I think we're on the same track. Like I said, the first thing that came to mind was like a graham cracker, like that cinnamon cracker, like kind of not like cracker, like like a Ritz cracker, but like cracker like a like shortbread cookie. So like I think we're absolutely onto the same track with that. That's really, really interesting. And it's so fun to try the bourbon after coming off the rye, because the rye, like you said, is a bourbon drinker's rye. However, I'm glad we're back in bourbon territory now, so I'm very excited to be back over here. Wow.
Well, I've lived in the bourbon world for a long time, and that's where I feel at home. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the typical bourbon notes that we would expect. Because I mean, I'm speaking for myself and a few of the viewers here. We're familiar with Indiana rye. We've tried it before, but this is giving a very unique characteristic of that I feel like I have not had. It's the shortbread, kind of the thing. I almost want to say like kind of like an Irish whiskey. There's a little bit of that like baked kind of like shortbread cookie note that I'm getting on this that I have not gotten on any other Indiana bourbon.
Right. It's not as malty as maybe an Irish whiskey would be, but it is very viscous. So it does kind of fill your mouth, and not so much viscous as being oily, but just having this coating,
Man, that's really great. I'm glad to have a chance to try that, because like I said, I listened to my friend Perry's podcast earlier. You guys were still working on the bourbon at the time, so I'm so glad to have a chance to try it from you guys, because this, I mean, I love the rye. Not gonna lie, like that cigar rye was fantastic. Honestly, probably one of the most. Actually, no, I'll be real. The best Indiana rye expression I've ever experienced, because you guys are doing something different with it, and I love that about that. So this is really.
I mean, we really appreciate it. And like I said, we're just kind of. I think we're scratching the surface with what we've got going on, and God forbid, once I get next to a still and we're working on getting our own still and sourcing our own new make, and it's a long process, but I have long views. So one day,
well, I was gonna say, what's next for you guys? Because again, a lot of things we're trying right now are relatively new for you guys. Like you mentioned before, like getting new make from distilleries in Kentucky. Is that what you want to do? Do you want to not necessarily distill, but like do the full maturation yourself, from new make to 5-6 year old whiskey? Like, I'm curious to see what your goals are.
Well, we do have some contract with some of the two of the bigger distilleries to make our own new make. Mm-hmm. That's coming up in next year or so. But we also have a doubler that we've bought, so we could take some first run it through our doubler, and that will be happening this year as well. But we also have sights on about a 14-inch column still maybe in the next year or two,
Mm.
that we will be producing our own. And in 2 to 4 years, we're going to have some rye and some bourbon on the market that is actually ours from inception, the get go. And then we won't be double barreling anymore. We'll be putting it in our innovative barrels, and I think it's going to make a huge, huge change.
Because you guys, I don't know, I'm not sure if we mentioned this earlier, but the secondary finishing barrels you guys are using are new charred oak or new barrels. They're not like used barrels, right?
No, absolutely not. We use brand new barrels, so
Okay.
it's a very expensive process.
Mm-hmm.
And then we use them one time. And if you think about a 20-year-old Pappy barrel or whatever, we use our barrels for 2 to 6 months, and they have so much flavor. And then we ship them off, and they still have flavor. So I guess once the company gets up and running, and that'll be hopefully another revenue source for us to source our unique barrels to some of these other places who do scotch or beer or wine or tequila or whatever, because our barrels have a flavor profile that we've developed.
Absolutely.
So,
I see people in the chat like recommending. You mentioned earlier like working with other distilleries. I see our friend Swan says new riff, new make with that cigar blend finish. Oh boy, already got some ideas flowing. People are very excited. I think Swan has had some of the cigar rye. Honestly, that's my favorite thing I'm trying, because again, like I said, I'm such a fan of 95.5 rye from Indiana.
sure.
This is the most interesting take I've ever seen on that, and I'm so excited to see what you guys do next.
Yeah, well, we've got a few things in the works, but we're going to try to do some growth right now. Like I said, we're hopefully going to be in about 15 states by the end of the year, mainly on the East Coast. We are in New Mexico, and we're also in Canada. But
I'll hit up my friends.
We're just crossing our fingers and loving everything about it, and hoping everybody's digging it as well.
Well, I definitely am, and hopefully you guys will make it to Southern California soon, because I'm really excited to try more from you guys. This was great. I want more.
Well, if not, we'll send you some, or you can come here. It's not a big deal.
That's true. I you know what? I would love to come to Kentucky sometime soon. I went like a year and a half ago, but I'm due for a trip back soon.
I mean, you could have done your anniversary here.
Yeah, I mean, true. Maybe next year. Well, Jason, thank you so much for coming on. I'm so excited to see what you guys are doing next. If anyone's listening to this, that you can get Buzzard's Roost. Honestly, all of these are really fantastic, really intricate expressions. Like even if you hear, oh, it's Indiana rye, it's Indiana bourbon. Try it. Trust me. This is some of the like best expressions of Indiana rye that I've ever had before. So seriously, take my word for it. It's really, really good stuff. But Jason, thank you so much for coming on. I'm so glad to have you on. And where can people find you on the web? I know Buzzard's Roost has an Instagram, but do you have your own Instagram?
Yes, I am the Bluegrass Bourbon Baron.
Yes, that popped up when I was typing your name. I was like, is that him? Okay, it is you. Okay, good.
Yeah, the Bluegrass
Bourbon. If you guys want to go to my Instagram, I tagged him on my story earlier today. So go give him a follow. Support the brand. They're really doing some incredible stuff, and I really can't wait to see what you guys do next, because this is fantastic. You guys are checking all the boxes for me. So
yeah, well, thank you so much, and cheers, everyone.
Cheers to you, and thank you everyone for tuning in. I'll see you guys next week. We have another special guest coming on, but Jason, thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Bye. My third place in the peanut butter whiskey showdown is 99 brand 99 proof peanut butter whiskey. Roasty up front, hit by the proof, but a really nice, nutty, caramely, rich, almost like a little burnt caramel in the finish of that one. Our second place is the cheapest whiskey here tonight. That is Ram's Point. I think it's a real close second. It's significantly cheaper. First place, I got to give to the Screwball. It's a lot more natural with this one. This is the one, again, the only one that says contains peanuts. So this one is the most like peanut butter in taste. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes Whiskey Reviews with a gaming twist. I'm Clifton, and welcome to another Thursday night live stream. The last stream before I go into the quarterfinals of Map Madness. So, thanks to friend of the show and friend of my real life, Brandon, or y'all may know him as Brandy. I have a flight of, I didn't realize, but 6 whiskeys. It's gonna be a long night. I'll try to keep it to the hour though. So I have 6 different whiskeys, along with questions for each of them, and I'm going to be doing a bit of a practice round for Map Madness. So this is completely blind. I have the questions already entered into StreamYard thanks to my husband. So I'm really looking forward to doing this and seeing how well I do, because honestly, y'all, I'm nervous. I'm like I love Kira and Cam so much, and like, not that I didn't love, like Perry, like obviously he's here, but man, I am nervous this round. So I'm so excited to see how tonight goes, and then hopefully it either, if I do well, then like, oh, maybe I'll do well tomorrow. If I do bad, we'll see. So hope y'all are having a good night. Hello to people on Facebook as well. I decided to stream on both at this time. I haven't done that in a while, so just testing it out here tonight. But hello I can see everyone's chat, so no matter where you are, I can see you. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. I saw the Don and the Donnies were here earlier. I think it's funny, Don, Donnie, and Swan are all here to support me. Good to see y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. Like I said, Perry's here as well. Y'all go check out the replay of his stream. He was live earlier tonight. So I caught a little bit of that. I had to go eat dinner. And Cam was also live with our one and only ADHD Whiskey was on this channel. So been a fun night of streams. Hopefully y'all are having a good night so far. I know Fred Minnick was live earlier. He still might be live. I don't know. But thank y'all for taking the time to watch this or be here with me, whether you're live or watching the replay. Wherever you're watching, make sure to hit the thumbs up. And if you're watching the replay, let me know in the comments down below what your favorite pour of tonight is going to be or will be. You'll see in the after. I'll put like chapter markers and things like that. But for everyone here live, y'all are gonna get revealed these along with me of what I'm drinking. I don't know if Brandon's here in the chat yet, but thank you again to Brandon for putting this together. I see Chris in the chat. What's up, Chris? Good to see you. Who else? Mr. Whiskey Shiz. Awesome. Good to see you. Another awesome channel, Livewire Whiskey. Y'all go check them out. Zophir's in the chat. Brandon, there he is. There you go. No worries. So tonight's stream is brought to you by Brandon. Emily Chambers in the house. Hello, Emily. Good to see you. Emily is an incredible mod here, along with Donnie and Brandon, as well as some Byte Club members and patrons here in the chat. So I appreciate everyone showing up. Hopefully you'll be rooting for me. I mean, you can root for more than one people tomorrow. I mean, I love Kira. Like, I want her to win, but also like I want to win. I get a little competitive. But tonight should be a lot of fun and maybe give me an idea of how I'm going to do, but maybe not. We'll see. Well, since we do have 6 whiskeys to get through here, I'm going to go ahead and get started with this flight. Let me know in the chat what you guys are drinking if you're drinking along with me. Would love to know what you guys are sipping on, because I don't know what I'm drinking. Normally I know, but like it's so interesting to see what's to come tonight. So let's find out. Lil in the house. What's up, Lil? Good to see you, Lil. Hope you're doing well. Independent Joe is here. I talked a good bit to him last night over on oh gosh, where were we? Whiskey Eyes stream last night. Thank you so much for dropping the link to the Patreon. Yes. Speaking of Patreon, y'all actually get something awesome this week. So my podcast that's coming out tomorrow is a blind. It's not a blind. It's actually Brandon's actually in the podcast tomorrow. It's a flight of 3 different Jack Daniel's Coy Hill single barrels, and they're all hazmat. So that should be a ton of fun. That's going to come out on the podcast tomorrow morning. If y'all are not yet following the Bourbon Bytes podcast, you can find it wherever you get your podcast. There's also a link down in the description below to that. But patrons actually get access to a bonus episode of the podcast where we're going to go back through and we're going to add water to the different Jack Daniel's Coy Hill, see if it opens them up a bit, and maybe it might change which one was our favorite. So if you're a patron for as little as $2 a month, you get access to that episode, as well as other fun content to help shape the future of the show, including hangouts, polls, and lots of fun Patreon exclusives. So if you want to support the show, thank you, Joe, for dropping the link. Let's see who else is here. Well, first super chat of the night. Wow, thank you so much, Don Nishida. You got this. Hey, Don, I appreciate that. I don't know how well I'm going to do tonight or tomorrow, but I appreciate the support. I mean, always nice to have you guys rooting for me in the background. I know there's a lot of other favorites that are going to be competing tomorrow night, but I being a small guy, I don't know, being like a smaller channel, I think, not in terms of subscribers, but in terms of like viewers, it really means a lot to have you guys there supporting me. So. Speaking of small channels, Fifth Quarter Tailgate is one of the newest Whiskey Tube channels. Our good friend Scott Pigsley, go subscribe to his channel. If someone wants to drop his link, Jason the Mashin Drum is here. So if y'all didn't know, Jason and I, along with the Rock Gut Review and the Whiskey Dick, do a live stream every Tuesday night. Now we switched to Tuesday night at 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific, where we do I almost said drums and drams. Dungeons and Drams, which is a Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Tons of fun. It gets a little crazy every time we do it. So we're only like 4 or 5 episodes in, so you have plenty of time to get caught up. But it's a ton of fun hanging with those guys every Tuesday night. So that link is also down in the description. But good to see you, Jason. Thanks for stopping in. Cool. I think we are caught up. So Biking Bourbon's here as well. What's up, Biking Bourbon? Good to see you. All right, so like I said, we got 6 whiskeys to go through. We have a nosing question and a taste question for each of these. So we're going to go ahead and, first of all, shout out Donnie's super chat. Go, Cliffy, go. Run that bus over the competition. Well, hey, Donnie, thank you so much. I mean, you've been one of the supporters for the longest time, along with Don Nishida. So y'all are awesome. Thank y'all so much for the support. Chris Tats, all the way from Australia, with Lil. He says, hey there, Clifton, and happy Easter to all of us. Good Friday over here. Yes, happy Easter. Hope you all have a wonderful holiday weekend. I thought about it, I was like, I could do something Easter, but Women of Whiskeys last night did the best Easter stream I've ever seen. They like hid Easter eggs around, and those are the prizes for the giveaway. Such an awesome job. Y'all go check out Women of Whiskeys. They're such a cool channel. Bourbon Noob is here for the baseball booties. Yeah, it's kind of an inside joke, but not really. If y'all were members of the Bourbon Bytes Discord server, see a little plug there. So I have my own Discord server. You can go to bourbonbytes.com. The link to it is at the bottom of that link tree. It's where we do fun hangouts. We do some memes and chugs referring to the baseball booties. You'll have to go on Discord to see what I mean, but it's a very nice booty is all I got to say. And Wesley Zeller's also in the house, another incredible supporter of the show and patron. Wesley, hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. All right, so let's go and get sample A poured. Like I said, I got a nosing question and a tasting question on each of these. So I'm not going to drink them all because I would get way too drunk way too quick. So, all right, sample A is poured. Let's go in and let's pull up our questions, shall we? So I have the nosing questions here. So the question for the A, what is this distillery based on the nose? Oh, okay, let me reset my palate before we go on. By the way, I'm keeping this simple. So basically, I get a point if I get it right. I don't get a point if I get it wrong. Not the full official scoring system that Matt has in place. This is just kind of for fun tonight. So we'll see how I do. I'll keep track of my own score, and then we'll reveal the results at the end. All right. I don't have a timer either. So let me just go ahead and give this a nose. Ooh, very desserty. Okay, that gives me some ideas there. Smells pretty high proof. I know I'm not guessing proof, but... that smells so familiar. Oh man, Brandon. I know he's over there like giggling in the background, just like waiting to hear what I have to say about these. So I don't know the theme. I don't know if they're all bourbon. I don't know if they're rye, or they could even be Scotch. I don't know. But on the nose, that smells really high proof. Biking Bourbon says, is Clifton going to be overserved tonight? Well, I did just pour just a little bit, so we'll see. Heather Starkey in the house. What's up, Heather? Long time no see. I think I haven't seen you. I mean, you pop into the hangouts every now and then, but so good to see you. All right, on the nose, the distillery. I'm just going to go ahead and guess. That smells so familiar. I mean, I'm torn because it's so hard on the nose. Like, it kind of goes banana because I almost want to say like something like Jack Daniel's. But Smells really high proof. You know what? I'm gonna say Old Forester on the nose question. Just first impression. Now I might taste it and have something different, but that smells really good and really high proof. So let's go ahead and taste that. Wait, why is Perry saying boo? Wait, what did I say? Because I gave a little pour. I don't know why Perry's booing me. He wants me to lose. Deathless Dogs in the house. What's up? I was also hanging with them on over on Whiskey Eyes last night. Good to see you again. So all right, so my answer is locked in for the nose. I said Old Forester. I don't know how accurate that is, but let's go and go to the tasting question for sample A. So the tasting question on A is, what is the proof? Oof, well, I already know it's high, so let's go ahead and try it. Cheers, guys, and let me know in the chat what y'all are drinking. Well, I was wrong on the distillery. That's not Old Forester. It's hot though. It almost tastes like Peerless. Kind of has like that double oak, kind of like Peerless double oak or something. But I already guessed that it was Old Forester. I think I was definitely wrong on that. Proof wise, it's not as hot as I thought it was going to be. I'm going to lock in 115 on the proof. I just don't think it's super high. It smelled like it was going to be like ridiculous, like 130 plus. But I think it tastes a little bit lower proof. I know I'm wrong on the distillery though, because that's definitely not Old Forester. So those answers are locked in. So yeah, thank you for talking Women of Whiskey. Yeah, I gave them a bit of a shout out earlier. Awesome stream they did last night. Regs Lugo says, I'm sipping on Russell's 10. Oh, nice. I haven't had regular Russells in a minute. I've tried a couple single barrels, but I have not had the standard ones. And I know I used to love it. So I got to pick up another one of those. Stacy H is in the house, the winner of last week's giveaway. I don't have a giveaway tonight just because these are not my samples. I see a message from Brandon earlier. I forgot to acknowledge it. He said that Spencer, the Whiskey Hammer, helped him put together this flight. So huge shout out to you, Spencer. Thank you so much for helping out with that. So I'm really excited. But yeah, Stacy won the giveaway last week. Her samples should be hand delivered here shortly. As well, I hope to have her on the stream soon because she has some amazing Irish whiskey that I know she wants to share. So y'all might be seeing some more Stacy here soon. Any banana hits in there? No, I thought on the nose it kind of smelled like Old Forester, but I definitely think that was the wrong answer there. I really don't know distillery. I'm just leaning towards Peerless now that I've tasted it. But proof I said about 115, so might be a little higher. But I'm going to lock that in and move right along to sample B. So not feeling too confident so far. Let's go ahead and go to see what the question is for B. So B, the nose, name this type of whiskey. So based on my last blind flight I did with Brandon, I know he probably means like, is this a bourbon, rye, Irish, or Scotch? Not necessarily the mash bill, like is it a wheated bourbon or a rye bourbon? But it could be that. I might, if I can tell, I might be able to tell you that. But I think this just means the actual type. Like, is it Tennessee whiskey? Is it bourbon, rye? Like I said. So let's go ahead and pour sample B. All right. Name the type of whiskey. I've never tried Peerless yet. Yeah, Peerless, you know what? I love their distillery. I love their brand and their bottles and everything. The problem is their whiskey is just, it's hot. It's hot and it's typically a little younger than I like my whiskey. But wait, why did Brandon say my bad? What happened? I don't know why he said my bad. Nothing. This is going great so far. All right, let's gonna give this a nose. Because I wasn't sure about the type of whiskey. Yeah, no worries. I'm basing it off our last blind flight. Oh, that's weird. That's different on the nose. Wasn't expecting that. Oh, man, that's almost like weedy. Like wheat, not weedy, not like cannabis. I almost want to say wheat whiskey, but I don't. There's so few wheat whiskeys out there. It's super sweet, so sweet. I'm gonna say wheat whiskey. I'm gonna go with my gut. Now I know last time I did that, if y'all caught my podcast a couple weeks ago, I said that a whiskey was wheat whiskey on the nose. And it ended up being George Dickel. So, like, I may not know what a wheat whiskey smells like. I haven't had one in a good bit. I've had some bourbons that are wheat mash bills, but I have not had a wheat whiskey in forever. So I don't know why I keep choosing that. I obviously, like, go wrong every time I do it, but as Rex says, go with your gut. So that's what we're doing here tonight. It's kind of testing out my gut feelings and see how things go. Thank you, Joe, for continuing to drop the links. Yeah, you guys can follow me on Instagram. I saw he posted that link earlier, as well as become a member of the channel here and get access to emojis like the Cliffy emoji. If y'all are members here on YouTube, drop your emoji so everyone can see how beautiful those are. Also, it does just another way to support the channel, like giving you guys whatever platform you feel most comfortable supporting on, whether you want to do super chats or joining the membership here on YouTube. Your support means the world to me, and y'all make this all possible. So thank y'all so much for that. Vaseline kind of note. Well, it does have like a sweetness, and it's not like a corn sweetness. That's what made me think it may not be. Man, going back to it though, that's tough. It's almost like a kind of like a barnyard kind of note on the nose, but that's a tough question. All right, let's go ahead and go to the question for the palate on B. What's the proof? He's asking the proof again. All right, let's go ahead and try it. Cheers, guys. Oh, that's super crafty. I don't feel like I feel like it could still be a wheat or a wheated bourbon. There's like some kind of like softness there. Proof wise, that's hot. I'm going to bump it up. I'm going to go to 120. I'm going to say 120 proof on that one. It has a really nice finish too. Wow. That doesn't taste like anything I've tried before, but I need to get my hands on it. I have a feeling I'm thinking like maybe it's like an Old Elk or like a, I know we talked about Frey Ranch for the longest time at the last meetup, and I had not tried it. So there's a chance. I think that's a Lido one as well. I could be wrong, but this might be Frey Ranch. I don't know, but I like that a lot. That's super interesting. So different than what I expected. Rex asked, what tasting notes make me think it's crafty? Great question. So I think crafty to me is like a dusty kind of corn kind of note. Like you're getting like that grain, that raw grain note versus like an oak or, more of the darker caramels or like the baked dessert kind of notes. To me, it's like more raw tasting, if that makes sense. I know it doesn't really make too much sense, but yeah, it's just like a very grain forward, like the dust in the air that's settled after, you milled some corn. To me, that's what I call a crafty note, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Yeah, dusty, not necessarily in the kind of dusty kind of way that like, not like vintage bourbon, not like 70s bourbon. That's a different kind of dusty kind of note. And there's also like musty, like a closet or like something like old attic-y. Not quite that either. This is just literally like the corn dust. It's like the corn bone in a corn cob. But no, that's interesting. That's super unique. I don't think I've had that one before. So I'm really curious to find out what B is on the palate or on the bottle reveal. I'm also going to guess all these bottles before the end, before we get to the results. Does sharpness have a say in this? I think so. I think if it's sharp and very like upfront with that dusty kind of grain quality. What about you guys? What would you describe like a crafty kind of note as? Y'all may not even ever use that note, but it's always the first thing that comes to mind when I taste that kind of grain forwardness of it. Yes, make sure to hit the thumbs up, y'all. 26 in the chat. Thank y'all so much. I know some people are watching on Facebook as well. Make sure to hit the like button on Facebook and follow the page if you're watching on Facebook. I do plan to do more of these Facebook cross stream things just to kind of broaden my audience a bit, because I know a lot of you guys are watching on different platforms. So I appreciate all the thumbs up wherever we are. So dry corn feed dust. Yep, that's exactly what I'm thinking of. Absolutely. Okay, well, let's keep it going then. We're you know what? We're doing good on time so far. So Brandon says my lips are sealed. He's not revealing anything yet. So okay, Brandon, I trust you. I'm just gonna keep going with my gut. Let's go ahead and go on to sample C. So let me go ahead and pull up the question for that. Sample C. Ooh, I was like, oh, I freaked out. I thought I got to the answers, but that was just the questions. Okay. Nose questions, sample C. What is the proof? Okay. So Brandon, if y'all listen to the podcast that I did with him, picking up the proof on the nose is super difficult. Like you can tell if something's high proof or low proof, but actually picking up the actual proof of it just based on nose alone is so difficult. I think if there's any of those questions in Map Madness, I'm going to struggle. And I just imagine him pulling that clip right there and using that for the stream. Oh, whoa. What the frick is C? That's not whiskey. What the heck is C? That is some kind of like brandy, Brandy, did you give me brandy? That is not whiskey. That's like some kind of apple brandy or something. That's so weird. What's the proof? Dude, I don't even know what this is in the glass. I mean, proof, it's so hard to, I'm just going to go with my gut and go with 100 proof because I have no earthly idea the proof based on that nose. What the heck? What did y'all give me? I blame Spencer for this one, whatever it is. This is going to be weird. Cheech is in the house. Good to see you, Cheech. He said, don't forget the like button. Yes, I just told them about that, so thank you so much. Peter White is also here. Peter, good to see you. It's been a minute. I'm glad to have you back. Craft note I get is oak. Okay, so there's a note that I've described as like a new wood kind of oak or like a green wood. Like if you break a tree branch and it's like green a little bit sappy. Sometimes I call it a Home Depot note. Like you just like carved, like you just sawed some wood, some sawdust. That note is sometimes there on young whiskey too. I think that's also, but that's not always the case. I've had that on some older whiskey and I'm always surprised. I'm like, how is this whiskey 8 years old and has that craftiness? So, or not craftiness, has that kind of young oak kind of note, but absolutely I've gotten that note before. Deathless Dog says I'll get a bitter herbal note on a lot of crafty stuff, not like a sweet clove or mint. So I think that's exactly what I was just talking about. The green wood I always describe as like you break a limb and it's like a little green and new underneath it. For sure. Adriana's in the house. Good to see you. On phone, so hard to tag, but cheers all. Cheers to you. Y'all go check out Whiskey Mountains, another incredible channel here. Just getting caught up in the chat. Reg says, through my limited experience, if I sense wine type of notes, I think finished, and that leads me to crafty or smaller distillery. Well, yeah, but a lot of the bigger distilleries are doing a lot more with finishing these days. But yeah, it used to be the case. The like Woodinville was doing all these crazy like oak finishes. By the way, I just want to mention if anyone is watching on YouTube, maybe for the first time, and you're not yet subscribed, the button's right there. It would mean a lot to me if you hit that. On future streams, I may turn on subscriber-only chat just because I've been seeing a lot of bots in a lot of people's chats lately. I want to prevent that. So if you are subscribed to the channel, you get access to like our chat in the future. But just want to give you guys a bit of a heads up. It's everyone tonight, but in the future, I will probably limit it to subscribers only. You just have to be a subscriber for 1 minute beforehand. So just want to give you guys a heads up there. Why am I blurry? There we go. So yeah, just as a way to keep back down the bots. Slap shots in the house. Whiskey burger. Friggin' apples. You know what? But it's like not whiskey. I don't think that's whiskey. We've switched Clifton whiskey with Folgers. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Brandon's definitely he's done something with this whiskey. That's not whiskey. Big Vic says, cheers. Good to see you, Big Vic. And Juan is here. Brandy, did you get me brandy? Juan is also going to be featured in tomorrow's podcast episode. Juan, I'm putting out the Jack Daniel's Coy Hill flight we did. So really looking forward to hearing y'all's thoughts on that. Get caught up. Wow, I'm like behind the chat. I never do that. I always complain about people to get behind the chat. And like, here I am. Look at me. Whiskey Reaper is here. Good to see you. Subscriber chat is like only. Oh, yeah. No, it's completely free. Not just members, it's just subscribers. So, just it's free. If y'all support me, I'll support me. But I would never limit my chat to just people that give me money because I appreciate all y'all just for watching. So, all right. C. The nose. Yeah, I said 100 proof. I have no idea. This is so weird. If this is whiskey, it's some kind of weird malty rye thing or something. I don't know. All right, let's go to the sample. The tasting question on sample C. What do you got for me, Brandy? No. Name the type of whiskey. That means it's got to be whiskey, right? Oh my gosh. Ooh. Well, this is on taste, so let me try this one. Cheers. Ugh. What the frick is that? But it tastes familiar. It kind of tastes familiar, but I don't know exactly why. That's like some kind of like melted tire. Not like peaty, but like really like, oh, what is that? The type of whiskey? Oh my God. I have no idea. It's definitely like some kind of weird ass finish on this. I've tasted this taste before, which is concerning. Like, why have I tasted this? Where have I tasted this? It's honestly not that far off from Malort. I'm not even joking. It honestly tastes a little bit like Malort. And that's what I was going to say. Malort. Unless you fucked with me and this is Malort. I've tasted this before, and I have tasted Malort before. I think you're fucking with me. What is this? I'll pour a little bit more. I'm very confused. Don't finish your whiskey in asses, says Chris. Oh, man. Yeah, Brandon is in trouble. What is this? Oh, my gosh. So he says she's drinking one of the samples I have for you, the Liberator Double Port Cask Strength. No idea what that is, but that sounds amazing. I love port whiskey. Or not port whiskey. I love a port finish. Oh, my gosh. That sounds amazing, Stacey. I can't wait to try it. All right, let me... Malort... Well, so the people that make Malort do have a bourbon, but it's not like it's finished in Malort casks. It's actually just MGP. So this definitely isn't that. Unless it is finished in Malort cask, then, you know, maybe. I mean, since it said, I'm gonna go on the question. It says, what type of whiskey is this? I want to say it's a rye whiskey because rye whiskey is the only thing that can, I think, take on that much flavor of whatever the hell this is. It's not a Scotch. No way. It's not peaty. It's got like a little bit of that rubbery kind of thing, but not peat. I'm gonna say rye whiskey. We'll go with it. We'll see what it is. Watch it be freaking Malort. It's been a minute since I've had Malort. That's so familiar. I know I've had that one before. I can't wait to see what that is. I mean, I can. I'd rather not know what that is. But let's go and move on to sample D. So we got 3 more to go. Then we're going to guess the bottles. And then I'm going to get to the results. Oops, that's C. Almost messed up there. For glass D, let me get it poured before I show you. So I feel like I need to rush through these because, like, at some point I'm going to accidentally click the answer key versus the question, and I'm going to actually see the answer. So I'm trying to get through this before Cliffy shows up. So let's go to the nosing questions for D. Is this a finished whiskey? That's not Balcones. No, it's not that kind of funky. Balcones is funky, but it's not the same. Risley whiskey says Patrick. It's not Balcones, guys. It's not. There's no way that's Balcones. It's just weird. Man. All right, so I'm doing sample D. By the way, it's in my Independent Joe glass. Joe, drop your own link. I know you've been dropping my links all night, but drop Joe's link. Y'all go check out his channel. I hope to do a live stream with him in person sometime soon. D, is this a finished whiskey? So D is also weird on the nose. This is almost like Old Potrero on the nose. It's got kind of a little bit of like a musty kind of funk. Not like a rye, not like a rum cask, but I'm going to say, yeah, I'm pretty certain that this D is finished. So I'm going to say, yes, finished. That's also another weird one. I don't want to know what the tasting question on that is. Oh man, that's weird. That's like, the first thing that comes to mind is Old Potrero, which I've only had once ever. All right, let's go ahead and go to the taste question on D. By the way, I'm keeping track of all my answers. I have them over here. So D, name the type of whiskey. Oh gosh. All right, this one's gonna be a weird one too. Oof. Let's go. Also weird. I'm thinking that's Old Potrero. I'm not doing bottle guesses yet, but that's definitely. I'm gonna say that's the rye whiskey because I'm gonna assume that that's the answer. I don't know for sure, but I'm gonna say it's a rye whiskey because that's the question. So let me say rye on that one. The Jephthah picks are sourced though. I actually haven't had Jephthah. I know there's some mixed. There's actually mostly bad opinions on it. I just haven't tried it. Jephthah does have a bourbon I have a pick that's actually really good. Oh, nice. Very cool. So yeah, that's interesting. I forgot that I have to go back through and name these bottles. So let's keep it moving. Halfway through the stream, by the way, if y'all have not yet hit the thumbs up button, does help out a lot. So appreciate all y'all tuning in. So as we do the last 2 samples here, and then we're gonna get to the results after I guess all of these. So let's go ahead and pour sample E. So let's see what our question is on this one. So nosing question E, the distillery. So we're back to naming the distillery. Okay. Okay. I had to clear my palate because those last two are funky and weird. Heather says it's all a bunch of crazy mix mash bourbons. I mean, honestly, maybe. I mean, these are weird. I think knowing Brandon and Spencer, they're probably just messing with me, and these are probably all like really weird and like obscure things that I'll never guess. All right, let's go ahead and nosy. What was the question again? The distillery. Okay, we're back on Earth. We're back in. I don't know if this is Kentucky or not, but we're back on Earth. Okay. Man, that's so familiar, but so something I have not had recently. I think it could be Kentucky, but I'm not 100% sure. Let me know that again. That's familiar. It's familiar, but like not so familiar that I can name it. Yeah, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna be blind here. Sometimes make me think wild turkey, but that can't be right. It's definitely like it's weird. All right, I'm gonna like pass out from the fumes of smelling that. I'm gonna just say wild turkey. It's honestly just a blind guess. I have no idea what sample E is. All right, let's see what the tasting question for that one is. All right, taste question, sample E. What is the proof? Okay, might be able to do a little bit more. Might be able to get a little bit more on the palate, maybe the proof. Whiskey Reaper says, I love how there's so many ladies in the chat tonight. Yes, absolutely. Women of Whiskeys and the channel and the women here tonight are incredible. I'm loving seeing all the diversity in the past couple of years. Keep it up. Let's see more diversity. Let's see more people of different, races, ethnicities, sexualities, gender identity, all that stuff. I love it. I love seeing so much diversity on YouTube, especially in the whiskey world where it's typical, white guy like me doing it. So love seeing all the diversity out here. So cheers to the ladies in the chat and the men and the non-binary. Cheers to everyone. Just play it safe. Just cheers to all the amazing people in the chat and pets and aliens, however you identify. Okay, proof. That's lower than anything I've had tonight. That's so familiar, man. That's a really nice finish on that. So it definitely tastes a little bit finished. I don't think it's wild turkey though. I think that was wrong, but proof. I'm gonna say. Let's try it one more time. That tastes vintage. That tastes like something from like the 80s. I'm gonna say 90 proof. I'll play it safe. Say 90 proof. And then hold on. One more. There we go. All right, sample F. I forgot we had 5 here tonight. This is the last sample tonight. Then we're gonna get to the results. All right, sample F. First of all, you're all saying cheers. Yes, cheers to the people. Well said. Thank you. Love trying to cover all your bases there, including pets and aliens or whatever. What are some of the experiences you're focused on when trying to figure out proof? Chest fill, throat burn, etc. Should I tell this, or would Kira and Cam potentially be watching, and would they try to steal my secret methods? You know what, Regs, ask me that question again next week, and I'll give you how I did it. I don't want to give any hints and pointers to my competitors that may be lurking in the background tonight. Yes, thank you so much for dropping the link to merch. Yes, if you guys want to get your shirts, including a Cliffy Bus shirt made exclusively for Matt Madness, you can go to bourbonbytes.threadless.com. You can get the Do a Barrel Roll shirt that I'm wearing right here. And it's also it also supports the channel too, but appreciate y'all picking up the merch. I keep going out of focus. I'm working with a new camera here, guys. It gives me some problems sometimes. Yeah. I'm very interested in what this is. Did I answer the question? There's nothing in my glass. Wow, y'all. Cliffy's trying to get through these samples really quickly before I get too drunk and just can't remember what I'm doing. But I just nosed an empty glass. So let's go ahead and shit. Fuck. We're good. The phone is okay. It's just dripping with whiskey, and there's still samples left. Holy crap. Oh, I'm not even drunk yet, y'all. I think I'm just like getting like nervous because I'm like, ugh, okay. I'm just trying to like save my iPhone here. Y'all, time to drink because like Cliffy is in the house now. Ugh. You know what? Cliffy will be right back because Cliffy needs napkins because this is getting everywhere. So give me 20 seconds. 20 seconds and I'll be right back. Actually, give me 30 seconds. And we're back. Okay. The day has been saved. It's still a little wet, but I just didn't want that dripping constantly onto my floor the whole time I was like finishing off this sample. So we're mostly cleaned up. The phone is okay. It just got all over the back of the case, honestly, not in the phone or anything. So we are good there. We are all good. Oh no, don't worry. There's no computers were harmed. My iPhone, I'm gonna have to like wipe it off a little bit more when we're done, but oh my gosh, Cliffy Bus is going off the rails. No, I just fumbled with that sample. Ugh. Okay, we're good. Okay, moving to sample F. Before I just spill it all and can't even do this, let's go to the nosing questions. Sample F. What is the proof? Obviously too damn high because because that was a lot. All right, but sample. There's still sample here. Come on now, focus. I'm gonna lock my focus. I'm tired of holding up balls like that. Let's see. Focus. Bam. Okay, should be good now. Should be good. Yeah, there we go. All right. So, cue Cliffy Nurse laughter. I should have brought the roll, honestly. Okay. Sample F. What is the proof? Whew, that was a lot, guys. I'm sorry. Ooh. Smells very appley. I really like this on the nose. Proof. It's really not giving me super high proof, but it definitely smells higher proof than the last one we just had. That smells really good and really weird, but also good. Y'all give me some weird shit. Proof. I'm gonna stick with the 100. I'm gonna go to the 100 proof as well. But that's a safe bet when I can't really detect if it's low or high. It's like right in the middle. 100 is a good middle of the road for me. So we're going for that. All right. Tasting on F for the last sample here. Tasting question. F. Is this finished? Ooh, good question. It smells so weird. This honestly smells like that. What is that slow distillery? The one that you brought over. We did a bunch of them together. But is this finished? That's the question. Let's try it. Is it slow distillery? What is the one? It's the one from San Luis Obispo, that place. That's what this is reminding me of. It tastes pretty young. Is this finished? It's hard to tell. Do I think this is finished or do I think? Okay, Brandon, question for you. Does toasted count as finished? I'm just curious. Because if toasted counts as finished, I'm leaning towards the fact that this is finished. There's like a little bit more oakiness there that I'm not expecting. So that's just a question for Brandon. If toasting counts as finish. Or what do you guys think? That's good though. It tastes a little young, a little crafty, but very, very good. That there's like a nice oaky toastiness there. So I'm just waiting on Brandon's answer on that right there. Slow, thank you. Yeah, I was like slow. That doesn't sound right, but I get it confused with. There's another distillery out of Colorado that also has square bottles. What is that? Is that Lowe's or Laws or something? I get them confused because their bottles look so similar. Whiskey Eyes in the chat. Yeah, I was mentioning. I was over on Whiskey Eyes last night playing some games. Tons of fun. Y'all go check out the replay of that. Toasted is finished. Okay. All right. It can be an answer. Okay, it can be. All right. So I'll say yes. I'll say yes, this is finished. I like how everyone shows up right after I just make a fool of myself, spilling my whiskey everywhere. But we're good. No laptops are harmed. An iPhone, maybe. We'll see. We'll see after the stream. Speaking of after the stream, as always, with my Thursday night live streams, I do an after party for everyone on Patreon that is $10 and up. We do that over on Discord in our VIP lounge for patrons only. If y'all are interested in doing that, like I said, every Thursday night, right after the stream, we have an after party, and Cliffy's definitely going to be there during the after party tonight, so y'all don't want to miss that. But yeah, if y'all can support the show for as little as $2 a month, but the $10 tier is where you get that after party, which is so much fun. I love these guys so much. Nothing draws in more people like drama. Ain't that the truth? All right, so yeah, I'm gonna say yes, finish on that. Okay, time to do bottle guesses. So I'm gonna go through all 6 of these and tell you what I think it is, and then we're gonna reveal the answers and then reveal what the bottles are. So let's go back to A. So A, I said on the nose was Old Forester and its taste was 115. Let's see what I get. Let's see what I guess the bottle is. By the way, this is kind of similar to how Mad Madness works. If y'all have ever been curious, like those of you that haven't competed, this is what goes on in our heads during the game while we're trying to figure out, like, okay, I guess this on the nose and I guess this on the taste. Do I agree when I'm guessing a bottle guess? So I'm just doing it out loud for you guys. Hopefully it's entertaining. Hopefully y'all are having a good time. If so, hit that thumbs up. All right, let's try A. A's the one that I said, like, kind of tastes like Peerless, but now that I'm tasting it, it doesn't taste as high proof as Peerless. Every time I've had Peerless, it's always like drank really hot. I just have a little bit more of A before I guess that one. I said it was 115 proof, but I'm second guessing that now that I've tried the whole flight. I don't think I'm right, but I'm gonna go with my gut. I'm gonna say my bottle guess for A is Peerless Double Oaked. I'm locking that in. Chaotic Cliffy process is entertaining. Oh man, I got so nervous. Like I started like sweating profusely. I'm like, but okay, we're good. Marty's here. Did I miss it? Oh, Marty, good to see you. I think you've been here for a minute. Y'all look at their logos. Like I get them confused seeing them in the chat when they're like little versions of them. But good to see you, Marty. Hope you're doing well. All right, going with my gut. I'm going with my gut, guys. Y'all all said it. All right, B. Let's see what B is. I said it was a wheat whiskey, and I said it was like 120 proof. Is Frey Ranch a wheat whiskey? I wish I knew the answer to that, because that would influence what I think it is. I can't look it up. I can't cheat. That's cheating if I look it up. Someone will say it in the chat in a second. I just feel like, oh man, I feel like they would give me Frey Ranch, because I feel like Brandon remembered that I said I hadn't tried it, because I didn't try it at the meetup. So I could see him sneaking that in there. But it's definitely, to me, I still think it's a wheat whiskey. It could be an Old Elk. That's another one I'm familiar with. That's high proof wheat whiskey. I don't know. Frey Ranch is 4 grain. Oh, so okay. Didn't realize that. Thank you, Joe. I didn't realize that. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna go with Old Elk. I'm gonna say Old Elk wheat whiskey. Also, another one that I haven't had. I've had once, and that's the only reason that's like familiar to me. But Brandon said, "Did you want me to answer the Frey Ranch question?" No, I'm locking in my Old Elk. I could be wrong. I'm locking it in though, just because I'm not familiar with Frey Ranch. So, moving on to C. Oh, that was the weird one, wasn't it? Oh God, C. What would be my guess on C? I've had this before. I've had this, and I can't imagine what it was. It's not Malort. The fact that I'm seriously considering if it's Malort or not is like a problem. I've had this before. Brandon, I've had this before. Oh God, this is so weird. It's like a licorice kind of taste. It's like I'm gonna be so mad when I find this out, because I think I've tried this before. I was gonna be stupid. I'm gonna guess Malort, because it's definitely not Malort, but we're just going with it. It's something that's so weird. It's like in that territory of weirdness. No idea though. Okay, D. Adrena says, wow, curious to know what it is if it's comparing to Malort, right? Me too. Look too dark to me, Malort. It could be. Weirdness is always Alabama, like whiskey. No, I haven't had. You mean like what is it, Haze or what's that one called? Oh, the one that's in Total Wine all the time. Forget what it's called, but it's like the original Alabama whiskey. I haven't had that one. Licorice. Sounds bad. Yeah. All right. D was the one. I'm gonna keep my gut feeling on that one. I thought it was Old Potrero rye. Oh wait, you know what? Could also be Willet rye. Ooh, that's tough. They're both funky ryes. I've had more experience with Willet rye than Old Potrero. I'm gonna say Willet rye. Willet always has a really funky note to me, but I don't know what it is. It's just kind of like a more, I don't know. Have y'all had any Willet products? I haven't had their bourbon. I know they have like the purple top bourbons that are very expensive. I know Spencer has a bottle of that. So, he could have given me that. I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing a Willet rye. That's the only one I'm familiar with. It could be Old Potrero as well, but it's definitely a weird. I'm gonna say Willet rye. Let's just go with that. All right. E was the one that I said was a wild turkey on the nose, and then I said 90 proof, but I also said E tasted vintage. Let's try it again. I'm gonna go with my gut. I'm gonna say like 70s/80s wild turkey bourbon. I don't think it tastes like modern wild turkey. There's something that's vintage about it. And my only experience with vintage whiskey is Jim Beam and wild turkey. Haven't had much other vintage bourbon. I've had some vintage scotches, but this one does not taste like the vintage Jim Beam. That's the only reason I say vintage wild turkey, but I have no idea. All right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Brandon got to try 6 different purple top Willets in Chicago a few years back. Oh man. I'm sure it was amazing. I haven't tried any of the bourbons. Do they have that same kind of funky note that the rye has? I'm curious. Do you really think they'd send you something so expensive? I don't know. You never know. Heather says purple top Willet is good. Yeah, I'd love to try it one day. Clyde Mays. I said Haze. Clyde Mays is like cigar whiskey, just weird. Adriana says I have basic Clyde Mays, awful, but heard some other releases are good. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't had that one. Yeah. Hell no. Wait. Oh, what? Give me something so expensive. That doesn't taste like. Okay, gotcha. I think he's answering. Does it taste like Willet rye? So okay, sounds like it's a lot better. All right, bottle guess on F. I said 100 proof, and I said yes, finished. Let me go back to F. I don't really remember what this tasted like. This is the one that I spilled all over the freaking floor. Man, that's familiar. That's the one that I said tastes like that slow rye, right? Yeah, I think I said like slow rye whiskey. I don't know which finish. Maybe the beer mash or whatever that one was. I would say beer mash because I don't know exactly which ones that was. But Joe said I would say any whiskey. Joe, freaking incredible man over there. He sent me a flight that we did on his channel that included a William LaRue Weller blind, and I was like, before I even knew what it was, I was like, this is like delicious. This is like one of the best things I've ever tried in my life, and obviously it was William LaRue Weller. So this man is very generous. Y'all gotta, Joe, I told you to drop your link earlier. I don't know if you did, but drop your link. Y'all go subscribe to him. Go check out that video after the stream because that was a fun one. It was a few months ago. So, but definitely check that out. All right. So I got my guess. My guesses are locked in. Y'all ready for some results? Let's see how I did. All right. Let's go to sample A. So sample A, the question on the nose was name the distillery. I said Old Forester. The answer for A, dang it. I was freaking, okay. I was thinking Heaven Hill, the first thing. I wish I would have said don't second guess yourself earlier in the chat, because the very first thing, I mean, y'all notice if y'all go back and watch it, I said, desserty. And I was like, that's going to be Heaven Hill. But I was like, but then I started getting banana. And I was like, oh, that's throwing me off. I'm getting banana. Heaven Hill. Wow. I hate to say that, like, I hate that I second guessed myself there and I went for the banana fruitiness. Dang it. Oh, man. Heaven Hill was my first guess, but I changed my mind. I didn't say it out loud, so y'all could think I'm just bullshitting. But no, I'm serious. It was my first guess. Okay, so I did not get a point for nose. All right, on A, the tasting question was, what is the proof of this whiskey? I said 115. Let's see. So A, the taste question was 110 proof. Okay, not too far off. What is it? If I'm within 5 points, I get like 1 point. And then if I'm like, it counts its way up, I'll give myself 1 point for that, because I did say 115. So I got 1 point so far. Doing great. Man. Okay. So sample B. Let's see. Sample B, you asked, the nose question was, what is this? What type of whiskey is this? I said a wheat whiskey. Let's go and see what sample B was on the nose. Was this a wheat whiskey? Oop. Yeah, there we go. Nose answers. Oh, no. I was wrong. Oh, my gosh. It's a rye whiskey. What? Oh, I'm so confused of what B is. Okay. All right, let's keep it going. So you asked the proof on the taste for sample B. I said 120. Let's see what the proof was on sample B. 126.66 proof. So I'm aiming like the first one I aimed high. This one I aimed low. I don't get any points for that. I was more than 5 off. Wow. Okay. Oof, not doing too well so far. All right. We'll do the bottle reveals in a second. All right. On sample C, you asked the proof on the nose. I said 100 proof. Let's see. The nose was 94 proof. I was a little bit off, so I did not get a point there. I was 6 away from guessing that one. Okay. All right. Not too awful, but not close. Close only counts in, what is it? Something in horseshoes. I don't remember. What is that phrase? Y'all tell me. All right. So did not get a point there. And then on taste, I said it was a rye whiskey. Let's see what the taste was. What? American single malt. Huh. That was the one that I guess was Malort. What on earth is this? American single malt. Man, I have no idea. Oh, man, I am not doing too hot. Oof. B proof. Oh, hold on. So there was the typo. Sorry on my answer card. So B's proof was 116.62. So there's just a typo in the answer. Okay, so how many points do I get? So that's, I guess, 120. So I was like, I'm going to give myself 2 points for that, because, like, the percentage there. I'm going to get 2 points proof on that. Okay. Yay. We're not doing awful. All right, so 3 points so far. Horseshoes and hand grenades. Thank you. I knew my fellow South Carolinian would help me with that. Thank you, Adriana. And everyone else. I see Perry, Donnie, Mark Vasco. By the way, welcome, Mark. Good to see you. High West. Ooh, could be High West. I don't know. Yeah, that's the role I'm going with. So I'll give myself 2 points on that one. Just a little pat on the back there as I go all freaking Tarzan. All right. Let's go ahead and move on to D. So D, the question on the nose was, is it finished? Let's find out. So I said, yes, it was finished. Let's find out. It was not finished. Oh boy. Tomorrow's going to be a mess, y'all. Okay. More of a mess than the spilled whiskey all over my desk. So that was not finished. Okay. On the palate, you asked what type of whiskey is this? I said a rye whiskey. Let's see. So that is D. Rye whiskey. We get a point. So let's see. I give myself a point for D. That's 1 point. I didn't get any points on C. All right. So F, our final sample. On the nose, you asked the proof. I said 100 proof. I was off. It was 93 proof. Man, I got to narrow down those proofs. They're all like, nothing's like crazy off and wrong, but they're not close enough to get me points in the real Map Madness. So I'll keep that in mind. All right. And then on taste, you asked, is it finished? I said, yes, finished. Let's see. Nope, not finished. No points on sample F. Oh boy, I am not doing well. Oh wait, did I skip F? Did I skip E? Okay, my bad. I skipped E. So no points on sample F. Thank you, Donnie. I appreciate the help. Cliff is kicking in now. Okay, sample E on nose. You asked the distillery. I said Wild Turkey. Let's see. E sample E nose answers. Oh, A. Smith Bowman. You know what? I have not had any A. Smith Bowman. That's really interesting. So yeah, this one was weird to me. This one was super weird. It tastes like a vintage whiskey. So I was wrong there. I said Wild Turkey. Then on palate, you asked the proof on E. I said 90. 100 proof. So I was really off on that one too. Okay, so I was like, I got to work on my proof in the next day. Don't know how that's going to happen, but oh man. All right, no points there either. So if it's within 10 proof points, you get 1 point. Then it's more if it's closer. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm just making up the points. The points don't really matter here. But it sounds like I would have gotten a good bit more points if that was the rules for Map Madness. But we're going on my rules. I said within 5, you get a point. But good to know. Good to know. Maybe I'll do okay tomorrow. If you get a 10-point flexibility, I maybe would do a little bit better. Brandon says we are still friends, right? I don't know, man. We're about to find out what these bottles are, because then we'll decide if we're friends. Okay. So bottle guess. Y'all ready for those answers? If it's within 4, it's 3 points, and 5 if it's correct. Gotcha. Okay. Good to know. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. I'm killing it. Not exactly. At least you know ADHD isn't giving a Ferrari away. Oh man, dude, I would have like practiced way harder if there was like there is a prize, like the honor of being YouTube's top whiskey taster, but no pressure. All right, so bottle guesses. I guessed A. I said it was a Peerless Double Oaked. Let's find out what A was, shall we? All right, A was Pikesville Rye. What? I haven't had Pikesville in forever. Wow. That's crazy. Well, I was really wrong with that. Good old Pikesville. I love Pikesville too. It's just been a minute since I've had it. That oak, to me, that has way more oak on it than I would expect from a Pikesville. Huh. Good to know. All right. So B, I guessed was an old elk wheat whiskey. To me, it tastes like a wheat whiskey. I wasn't sure what it was. The answer for bottle on sample B was Woodinville Cask Strength 100% Rye Whiskey. I was really off on that one. I was picking up like a softness to it that I associated with wheat. I got the fact that it was crafty. That was one that I described as crafty. But it was Woodinville. Holy crap. Did not know that. All right. Let's move on to C, sample C. Brandon says, I thought you were going to get that one being your favorite. Yeah, I honestly did not know. Y'all talking about the Heaven Hill? Yeah, the larceny. Why did I say larceny? The Pikesville. Yeah, it was definitely not the typical Heaven Hill profile that I'm used to. Not the Elijah Craig, not the Hidden McKenna, or even some of their other larceny things like that. It wasn't that profile at all. That's why I didn't get it. But I still didn't get it. Brandon says, blame the Starkeys for that bottle. Distillery only. Oh wow, that was good. It was definitely tasted crafty, but I would have never guessed Woodinville. Very cool. All right, sample C. My guess was Malort. What was sample C? Shall we find out what sample C was? Let's do it. Sample C was, oh my God. I knew I'd had it before. I knew it was weird. I said, I've had this before. It's like weird. I was thinking I was honestly thinking at the finish. I was like, this is some kind of like weird, like sour fruit or something. So if you don't know, St. George Baller is a single malt whiskey, but it is finished in like fermented plum wine casks. It's a very, very odd, strange whiskey. I have a bottle of it. I've done a review of it on the channel, and I knew that tasted familiar. I said Malort because I honestly had no idea what that was. Wow. Okay. So got that one wrong. Okay, the next one, sample D. This is the one that I first said was like Old Potrero Rye, but I was like, oh, it's a little more familiar. Maybe it's Willet Rye. So I was like, I'll just do Willet Rye. Sample, let's see. The answer for sample D was, are you fucking kidding me? Literally, my first instinct was that this was Old Potrero Rye whiskey. And I was like, no, I've only had that once. Maybe it's not that one. Maybe it's Willet Rye. I've had that more often. They're both kind of funky. I'm so mad. I'm so mad right now. Oh my God. The whole time I was tasting it, I was like, this is Old Potrero. This is Old Potrero. And then like last minute, I was like, no, that's Willet. Dang. Oh man, I would have got so many points for that. Oh, I'm so mad. So mad. Oh, man. Yup. Go with your gut, damn it. That is what I switched from. Always go with my first thought. Oh my gosh. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Okay, I gotta keep going though. I can't get down. Man, I would have had that spot on. Okay, keep it going. Sample E. This is the one that I guessed was 70s or 80s wild turkey. It just tasted somewhat familiar, but I had no idea. Sample E was, yeah, we learned earlier it was A. Smith. Yeah, so John J. Bowman single barrel bourbon. I have not tried that ever before. That was definitely a unique flavor profile. Good to know, though. If I taste something vintagey, it might be that one. It's really good to know. All right. So F, I said, was slow rye whiskey. It tasted, Brandon and I did a stream together a while back ago, and it was a bunch of California rye whiskeys. And this reminded me of that stream. So I was like, I'm trying a bunch of slow products. But I see what the answer is now. And I wasn't too far off because this was refined rye whiskey, which is another California rye whiskey. We actually tried it for the first time that same night that I tried that slow whiskey. So I had the memory from that actual like stream, but I was confusing it with a different whiskey. So not as mad at myself about that. I feel like, you know what? I was literally referencing something that happened the same night that I tried that bottle. Oh, I am mad though. I definitely thought this was the slow. So, y'all want to know my final score? Adriana says, just apply these lessons tomorrow and subtract 5 from your poor guesses. Yeah, or add 5 occasionally. Yeah, the proof were all over the place. So my score, based on my scoring system tonight, was a 4 out of whatever it could have been. So not great. Not awful, but also not great. Heather says, gut, silly Cliffy. I know. And Adriana says, holy crap, you're going to crush this. I hope so. Like, some of these y'all can kind of see, like, why I was thrown off or, like, why I thought I said certain answers. Like, I mean, there's no excuse for me changing freaking Old Potrero to Willet and then, like, being upset about that. Like, I should have gone with my gut. Y'all have been telling me all along, go with your gut. Should have gone with that. I shouldn't have changed that. Same with on the nose. When I first thought I got on A, the first thing on the nose, I thought it was Heaven Hill. Because I was like, oh, this smells like desserty and like yummy. But I was like, oh, wait, there's banana. Maybe it's Old Forester. Should have gone with my gut there as well. So, man, only four points, but this was just practice. Tomorrow's the real deal. So, oh man, I'm so excited. When is the tournament live? It is tomorrow night. I'm on the second half of it, so it's a double header. So the first round, it starts at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. My round is at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. That's when I go on. Joe dropping the link there. Thank you so much, Joe. Appreciate you so much, man. But ADHD rules, you've had higher, and you had it'd be a decent Matt Madness score. Very good point, Adriana. Got to keep that in mind because I only gave myself points if it was within 5 proof points. And I also see my aunt is tuning in from Facebook. Hey, Aunt Kathy, good to see you. Are you drunk? Well, I have just had 6 whiskeys, trying to do a bit of training for I have a whiskey tasting competition tomorrow night. So I will say I am thoroughly drunk by this point, but we're wrapping up now. So I'm going to go hang out with my patrons and then we're going to sleep it off. So, but good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. It's always good to have family in, but not when you're drunk and you feel guilty about it, but good to see you. Swan says there was some weird ass ones in there. You didn't say ass. I don't know why I threw ass in there. There were some weird ones in there. No worries, my man. By the way, Frey Ranch has 100% wheat whiskey and 100% oat whiskey. So it could have very well been Frey Ranch. Thank you for letting me know that, Brandon. Whole flight was weird AF. My aunt says, good to see you. Good to see you too. Thank you so much for, it's late there. Why are you up? Not drunk, training. There you go. This was a tough flight. It really was. But hey, thank you so much, Brandon. Thank you so much, Spencer. I almost said Swan. I mean, thank you, Swan, for being here, but also thank you, Spencer, for the stream. Thank y'all so much for watching. This has been so much fun. If you're watching on Facebook, make sure to like the page before you leave. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to subscribe down below. If you want to see my follow-up stream after I do either really well or really bad tomorrow night. But thank y'all again so much for watching. Patrons, I'll see you over on Discord for the after party. Same place as normal on Thursday nights. But I hope the rest of y'all have a wonderful night. Wish me luck tomorrow. Say a little prayer for me that I do a little bit better and I don't spill the samples tomorrow night like I did tonight. But this was so much fun, and y'all being here, seriously, fun one. Yes, cheers. See y'all tomorrow. Cheer on the Cliffy bus. Oh yeah, well, I'll end with this. The Cliffy bus is coming. Cheers. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Bye. This is special. This is a barrel aged old fashioned. So they actually put this in a barrel, put it back into the rick house at Buffalo Trace. Like, that's pretty cool.
It smells the best out of all three of them so far because it reminds me of the bourbon, like a whiskey.
This to me does smell as an old fashioned really should.
You're right.
It doesn't have
Spirit
a whole
forward.
lot. It's spirit forward.
It's like orange peel. It's
It's
really
nice.
nice on the nose. So
Yeah.
cheers, you guys.
Cheers.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Thursday night live stream. My name is Clifton, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes. We're not doing bourbon tonight, though, so sorry if I'm disappointing you. You can leave the stream now. Just kidding. We have some really exciting Japanese rice whiskeys tonight, which until today, I didn't really know was a thing. So I'm super excited to get into those. First of all, I don't want to do a couple shout outs to people here in the chat. I saw Fred was here earlier. Fred is asking for Steven. Fred, did you ever hit up Steven on Discord? Because he needs to be here. What's up, Bourbon Baller? Good to see you. Brandon, amazing mod here, keeping track of things tonight. Thank you, Brandon, for tuning in. Brandon's actually a guest on my podcast coming out tomorrow. If you guys didn't know, I launched a podcast a week and a half ago. So if you're not yet following the Bourbon Bytes podcast, it's available wherever you get your podcasts. New episodes drop every Friday. So Brandon is the special guest for this week's episode. It's kind of funny because the topic of rice whiskey actually comes up in that episode. And I'm like, rice whiskey? I've never even heard of that. So it's going to be a little awkward that comes out the day after this stream, but we recorded that before I knew what we were drinking tonight. So just want to precursor that, but you guys tune into that. Don Nishida is here. He said, just for a little bit, aloha, Don, all the way from Hawaii. Let's see. I see Emily Chambers, another mod here. Thank you so much for tuning in, Emily. And yes, make sure to hit the like button because it's going to be a really fun stream tonight. Donnie's like, well, I'm out of here. Oh, because non-bourbon. Oh, Donnie, I know you appreciate other whiskeys. Adriana says, hello. By the way, Whiskey Mountain's another incredible channel. Hello on my phone. Might be lurking a little bit, but want to see what's up with this non-bourbon stuff. Nick Proman is also in the house. Well, cheers, you guys. Thanks for tuning in. And well, now's a great time to bring on our guest. Sam is here. Sam was a guest on a previous stream. So check out the replay of that one. But while Sam's in the house, let's go ahead and welcome our guest tonight. Please welcome Chris Udy, also from Impex Beverages. Chris, welcome.
Hello. I can't get my hand in the screen. How y'all doing?
Wait, hold on. Is this better? There we go. More room.
You'll notice one side's blurry and the other one isn't, and that's just because I got my computer
Is that an
fixed
effect,
clearly.
or is that just like how your camera is?
That's the camera is a reflection of the self, and I'm half clear.
Well, Chris, thank you so much for coming on. Chris is the vice president of Impex Beverages and a bit of a Japanese whiskey expert, I would say. he like shrugged. I was like, I don't know about that, but
I drank a lot of them.
He's on Instagram as Whiskey Redhead. So you guys make sure to follow him. I'll put the link to it down below for his Instagram. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on.
No, thanks for having me. So a couple things. Whiskey Redhead with no E in it.
Yes.
Because if you got an E in it, that's going to be a cat. And two, before we even get started, what else are you and Brandon going to talk about on your podcast next week?
So my podcast is a bit of whiskey news and gaming news combined. So this week we're talking about the Lux Row $4 million expansion they just announced. I'm drinking Blood Oath Pact 7, and then we're talking about the new Call of Duty game that just came out, that comes out tomorrow.
Right on, man. Right on. So now everyone knows what they're tuning in for.
Yeah. But he does mention rice whiskey because he actually there's a distillery down in Oceanside, California, that's doing some experimenting with rice whiskey. Brandon, what's the name of that distillery? I can't remember what it was, but yeah, it's interesting. I've never heard of that, at least done here in America, other than like Jim Beam has their brown rice series as well.
Well, San Diego Distillery did some rice whiskey stuff. There's one called Vin in Oregon, and then there's another one that came out of Florida called Whistle. I can't remember what it's called. Whistle something or another. I got a bottle in my office, and I was looking at it yesterday, and if my memory wasn't half blurry, I'd be able to tell you. But it's actually a trend that more people are kind of picking up and going with nowadays.
That's awesome. I've actually never had it, so this is going to be a real treat tonight. I see a comment from Don earlier. He said he thinks he met Chris when he was in Hawaii. Did a tasting with Oishi-san?
Yeah, so it's funny. So you see in the name there, Don's actually spelled his name correctly, Oishi-san. So it's you can spell it O-I-S-H-I, or you can spell it O-H-I-S-H-I.
Oh,
like
gotcha.
Otani.
So that's like the more Americanized spelling of it, though.
It's either. It's just because it's in Japan it would be written in kanji. Here, let me show you.
Mm-hmm.
So in Japan, it would be written in kanji like this, and this is, if I can do this, O means big, and Ishi means stone. So his name is Large Stone.
Okay.
But when you translate that to Romanji, where you write it in our alphabet, you can write it either OH or O or even OO. So it's just one of those things. So on his business card it says one way, but the distillery says another way, even though it's the same family for 6 generations now. But back to what Don was saying, he did absolutely meet me in Hawaii with Oishi-san, and we used to pre-pandemic. Sam's watching this. It's going to be funny. We used to like to convene there because it's short for both him to get there and for me to get there, and we could do in-store demos and meet a lot of folks and have a really good time. So our repertoire was to get up early and go snorkeling. We actually have a thing where we've managed to see a sea turtle every time we've been on the island together. So we'd go snorkeling, then we do some rides then we do a demo in the evening, and then we'd go drink beer after that, because he always wants to try different American beers when he's over here. And it was a fun time. So Don, thank you for being there and grabbing a bottle and supporting that, because it definitely helps to justify what were my frequent trips to Hawaii that I can't do quite right now, but hopefully again soon.
I feel you. Don is a great guy. Actually, last time I was in Hawaii, I actually went over to his house and we drank a lot of whiskey. So he's awesome. Steven's here. We were talking about you earlier, Steven. Fred was looking for you. He's here in spirit. He has some tests tomorrow. Okay, well, Steven, good luck on the test. Watch the replay.
Yeah, man. Study hard and drink the whiskey later. But should we go ahead and have a whiskey and
let's go ahead
and dive into
start
it?
With the Oishi sherry.
Yeah, let's do the sherry and the Isla side by side. It's gonna be
okay,
fun.
Perfect. So you have the bottles of these. So if you want to show them so people can know what to look for in the stores.
I do. So I think we're doing the Oishi Sherry 8-year first.
Yes.
And that is this one. This is what it looks like in the box. And then the Oishi Isla Cask, I actually don't have a box of it, but they look like this. Same thing. It says Isla Cask finish. And
so tell us a little bit about this. So you mentioned Oishi-san, which I imagine is the master distiller or the owner of the distillery. So what's their story? I actually have never heard of the brand until, of course, you introduced me to it.
Yeah, so the distillery dates back to 1872, and it's located in a town called Mizukamimura in the prefecture of Kumamoto, Japan, which is in the south. If you were actually to take a latitude line and draw it from where the distillery is, you would hit North Georgia North Georgia, Tennessee area. It's like same flora, fauna. They got blackberries and blueberries and watermelon, and hot and humid in the summer, and then cool and dry in the winter. Maybe one day of snow if you're lucky. And so you get really good barrel contraction and expansion, which pulls the distillate in and out of the staves of the oak. So you get really good maturation or oak influence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the distillery is. Like less than 2,500 people. There's nothing there. Like there's no pollution. You can pull the fish out of the river and eat them raw. You can shoot the deer in the woods and eat them raw too if you want. It just is what it is. And it's great. Like the family is historically a shochu producer, and shochu is a distilled spirit in Japan that dates back to 1546. Mm-hmm. And back then, they started making shochu from rice, and then they moved on to making it from barley, from potato. They use buckwheat, they use soba, they use a whole bunch of different styles to make shochu, but it's just more of the indigenous spirit of Japan as far as distillation goes, and that's what their family historically did. And they used to bottle really dark colored shochus until it was outlawed in the late 90s. And so what we are actually drinking would have been considered to be a shochu back in the 70s, but now it's not, because now for a shochu to be bottled, it has to have a majority of the color removed. The way that they can test it is they actually shoot it with a beam of light, and if it reflects too many photons back or whatever it is, it disqualifies it to be categorized as that. And so
wow.
And that's why we
so like it's the
whiskey.
opposite of adding color into a bottle. You're like stripping it out.
Yeah. So these are the natural color of the whiskeys.
Our friend Whiskey Mountain says, "LOL, I'm not an expert," but then goes on to drop knowledge like an absolute boss.
Like I said, I've had a lot of them.
That's so cool. So like I said, I've never had a rice whiskey, and I was doing a little bit of, I would say, research, Googling before this. And is it true that in Japan they can't call this a whiskey? They have to call it a shochu?
Yeah, no, they don't. They can't call it shochu either. Otherwise,
right, because the color.
Yeah, so it's not. It just isn't. It no,
doesn't
you
exist.
can't, and it doesn't have to do with the rice. There has been whiskey made from rice in Japan. It has to do with a tax license issue.
Gotcha.
So, Suntory, originally that was the misconception, is people said we can't use rice as a grain in Japan, but Suntory released a whiskey made from rice, which clearly if they've done it, then you're allowed to. But it's really a tax law issue. In where they are located, if they were on a different island, they would be able to get a tax license for whiskey without much of a headache. But because of where they are, they have to build an entire new facility, and even then, they're not guaranteed one. So they're kind of trying to work on it, but it's been worked on for a while now, and it still hasn't quite come to fruition. But as an export market, it works, because in the United States, the way we define whiskey, this hits all the categories, right?
Gotcha. Just getting caught up with the chat real quick before we get into these whiskeys. Aaron says, "Evening all, pouring some I'm always gonna mess up the pronunciation. Fukano. Okay, thank you. Man, I haven't even drank yet today. What the heck? Well, cheers, Aaron. Thank you for tuning in. Brandon says, the name of the distillery that's doing the rice whiskey is called Oceanside Distillery. I guess that makes sense. They're in Oceanside.
So there's 2 distilleries that are doing it now. Perfect.
Wow, that's awesome. Cool. So let's go ahead. So the first one is a sherry cask. You said it's 8 years old. I know someone was asking me on Discord if it was the 8 years. So it's good to know that this is the 8-year one. So hopefully they're drinking it along with us. So yeah, should we get into this?
Yeah, go for it. You tell me. So this is kind of exciting, right? Because this is a new category for you, and you drink a lot of bourbon, and just tell everyone what you're getting.
Ooh, it's really sweet on the nose. I mean, I think it could be like a bit of the sherry, but it could also just be. I mean, dang, that smells really good. Like, it's one of the best things I love about Japanese whiskey just in general is, like, I feel like they focus really intensely on like the aromas and like the nosing of whiskeys, and I think this is no exception on that.
Yeah. So as you're enjoying it, I'll take you through a little bit more. So from what I've been made to understand, now remember I'm a white dude from the southeast of the United States, so I can't speak what it is to be Japanese or anything. But from what I've been made to understand when drinking in Japan with friends over there, is that it's more of a balanced approach to everything, right? So you definitely focus on the nose, the mid palate, the finish, but you also focus on things that maybe we don't talk about in the United States. So in the United States, we talk about smooth, sweet, oaky, molasses, cherry, vanilla, dark dried fruits, all of that stuff. But in Japan, they'll also talk about sour or bitter or sharp, or like, and they'll try to incorporate that as part of the complete experience. So it's not uncommon to see tasting notes in Japan where they mention bitter, even whereas it's something you would never say about a whiskey. Even if it had it in it, you just wouldn't say it. The marketing department would say no.
We just say tannic.
Yeah, you can say there you go. So you can see where it's a different approach to it, and it's more from being built from the center out, so more spherical in nature, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So like with what you have in your glass now, definitely some sweetness. That is all the sherry cask, and we can go in that a little bit as far as the proof that it goes into the cask and what it extracts because of that. But
so was it
cask,
entirely in sherry casks?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Oloroso sherry casks.
Gotcha.
And,
I'm excited to try it. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers, man. Cheers. But then you might notice umami as well, and then that little bit of sake-esque quality which comes from the rice.
Oh wow, you mentioned like a sake quality. Absolutely. Yeah. So that's really my experience with rice spirit is sake. Donnie asked a good question. He said, "Is shochu in Japan similar to soju in Korean?" Because I've had soju. I don't think I've had shochu.
Yeah, so there's similarities there, but it is different as well. So Korean soju is more akin to vodka, if you will. Like it can be distilled at a super high proof and like on a massive industrial scale with refractor stills and just kind of blazing it out. That's why it can be at the price it is. And with shochu, they're actually governed by different regions and different geographic indications. So like the Kumashochu region is a global recognized region where only 28 distilleries exist, and they have to follow certain rules to be part of the Kumashochu region. So like, for an example, this is all made with locally grown rice. Everything that's in the glass came from around the distillery. Oisan grows 30% of it himself, and the other 70% comes from local farmers. And if you go to another island like Iki Island, IKI, they will use typically 2/3 barley and 1/3 rice, and that's what their indication is for what they're making for their shochu. And it's a lot of times it'll be a lot of times it's pot distilled, and they'll use reduced pressure pot distillation and regular pressure pot distillation, which is technology that you don't really think about outside of their world. So reduced pressure distillation is where they actually create a vacuum inside the still, and it lowers the vaporization point of the ethanol, so you get more of the floral notes, more of the aromatics, and you don't have to heat the spirit up so high to harvest the ethanol off of it, or heat the wash up so high to harvest the ethanol off of it. So they're not far apart from each other, but they're also kind of not the same, if you will. Soju is more of a cross between shochu and like an industrial distilled vodka, whereas shochu is more of a craft product that's done by 850 distilleries in Japan that all have their own rules that they follow for their regions.
Gotcha. I was just checking Instagram. I put a poll up asking if anyone has ever tried rice whiskey before. Apparently 82% of y'all have tried it before. So I'm sorry, I'm the only one that's not tried rice whiskey before. But I guess I would describe, if I were to describe this to someone like me that didn't really know what to expect, it's so similar to sake in terms of flavor. It's like if you put sake in oak and then you amped up the proof by like a lot. Like to me, it has that same sweetness, that same, like you said, umami kind of flavor. Like it's got the richness of that, but it's like with the oak, takes it to a whole new level. I'm a big fan of that one.
Oh, thanks. Well, let's hope you go across all four, because the other thing about this type of distillation, these type of whiskeys, is that they are basically the Skittles of whiskey. Within this one category, you get all different types of flavors depending on the cask, depending on who made it. Like it's kind of a fun new Wild West, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Who was the guy that said they were out? It's like, it's not bourbon, I'm out.
It was a couple people, but they stuck around. They're still here. So it was Donnie and Brandon.
So what we say, Donnie and Brandon, is you're knocking out bourbon, right? Because bourbon's great. Like I'm from the Southeast. I love it. It's a delicious spirit. So don't try to out bourbon. Let bourbon be what it is and expand what whiskey can be. And that's what these are supposed to do, right? Like Scotch is Scotch, bourbon is bourbon. You got your rye whiskeys, like just expand that pie of what whiskey can be and have some fun with it. And then I think that's the way to kind of look at it.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, that's kind of what I've done with my channel. I mean, I started out just doing bourbon, but I love trying new things. It's always been something I just in general, like with food, whiskey, whatever. So to me, I get excited about trying new things. That's why I really haven't done too much Japanese whiskey in general on this channel. But now I'm getting a little excited. Maybe I should do more some Japanese whiskey, because now I'm wondering how much impact the actual sherry oak had on it, and I think we'll find out with this next one. Because this next one, if you have the bottle of that you want to show, it's Isla casks.
Yeah, so here we go. Isla cask.
Donnie says we were just teasing. I know, Donnie, I know.
So this is the whiskey, and it's a Isla cask finish. And just real quick back to bourbon. Like, bourbon's always changing as well. So you can do a million shows about bourbon and have some fun with it, because it's always like, it's different 10 years ago than what it is now. It'll be different in 5 years. But this Isla cask, so what it is, it's a finish. So we are 6 to 7 years in sherry and brandy casks. And then the last 1 to 2 years are in ex-Isla cask. So basically the cask held an Isla whiskey in it for X amount of time. That whiskey was removed, and the residual of that smoky Isla whiskey is left into the cask for this whiskey to be matured in. So when you pick it up and you nose it,
it's far less sweet.
It's far less sweet. That's right. It's just slightly bitter.
There you go. I was gonna say it's not smoky in like a peaty way. To me, it's like almost like a little, I guess, ashy is a way that I would describe it. It's like a campfire that's just been put out.
Yeah, now taste it. And then you get more of the ash, and then
I was about to say that's very ashy, but not in a bad way.
But then on the finish, the smoke comes back in, and then you get like this nice toasted marshmallow note. Like roasted marshmarshmallows, you get a little bit of marzipan.
Don't tempt me with that. These guys know that's my favorite note in a whiskey. Toasted.
Is that right?
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
yeah. Especially like the people that are doing like toasted barrel releases, like Michter's toasted barrel. Oh my god, I love toasted marshmallow in a whiskey. I do. I absolutely. That's so different. And you said the only difference is that this is aged in addition to the sherry or the brandy that it starts at. It's finished in an Isla cask. Yeah, and it impacts the flavor that much.
Same guy, same distillation style, same fermentation style. Everything's the same. The only difference is that it's a combination of sherry and brandy, and finish says last 12 to 24 months in the Isla cask.
I'm just so shocked that it took on so much of that flavor. It doesn't take on, I would say, for people that are like, because there are people here that are scared of peat. I don't think it tastes peaty. It takes more of the smoky and the, I guess, ashy kind of note, which is a note that I do enjoy on peated scotches.
This is the segue drug. Clifton.
Yeah.
This is like,
yeah, it definitely is a good way to ease yourself into it. I saw a couple questions come in. One's about Fukano. Fukano, is that right?
Fukano.
I'm pronouncing I'm putting the accent on the
right. No, you're good.
But we'll get onto that. Aaron, I'll save your question for when we get onto that whiskey. Fred's asking how do I feel about rice whiskeys from Okinawa? I have no idea, Fred. So I imagine that's a question for this guy. I bought one and compared it to these two, and I feel like I can taste the black koji, and I don't.
So Fred knows what he's talking about. So all right, I'll take you through it.
Okay.
Well, I tell you what, Fred, is there another question you want to do first? Because Fred's questions is a pretty extensive rabbit hole we're going to go down, which we're going to absolutely do. But is there another one you want to do before we get to this one? Because this is like a long statement.
You know what? Now might be a good time for this one, only because it'll be a good segue once that's done to get into Aaron's question about the Fukano.
Okay, perfect. So, like I said, Fred knows what he's talking about. So these whiskeys are fermented in a different way. So when you go to make whiskey, let's just take it all the way back to the beginning. Everyone thinks that when you go to make whiskey, you take a grain, you pitch a yeast to it, and you ferment it, and then you're done, which is true, but it's not exactly the way it works, because the yeast can't just devour that grain on its own. It needs enzymes to help it digest the grain and actually have a healthy fermentation process. And so in Scotch whiskey, that's what malted barley is. You malt the barley, and it creates an enzyme called alpha amylase, which helps with the fermentation process of the starches and sugars within the barley. In bourbon, you do the same thing. So that's why you have malt as part of the grain bill in bourbon. Mm-hmm. Or what they'll do is if they don't have enough malted barley in the mash bill, then they will pitch enzymes to it to help the fermentation kick off that way. Mm-hmm. Or if you hear someone do like a 95 rye, then they probably added some enzymes to it,
right?
To help that fermentation along. Well, what these distilleries do is they use a compound called koji, and it's got a history of about 8,000 or 9,000 years in food. And the lack of really, it's called koji, but it's Aspergillus orgeat. And the lack of translation, there isn't the best thing for an English translation would be a mold. But before you freak out, everybody has had it. Like if you've had soy sauce, you've had a koji produced product.
Okay.
If you've had miso soup at a sushi restaurant, you've had a koji produced product. Like koji is used in a lot of things. And what some places are now doing, they're actually using koji as they're sprinkling it, like doing dry aging of beef or like a tenderizing of vegetables, because it adds a lot of umami to the cuisine. And what it does for fermentation is it gives you the enzyme that really helps with the fermentation to kick off. So the way that that's right, Aaron's got it dead on, the flavor enhancer. So the way it really works is you take your rice, you steam it, and then you put it into your first fermentation tank. And a lot of those will be underground in clay tanks, or if they're doing more of a larger batch, they might use one that's above ground. But then they pitch koji rice to it. So actually, I'm sorry, you got to go back before. You take steamed rice, you put it into your koji room, and you sprinkle koji seed on it. You let it sit for 40 hours, and that causes the koji to sprout, and it gives you the Aspergillus orgeat, the enzyme you need for that healthy fermentation. Then you take that koji rice and you put it into a fermentation tank, and you add some yeast to it, and then you let that sit for 7 days, and that gives you your starter, which is your moromi. The same thing, sake is the same way. And so after 7 days, you have your moromi, or your primary fermentation. You will take that, and then you will move it over into a much larger fermentation tank, add a lot more steamed rice and a lot more water, or you can add barley, you can add whatever grain you want. And then that starter will help to consume the steamed rice that you've added, and then you let that sit for another 14 days. So fermentation time on these whiskeys is 21 plus days to take it from 0% all the way up to about 18% alcohol by volume. And then they'll run it through the still. So what I think it was what Fred, right? Yeah. So what Fred was talking about is black koji, and in Kumamoto they use white koji. Sake they'll use yellow koji, and then in Okinawa they use black koji, because they make a thing down there called awamori. And awamori is like a shochu, but it's a native Okinawan spirit, because Okinawa predates Japan. Like distillation actually got there even before it got into Japan back, but it was a thing called the Ryukyu Kingdom. And they use black koji for their fermentation. So what those whiskeys are is basically they're barrel-aged awamoris that are bottled as whiskey for export market as well. And black koji gives you it has a very pungent aroma. It has a very strong aroma to it. And it's a polarizing one. Some people love it, some people don't. It just is what it is. And that's what he's referring to there. So if you have that side by side with a white koji whiskey, then it's just two very different things. So he knows what's up, and it's a fun thing to try, right? Like expand the pie. You're not going to like everything. You're not going to love everything. Just expand the pie.
Oh, that's super interesting. And as Adriana said, she's like, he's not an expert, but he can basically give a PhD defense on it.
Just don't Google nothing.
There you go. I see a couple other questions coming. We're going to get to this in a second. I do want to say a couple shout outs to people that are just now coming in. I see Slapshot. Welcome, Slapshot. Of course, Jen Ardolino and Cheech Ardolino. Cheech is an amazing mod, always doing the good work there, telling me to hit the bell button if you're new here, and hit subscribe and the thumbs up while you're at it. Cheers to you, Cheech and Jen. Thank y'all for tuning in, and Slapshot as well. And Rob M. Rob M just said he just started to dip my toes in scotch. Purchased 3 bottles, Dalmore 12, Glenfiddich 12, and Lefroy 10, leaning towards the Isla. Anxious to take the next step in the peat direction. See, that's what we were saying earlier, though. We're encouraging experimenting, taking a step out of your comfort zone. And cheers to you, Rob.
Yeah, those are 3 great whiskeys, by the way, to get to have some fun tastings with and to share with friends.
Absolutely.
You get the smoke, you get a little bit of sherry cask, and then with the Glenfiddich, you get a lot of bourbon oak influence.
And Fred was saying, Chris is a man after my own heart. Love to nerd out. Thank you. Yep, it came across kind of negatively to me, but maybe I was just expecting the mainland style.
Yeah, you know what, Fred? If there was meant to be one whiskey, that if someone real rich and real smart would have figured it out by now. It's all relative, right? That's why there's so many whiskeys. And it's like on any given day, it could change depending on what you've done that day.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of other whiskeys, let's move on to the second one. It's kind of like a 2-for-1. So we had the brand, the Ohishi. I'm so bad at pronouncing things. And now we're moving
You're doing great.
Fukano.
Yeah, Fukano.
So they're both from the same island, correct? But they're different distilleries?
They're from the same. They're 23 miles apart from each other.
Okay, so they're super close.
They're down the street. They're neighbors. Yeah. So, but they're also they're from a town called Hideyoshi, and they are 30,000 people in that town. And that distillery dates all the way back to 1823, when there's 7 generations. When however many generations ago, the Fukano-san of that time came. He was buying rice for the Fukuoka government, and got down there and said, you know what, this place is beautiful. I'm out. And he packed up his family and he left and he moved down there. And by the way, one of the things I like to do, and this is important, is you know, I like to blend them as well. So always, like if you guys
saved a little bit of those left, so we'll do that at the end. I'll do a blend of
I mean, just, you know, just for fun, right? Like, it's one thing with whiskey is it doesn't have to be like, it's always fun to just mess around with it and take it and blend it with some bourbon. Have a lot of fun with it.
So we have 2 expressions of the Fukano. We have a 10-year and we have a 2020 edition. I think it's just 2020 edition.
Yeah, let's start with the 2020. I'll tell you about it.
Let's do it.
So I wanted to give you, and I'm sorry, man, I wanted to give you the 2021, but it is stuck in a boat outside of LA Port. And,
so isn't everything?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Everything.
That sucks.
But it's at least we know it's close. So
yeah, that's true. I mean, you're always welcome to come back on another time and do the 2021 edition.
I'm down. What we really should do is, since you're Bourbon Bytes, we should do some 1980 bourbons versus some modern day bourbons and do that. I've
done something similar, but I only had like 1 or 2 samples. But like, yes, do you collect vintage bourbons? I
love all whiskey. I truly love all whiskey. Like it's like, I think whiskey is a very inclusive thing, and it's meant to bring people together. So, and I'm old, so I was able to get a bunch of whiskeys before whiskey kind of hit. So I've got a bunch of bottles from the 1980s open right now, even some from the 70s, and I've killed most of the ones from the 40s and 50s. But
oh my god, you guys! Okay, so you guys don't know this. We talked a little bit before. You're only like 15 minutes from me, so don't tell me this because I will be there tomorrow.
Yeah, man. No, I got plenty of whiskey to stay drunk the rest of my life. It's gonna be fine.
That's the problem. I buy way more than I drink, but I love sharing it too.
So our next 2 are that's what it's for, right?
Absolutely. So this is the 2020.
All right, so the 2020 is going to be probably the lightest whiskey that we have today. So it is a combination. It's got a little bit of red wine cask in it, and it's a combination of new oak and used oak casks, and it's a combination of different ages as well. It goes from 4 all the way up to 11 years, I think.
Now, in terms of casks, you just said that, so it's not like sherry cask or anything. It's just
no.
Okay, gotcha.
No, this is all. So you're gonna think with this one. Think butter, think creme brulee. Think you might get a little bit of rose petal on the nose that would come from the wine cask. You might even get a little bit of raspberries. So it's very soft and light, and this is going to be the most sake-esque of all of them. So the idea behind the Fukano brand is to really explore the boundaries of what the rice whiskeys can be. Every release is different from the other one. Nothing is ever the same because it's always just a few casks. So it's next to impossible to try to do that with an organic product, like with a product of organic origin. And
right.
So it's just it's always just fun, right? Because it's just not like you're not a multi-billion-dollar global conglomerate brand. You're just a few bottles that people who are into it get it and enjoy it, and that's what it is. So yeah. So this one is like, we call it nomi yasui. It drinks too easy, and you drink a whole bunch, and then you get up to go do something. You realize how much you drink.
Yeah, because I mean, you said it's the last. I mean, it's 40.6% ABV. So proof wise, yes, it's light, but it like you said, it is the most sake. Like I do think it instead of taking the influence from like the sherry or the Isla, to me, it's the most bourbon-esque, and I think that's probably because it's, like you said, new oak or used oaks. Those are the flavors I'm used to. It has the vanilla. You said creme brulee. It's a fantastic note because I absolutely get that, like the burnt sugar on top of creme brulee, but super creamy too. Like I mean, it's a whole creme brulee. It's not just the top; it's the whole creme brulee.
Yeah. That's that koji again. That's the koji when it goes in and it hits the. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but you're
go.
For a guy who's never drank it before, you are tasting exactly what I got excited about the first time that I drank it. So you can see where when I tried these, how much I loved them, and the reason why I loved them was because of that. So
So I'm definitely saving. I would love to drink it myself, but I need to save half of this for my husband because he likes sake. So I did not expect these to be so similar to that. So I think he's gonna love these too, which means that I probably have to buy some bottles coming soon because I buy the whiskey, he drinks it. But so well, since we're talking about that availability, like so with both of these, are they relatively available? Are they nationwide, or are they just Southern or California? Where can people find these?
They're all over the place.
Okay.
They are limited in nature now at this point.
Mhm.
If someone goes to our website, impexbeverages.com, and they send us they shoot us an email. We reply to every inquiry, and we'll help them find a bottle as best we can.
Mhm.
Given,
Very cool. And price wise, these are all, I would say, what, like $70 to $100, I would say. Or am I wrong? I
yeah,
did again my Google research before the stream.
really, so first off, impexbev.com. I always say beverages because I have it, but impexbev.com. And
Okay.
yes, they start at 80 and then they go up from there. The 10-year historically was about 99. It's going to take a price hike to 109, and there's no way around it. It just is what it is, and we apologize. But shipping out of Japan is tripled what it was even just 6 months ago. And now, I don't know if you saw the news, but they're talking about tacking on storage fees, even though you can't claim your container yet. So that's going to be a little bit of a...
Yeah, I haven't followed too much because I'm not, I'm not affected by that with my industry. But yeah, I know that's like taking a toll on a lot of people. That's crazy. So in terms of, I'm not going to pick a favorite yet because we got to try the next one. But that's up there. That's actually really, really delicious.
Fukano's fun, man. It's got its own little cult following, as you saw with what Fred said.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And that was the brand that I think more people are familiar with versus the Oishi. I'm gonna get these right by the end of the stream, I promise. The drunker I get, the better I am at pronouncing Japanese names. Maybe, I don't know. All right, well let's I'm gonna leave a little bit of that in my glass because I do want to come back to it. But do you want to go for the 10-year?
Let's do it. So this is more in Sam's wheelhouse. So you talked to Sam before, my business partner, and he is a classic. He is very much a classic whiskey guy, and his favorite, I think, is actually the Fukano 12. Are the ones that I see him drinking the most. But this is the 10-year, which would be a higher percentage of new oak and then some used oak into it. And this is going to be more like think a little bit of coconut and just think a little bit of sawdust and
Again, it's less sweet than the first one.
Yes.
You know what? I'm almost wondering if maybe I should have raised my glass. I feel like I'm getting some Isla notes, and I feel like that's.
Oh yeah. I totally started my Isla glass is now a blending glass, and
that was the smarter decision. But no, it's still. I mean, it's different enough. You know what? I have enough to. I'm gonna finish this one and put it in that glass. I think that's throwing me off. But some questions while we do that. I saw a question actually really early on. I almost forgot about it. Aaron asked, "Are traditional earthenware pots ever used to age Fukano whiskey?"
So no and yes. We wouldn't use it as age per se. So we wouldn't use it as to create an age statement. So once it's taken out of the cask, we decided to not add any more years onto it. But there were two releases called Vault 1 and Vault 2, where some of the casks had been moved to earthenware tanks, and they were left there. And so they stayed in there for a few years while they were just in there, and we used those as part of the components of those two releases. So those were golly days. That was a while now. Those were a combination of things that came directly out of the cask and some stuff that had actually been sitting in the cask for 9+ years, if I remember correctly. Because Vault 2 were the same casks refilled back into the casks that had been emptied for Vault 1 into those earthenware tanks. There you go. There's Sam with the 12.
The 12-year.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got the 10-year in a new glass now, so I'm gonna try it again with a new perspective. Because I didn't want to be influenced by the Isla cask. That was a bad move for other people out there that are drinking a Isla cask whiskey. Even if it's not an Isla, Scotch, it still impacts the flavor. So definitely rinse your glass between. Oh, these people are making fun of me because there's are you into rum at all?
Me, I'm an indiscriminate alcoholic. I love all of it.
So Foursquare had one. I think it's officially called Redoubtable. But I was trying to give it a French accent. I was like Redoute Blanc during a stream, and everyone makes fun of me for that still. So I'm, as they know, yeah. Fred even look. 2 people mentioned the same thing. Yeah, I'm not good with pronouncing things.
Look, don't worry about it. Everyone makes fun of me for using words from either making up my own words or using words that I've heard from someone that turn out to be questionable words.
Oh yeah, I don't even attempt to like speak other languages. I'm learning Spanish just because I go to Mexico a lot. But I'm really bad with I would probably say one of those words that someone teaches me as a joke, thinking I'm like, oh look, I know Japanese. Like, no, don't say that ever again. But Fred was mentioning the Hangouts. Yes, so everyone that's a patron that is $10 and up, of course, we're doing an after party tonight over on Discord. So if y'all are not yet a patron and want to be, you can join patreon.com/Bourbon Bytes, and you can also just join our Discord at bourbonbytes.com. Everyone's welcome, not just patrons. But yeah, after party hangout right after this stream. All right, new glass.
All right, So what are you getting?
So where I said before it's not as sweet, I'm getting more sweet now. I think I was being overwhelmed by the Isla cask. It's still not as sweet as the 2020 edition though.
No, 2020, because of that higher percentage of used oak, will give you more of the sweetness of the distillate.
To me, it's floral, but not in like a different than like a floral in a bourbon note. Like floral and bourbon to me is not usually something I like, but floral and Scotch or even Japanese whiskey is something that I do like. It's like a honeysuckle, I say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is a very southeastern term.
Oh yeah, honeysuckle. Yeah. I grew up eating those.
Yeah, so did I. It's the best. It's the best. You're walking down the street and when they're blooming, you're like,
we had a bush right beside our house. My friend and I used to try to like collect it and make a drink out of it. We had blackberries and honeysuckles growing, and we always made like some kind of juice, and we tried to sell it, and no one ever bought it. But like we just ended up drinking it all.
That takes discipline. I would just eat the blackberries and eat the honeysuckles.
We ate plenty of them in the process too. Yeah. All right. I'm ready to try this. Cheers.
Cheers. So while you're trying it and enjoying it, I wanted to thank you again for featuring some of our products with Sam a few weeks ago. Mm-hmm. He that dude knows a lot about whiskey. Absolutely. And his palate is so that like Sam is the guy. So behind these, I keep saying but the truth of the matter is when this idea came about, Sam was really the guy that made it happen, because he was like, we were talking about it and he says, this sounds pretty cool, go have fun. Mm-hmm. And it wouldn't have been possible without him just kind of like saying, take the risk and go have fun with it, and which we did. And it took us like, a lot of people don't know this, but we started in 2014 and it actually took us 2 years to get our first shipment in, between all the logistics and getting everything up and running and done, which is a very long time to ask someone to be patient.
Oh, for sure. No, Sam's awesome. And actually, he and I were talking about having him on again, because you guys have so many brands under your portfolio. I mean, he even mentioned doing like a world whiskey kind of stream where we try something from all over the world. And I absolutely love that idea. So Sam and you as well, y'all are welcome to come back on anytime. I love that you guys introduced me to things that I would have never tried outside of, being a bourbon guy. I would have never thought to try rye whiskey. Yes. Rice whiskey. No. But man, that one. So to me, that one's a lot lighter. People are telling, honeysuckle. Oh, Adriana, no, she's from upstate South Carolina too. She doesn't live there anymore, but she's from there. So to me, that one's the lightest. And you said the other one to you was the lightest. To me, this one's drinking the lightest.
It's kind of drinking light to me too. I've got the same sample, so I'm wondering. This might be from. So full disclosure, this is from a test batch. We didn't have we don't have any Ficano 10. I don't even have an open bottle right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So what we did was it's one of my test batches that I brought back from Japan that we sent you. And so I guess I got to send you another one. We got to do it again.
Well, no, I mean, that's cool to try and test that. But yeah, to me, it comes in. I was expecting it to be a little more oak forward with it being 10 years age dated.
Yeah, so was I. So that's why I'm kind of looking at it, wondering what I'm looking at. But
that means we definitely need to have you on again.
But what's fun about this is you can see. So I would guess this is a test batch that has a little bit more used oak in it and a little bit less new oak, which we would have then tweaked back to putting more new oak into it. Because if anyone in the chat has had the Ficano 10, I'm sure they can chime in and let you know that it is pretty oak forward. The 12 year is like an oak bomb because it's all new oak, but the 10 year is a pretty oak forward expression. But it still is great because it's got all the butter.
Oh yeah, no, it's really good. I think of those two, these test batches, of course, I prefer the 2021. But yeah, maybe like you said, eventually the 2021. That's so confusing. But the one from this year will eventually show up. So maybe that's when we can have you on. And then Sam says, "Love the show. We'd be delighted to be invited on again." Absolutely, Sam. Y'all are always welcome.
The 2021 is going to have a little bit of Manzanilla sherry in it as well.
Oh wow!
So it's got more wine cask and more Manzanilla sherry to flip it on its head a little bit. And then yeah, and the 2020 that you're having, that's straight from a bottle. We did have one of those open.
That one.
10. The 10 didn't make it, man. We drank it all. We either sampled it or we drank it all. Like it's I drink it at home.
So Whiskey and Donuts, which I love your channel name, by the way. They say, beyond making more whiskey from each brand, what is the future of Koji whiskey and the growth of these awesome distilleries?
I hope he can see my shirt representing.
Wait, Whiskey Donuts. Oh, wait, so is this a YouTuber? Who is?
Whiskey and Donuts this is peace. Wait, I did it wrong. Peace, love, and Whiskey and Donuts. He's a photographer and he's like an awesome photographer.
Oh, that's awesome. I'll definitely have to check out his stuff. Like I said, I've never seen the name in the chat, but welcome. Great question.
So the future of Koji whiskey and the growth of these. So he's caught word of some stuff that's happening. So basically, the future of Koji whiskeys is as such. One is you're going to see some stuff come out of Japan that is of different. It's already here actually. There's some stuff done from barley. There's the awamori stuff, the black Koji stuff. That's also that's a Thai rice, a long grain rice, whereas these are all short grain, locally done Japanese rice. So that's shifted it up. There's some that are done from. I think there's a corn one it's either been released or it's kind of on its way. And then you were seeing it in the Netherlands, I think, are using Koji, and actually Whistle Pig did one with their rye. So that
really?
Samurai, if I remember correctly,
that's right. Yeah, I've
Samurai was a rye that was done with Koji. And a lot of guys don't know this, but this ties back into Bourbon Bytes because the history of Koji whiskey dates back to pre-prohibition in 1892, 1894. A guy named Takamine-san came over to the United States and was making bourbon using Koji. And
oh really?
Yeah, they actually built a distillery in Peoria, Illinois. Everyone thinks Kentucky's the capital of bourbon. Well, it wasn't pre-prohibition. It was in Illinois. And in Peoria, Illinois, they built a distillery called the Manhattan Distillery that they were using Koji to basically convert the grains into fermentable grains. And they were able to yield a 20% higher yield than they were off the traditional malting methods. And the deal he struck was that he got 20% of the extra 20% that they made, and it was a big win. But the company behind it, the Whiskey Trust, they got in some trouble for violating the Sherman Act and a few, and then they also were embezzling money out of the company. So there was a whole to do about that. Plus, you had the temperance movement starting to happen, and anyways, it was a whole. You had taxes rise, and so people were buying bootleg juice, But the future of Koji whiskeys, to make this probably the longest question anyone's ever had to hear the answer to for such a simple answer.
All good.
The future of Koji whiskey is going to be the past, where it's going to be an experimentation of new types of grains, of where it can take the flavors of whiskey to go, and just have some fun with it. So,
very cool. I'm seeing a couple questions about the proof. So I've noticed these are all very specific proofs, like 42.7, 42.8. Brandon's asking the proof of so first question, Brandon's asking the proof of each of these. So the Oishi sherry is 42.8. The Isla is 42.7. The Fukano 2020 is 40.6. And I don't know the 10-year. Do you know the proof?
That's because it's a test batch. We don't know.
It's a test batch. Okay, we don't know. We don't know. And then the second part of that question from Fred says, is it correct that these are all close to cask strength? So do they distill or bottle or barrel at a lower proof than what we're used to in the States?
You need to have Fred on this show because I'm telling you,
he's
sly.
Fred, absolutely. He's actually going to send me an Armagnac flight at some point. I have no experience with Armagnac, but he's sending me.
You have no idea what that's well, there goes your next few paychecks, because Armagnac's one of the last hurrahs as far as getting really old stuff for pretty affordable prices.
Especially here in Southern California, it's everywhere.
Yeah, they are cask strength. So you have It only comes off the still at like 44, 45% ABV.
Wow.
And it goes
okay.
into the barrel at that proof. And what's good about that is, like, again, tying back into bourbon, the lower the alcohol that you go into the barrel, the more of the sugars of the barrel you extract, which is why they tend to be a little bit sweeter as well, right? Because water dissolves sugar and alcohol dissolves other compounds, which is why in bourbon, the max proof that you can go into the barrel at's 125. You have guys like, Wild Turkey that goes into like 107, I think, or somewhere in there. Like they tweak it out and they'll do different ABVs because they want that lower ABV because it gives them that more sweeter style bourbon. Well, at 44, 45 is what these go into. It extracts a lot of the sugars out of the oak. Now, in the wintertime, the ABV goes up, and in the summertime, the ABV goes down. And it goes down more than it goes up. So you expand that out, and the ABV can drop, and it's cask specific. There's not like a standard formula for it. So Oisun has casks that are 28 years old that are still above 40% ABV. And he's got casks that are 10 years old that are at like 38% ABV. It's really is cask specific. So
wow. Is that the lowest? I don't think I've ever heard of another spirit going into like being distilled at that low of a proof. Is that like, is it because of legality or like taxes? Like, why is it so low?
Well, they do a single distillation is why.
Okay.
So it's a single pot still distillation. And so they go, and the other thing about this is the koji is actually a wonderful thing for fermentation, because I'm sure you guys have talked about heads and tails, foreshots and feints, and the cuts. Well, there's no methanol in the ferment. So the rice and the koji, when you combine them, there's no peptides, so there's no methanol formed during the fermentation of it. So you don't have anything bad in the distillate. So the first drop that comes off the still is safe to consume.
Gotcha.
And they don't get heavy. I forget what they call them. You gotta have a chemist on, because I'm not a chemist. But when you get into the feints, like they can take it all the way down to like 10 if they want.
You say I'm not a chemist. Next thing you know, you'll be dropping some chemical compounds like.
Yeah, but those would be made up words. It'll be like the hornswoggle compound or the cattywampus element.
Brandon says the rice whiskey he had down in Oceanside was actually at 118 proof, so they must be distilling it at a higher proof.
They might be doing a double distillation, and they might. And then, Brandon, do you know if they're using a koji process or if they're just pitching yeast to it to get it there? But that wouldn't have anything to do with the thing. If you ran these through a still as well, you would also get to those higher ABVs. This is more that it's a pot still at a single distillation.
Gotcha, man. I'm just absolutely blown away that I've not say like I discovered, but to me, I discovered a new type of whiskey that I'm a big fan of. And so now in terms of like releases, like I looked at pictures and it seems like each of these have like a lot of releases throughout the year. Now, are they all available here? Like what are some of the other releases, I guess, from each of these?
For Fukano?
We'll start with that one. Yeah, sure.
So Fukano, we typically do. So a few years ago, we were able to have 5 releases, which is the max we've ever done. Most of the time it's 3. This year there's going to be 4, but one of them isn't going to be released until 2022. So the Fukano 2021 edition, which is the white box, we do this every year. And the way you tell is we just do edition. Sorry, my blurry camera. We do it edition 2020 or edition 2021. Very basic, like nothing super fancy there.
Oh, I just realized we didn't show the bottles or boxes for either of those.
We'll do it now. Everyone's here with us.
That's the
Fukano 10-year. Yeah, this is like again, I got to get you one of these. Anyways, we'll have some of this year, and then the 12-year, which I don't have a box of with me, is a purple box, and we'll have a limited quantity of that. Sam was talking about it in the last in the last time he was on, and but there's also going to be a 4th one, and I think it's okay to talk about it, but.
You want to wait for his input?
Well, it's not about him. So we did a collaboration with Women Who Whiskey. And,
yeah.
So the genesis of the Fukano whiskey brand was actually done. There's a lady named Chizuru Fukano who's kind of like this badass, who was the managing director of the distillery, and she has since retired. But it was more to celebrate her, and so it's a 3,000 bottle release in collaboration with Women Who Whiskey that celebrates Chizuru Fukano that we're going to do in January of 2022, because we just got in, or we are getting in, the Penderyn Legend Women Who Whiskey 10th anniversary, which is also 3,000 bottles that we're doing to celebrate their 10th anniversary. So that club's been around for 10 years. We did this because Penderyn is all, it's women distilled, and the master blender who's like she's like the Jimi Hendrix of whiskey, and she's she's the one who puts it all together. So we did the collaboration with that. And so we don't want them at the same time.
Man, that's awesome. That sounds amazing. Whiskey and Donut says if you can find the Fukano 14-year, buy it.
Yeah, those are about $150 a bottle, and if you can, he's right, buy it, because I don't have any more. We don't like Fukano's cagey with the casts that he released to us. He doesn't tell us everything he has, with good reason, because he likes to do surprises. But those were 4 casts that were done, and we released them I think 2 years ago, and they are big. If you like oak bombs, they're massive oak bombs. And,
I do enjoy that.
Yeah, there's something awesome.
Awesome. Well, if you guys have any questions just about Japanese whiskey in general or these releases, we have a few minutes left. Get your questions. I know I missed a couple earlier on, so if I missed your question, feel free to leave it again. Well, Chris, let me ask you. So it's a question I keep forgetting to ask my guests, but part of what I do on the channel is I do whiskey and video games. Are you any sort of a gamer? Do you play any kind of games?
So I did in the past.
Okay.
And I don't now, because I definitely have a problem where, like, if I want to keep my job, I can't do video games. Because if I do a video game, I will get completely immersed in it and nothing else matters, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely. Well, you said you used to. So actually, my favorite games, it started out as with a retro gaming twist. So like old Super Nintendo, old like arcade games, like those are kind of still my like favorites. Is that what you were into?
No, man, I was playing real Nintendo when I was a kid. I'm old. So I was playing Zelda when Zelda came out, and it was awesome. But I love the original Zelda, and I can tell you, like, I got stuck on the water level of Ocarina of Time.
Oh my gosh, water levels in every video game are awful. They're just the physics just.
That cost me a relationship because my girlfriend was like, "Are we gonna go out?" And I was like, "Not this week. I can't figure this damn thing out." And she's like, "Okay, I'll see you, buddy."
I saw they're releasing. So they have these, like, I forget what they're called, like Game and Watch, or what are they called? They're these little Nintendo things. They just announced there's going to be a Legend of Zelda, the original, on that released this holiday. So if you like the original, you need to get that. It's like one of those little mini console things. I forget.
Oh man. I tried a few years ago. They did a thing where it was like 250 games on a thing, and my wife tried to get it for me, and it sold out in 30 minutes. And then they were on eBay and this, that, and the other. But yeah, I love video games. The only problem is, man, like that is a way to burn some hours, and it's.
I'm right there with you. I used to play a lot more than I do now, but yeah, absolutely. Their time sinks, but a lot of times it's like, I mean, at least if I say it prevents me from drinking more whiskey, but I usually drink whiskey while I play games, so that doesn't help either of those habits.
You know what though? Like with the video game thing is, there are very specific feelings I get when I hear certain video game theme songs, if that makes sense. And like on the original Zelda, I still, like, to this day, I can remember where a chunk of the secret passages are, and like the whole Contra, left, right, up, down, up.
Oh yeah,
left, right, left, up, down, left, right. BA select start. It's one of those or backwards. It was part of life at the time, and it's a part of life that I would not want to not have experienced. So I'm all about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Donnie said NES Classic. That's the one that he was talking about. The NES Classic was the one that came with the games. The one that I just looked up, the one that I was talking about, it is called Game and Watch. It's coming with The Legend of Zelda, the original game. It's available November 12th. If anyone's curious, it's $50. But if it's one of your favorite games, it might be worth looking into. So if you can find it.
There is one video game that I will drop because I'm very proud of this. There's a game called Arkanoid, and you used to play it. So it was kind of like on Atari, it was called Breakthrough, but in the actual stand-up game, it was called Arkanoid, and it was basically a paddle, and you hit the ball up, and you try to break through all the blocks and get to the surface. My pinnacle in gaming was that I beat the game with 1 quarter. I got all the way through.
Oh man, you're better than me because I'm really. I say I love video games. That does not mean I'm good at them. I just looked up Arkanoid. I'm familiar with it. I just didn't know the name. So if you guys are curious, it's this one right here. Yeah. I've absolutely played that. I love. One of my favorite things is going to like arcade bars that have all the classic like arcade like cabinets. That's one of my favorite things ever.
So that is one you can finish, and depending on, and you can get, and like the last ones, there's a face and everything, and I did it, and that was cool.
Well, you're probably a much better gamer. You should just run my channel, but we'll change.
No. Everything else I'm terrible at. Like Galaga and everything else, I couldn't get past stage 2, but That was the one thing I don't know. It's just it had a little swivel doodah. I'd have a beer in one hand and swivel doodah, and the next thing I know, 2 hours had gone by.
Yeah, Zopher knows. Zopher loves like arcade games like that too. So,
And
by
he
the way,
knows
welcome.
he was born back in 1920. He knows what it's all about. He's seen everything.
No, he's not that old. But Zopher, thanks for tuning in. And I guess everyone, thank y'all so much for tuning in. This has been a lot of fun. It's been eye-opening. And like I said, I'm gonna have to share the rest of these with my husband because I'm not gonna get to finish them myself. But Chris, thank you so much for coming on. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on and having Sam on a few weeks ago. You guys are just doing some awesome stuff out there.
We love whiskey, that is for sure. So from us, thanks to you as well. And thank you everyone that stayed with us on here.
Absolutely. Like I said, new episode of the podcast is coming out tomorrow morning. So make sure you're following me on whatever platform. It's just search for Bourbon Bytes podcast. You'll find it. Special guest Brandon for that one. Like I said, I mentioned that I've never had rice whiskey on it. Ignore that part because we recorded that before this session. So, all right, Chris, cheers. And thank y'all so much for tuning in.
Bye, everyone.
All right, bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes. Welcome to a very special St. Patrick's Week stream. Tonight, we are doing Irish whiskeys, which is a category that I feel like I don't do enough of here on the channel. I love Irish whiskey. I have quite a few in my collection behind me, but I don't do enough of them on the channel. So, thanks to amazing patron of the show, Tony Bag of Donuts, we have some really fun Irish whiskeys to try tonight. Some of these I have from my own, but some of them were sent to me from him. And some I'm a little hesitant about. Primarily this new release from Tullamore Dew. This is their new honey liqueur. Yeah, just in time for the summer. Time for another Irish whiskey liqueur kind of situation. We'll get to that in a minute. But first of all, I want to say hello to a few folks. Apologies for being a little bit late tonight. I want to make sure I had everything in front of me. I realized that if I'm going to have this Irish whiskey, I should probably have some ice for the Tullamore Dew. So I had to go get that last minute. So I appreciate the patience. Hey, happy St. Paddy's Dram, y'all. Happy St. Paddy's Day to you as well. We'll be riding the storm out a little bit later. Taste and Sensibility in the house. What's up? Emily says, Happy Pie Day. Yes, I saw some of your photos over on Discord. I know Zopher was eating some delicious looking pie. By the way, if you guys are not yet on our Discord, please join us over there. It's such a great community to hang out with. But yeah, it's Happy Pie Day. Looks like there may be a monster tornado headed toward Trev. Oh no. Didn't realize that. I feel like that happened like last year, right? He had some pretty bad storms. Well, wishing him the best. Safety for all in the storm's path. Agreed. Did Cliffy lose the keys to the Cliffy bus? No, I didn't. I was just running a little bit late, but I appreciate it. It's an Irish bus. Are Irish people ever on time? I don't know. I'm only like a third Irish, so I don't know. 4-Leaf Whiskey, hello to you. Happy almost St. Patrick's Day to you as well. Our favorite Irish-themed whiskey tuber in the house. Hopefully I do you justice. Stacy, I know you've sent me plenty of Irish flights, so you've educated me just quite a lot, actually. Chris, all the way from Australia, says, hey there, Cliffy, and all from down under. Chris, hope you are doing well. Good to see you, my friend. Loving the green. Oh, thank you. Well, by the way, Baker Drinks, thank you so much again for having me on your channel on Saturday. If y'all missed it, I was live with Baker Drinks. They have a super fun live stream that goes live on Saturday nights. They were very kind to offer me a position as a guest on Saturday. So if you missed that, go check out that replay. It was a ton of fun. Maybe some new folks today that are coming over from that stream. So good to see you. Donald Rants is still working, but lurking. Hey, you know what? It works. Well, yeah. So, like I said, we're gonna do Irish tonight. You saw the thumbnail, so we have some really fun ones here tonight. But I wanted to start with the one that I'm like, okay, I saw this. I saw you in Total Wine. I had to pick you up. This is Tullamore Dew, which, if you guys know, it's typically more of a budget Irish whiskey. Their standard on the shelf stuff is basically a competitor for Jameson. But they do have a new honey liqueur. Now, it's not really a honey flavored Irish whiskey. It's a honey liqueur made with Irish whiskey and natural Bohemian honey. So I'm sure this is meant to be a bit of a competitor towards like the Jack Daniel honey, the Jim Beam honey. Gosh, what are some of the other honey whiskeys? I'm sure there's plenty other ones I'm thinking of. Those are the two. Those are two big ones. I feel like there's another honey. I'm forgetting something, but yeah, this is an Irish whiskey infused honey liqueur. So this it came out this year. It says made with natural honey. Let's see what they say on the side. Multi-award-winning Tullamore Dew whiskey liqueur meets natural Bohemian honey. Warm, sweet, and smooth. Drink on the rocks. Okay, well, we're gonna do a little bit nude, almost said nude, a bit neat first, and then we're gonna try it on the rocks because I'm curious. You know what? There's a place for this. I think Jack Daniel's honey, Tennessee honey on the rocks, is one of my favorite Las Vegas drinks. When I don't want to just drink straight up whiskey, I wanted something to pace myself a little bit. So I get that. Yeah, no, we're starting out with this one because everything else we're going to is going to be a higher proof and a little more complex than this. But I did want to start on this because I know people are curious. Like I said, this just hit stores, so let's go and give Tullamore Dew honey a taste. Cheers. Not overly sweet. A lot of the things with these flavored whiskeys or whiskey liqueurs are so sweet in flavor. For some reason it made me sneeze. I'm not allergic. Not allergic to honey. I actually love honey, but it definitely caught me off guard. It was not the first pour of the night. Surprised it got me though. But I'm gonna pour a little bit over ice. I think that's how it's meant to be enjoyed. I just read that actually on the bottle just now. So we're gonna pour it, let it sit for a minute. But yeah, not overly sweet. It does have a little bit. It's almost more like a. You know, some of these like you can really taste like that. It's like natural, real honey. To me, this one almost doesn't quite feel that way. It does say it's made with it, but it just makes me feel like it is a little bit of like a honey cough drop. You know, like those like Ricolas or whatever they are. Kind of gives me some of those vibes. Neat. It's definitely drinkable. I mean, what's the proof on this one? Can't be very high. 35%, so 70 proof, which is on par with other ones. Baker Drink says, I love Jack Daniel's honey with lemonade in the summer. Oh, that sounds good too. Yeah, no, I think this is meant to kind of be the Irish whiskey version of that. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, so I think this one is deserving of a try on the rocks. Neat. It doesn't impress me. It doesn't make me want to go out and buy another bottle. But let's try on the rocks. Again, the summer's coming up. We're looking for a good, refreshing summer drink. Baker Drink says they had it on a with some lemonade. Sounds really good. But let's just try this over ice. Cheers. That brings out more of the brightness in the honey. You know, before it kind of had like a bit of like a darker taste. On ice, though, I think that's actually, I see why they recommend it over ice. Yeah, it's not, the ice kind of thickens it up a little bit, which is what I've noticed about a lot of these honey liqueurs, but I think it brightens up the flavor a bit. It doesn't really have much Irish whiskey taste, unfortunately. You know, I was looking for a little bit more of that shortbread note that I love in a good Irish whiskey. You couldn't tell me that this was like Irish whiskey, American whiskey, bourbon. I can't really tell on the palate. I kind of wish there was more whiskey forward, so that way it makes it unique about it being an Irish honey whiskey. Not bad. It's not bad. I think I don't know. I'm looking for a little bit more Irish influence. You know, you have the chance to do something cool. I've never seen I know Jameson did that orange flavored last year. Was that last year or the year before? But doing a honey one, I haven't seen that before. I know I would have liked a little bit more whiskey influence, a little less of the artificial honey kind of flavor. but it's not bad. I'm curious to hear what you guys think if you have a chance to try this over the summer. Let me know what you think. It might be the hot summer drink of the year. You never know. Yeah, it's nice though. It doesn't wow me. It's not meant to though. I paid like $16 for it, but I think there's other honey flavored. I still prefer the Jack Daniel's Tennessee honey over this one personally. Wild Turkey it's called American honey, right? That's the one I was thinking of. I was thinking Wild Turkey earlier. They do a really good one. There's quite a few honey whiskeys or honey liqueur whiskey things out there. This one kind of had a little bit higher hopes, but it is what it is. So let's keep it moving. Let's get to some real Irish whiskey. Just wanted to get started with that one to kind of wet our palate a little bit. Again, thank you so much, Tony, for the flight. I know I changed some things up. I saved some of yours for an upcoming flight. I'm working on collecting all the spots. So far, I have samples of red spot, gold spot, blue spot. I just bought a bottle of green spot. So I need to get... Oh, no, sorry. I have samples of yellow spot, yellow spot, blue spot, reds. No, I don't have red spot. Tony, what did you send me? I'm confused now. I think you sent me yellow, blue. Yes, yellow, blue. I have gold, and I have a bottle of green. So I'm missing red. I'm missing red spot. Once I get red spot, then I'll have enough to do a flight. I'm very excited. There's a new gold spot. Great. Thank you. I can't have them all. I never can have them all. Well, that's good to know. Maybe I'll save all these other ones till I do a whole spot flight. That could be fun. I didn't realize there was a new one. Okay, I'm here for it. Bourbon Before Bacon in the chat. Good to see you again. Thanks for stopping in. Lil says hi. Hello, Lil. Good to see you. Well, we're just now getting into the real whiskey tonight. New 13-year gold spot just released this week. Well, Stacy, if you have some connections that can make something happen. Just kidding. Last time I think you actually gave me my first sample of gold spot, so thank you for that. But if you heard about the new one, let me know. I'd love to do it. Like I said, I'm trying to collect all the spots to do a stream, so I'd love to have you on for it. Wow, 13-year. Okay. Interesting. Well, let's get started. I'm actually, like I said, saving some of these for an upcoming stream. We're going to start with a 12-year. This is actually one that I've had on the channel before a long time ago. Were any of you around when I did the Powers lineup, where I did John's Lane, I did the Three Swallows, I did their regular one? It's been a minute. So I'm super thankful for the chance to visit the John's Lane release again. This is a 12-year-old, 92 proof from Tony. Yeah, Powers really did impress me last time I had it. I loved John's Lane. That was my favorite of the lineup. So I'm excited to revisit it and see, what I think of it. I'm going to save some more because I want to have another alt stream in mind where I'm going to do a bunch of 12-year-old Irish whiskey together, meaning Yellow Spot, John's Lane, Redbreast 12. What other 12-year Irish whiskey? I'm sure there's other ones out there. So I'm going to save some of this, Tony, for do that stream. But I'm really excited to revisit the John's Lane release. Again, 12-year-old Irish whiskey. You can't really go wrong. Once you have that 12-year mark, I really feel like 12 and 15 are the sweet spot of Irish whiskey. I mean, especially at higher proof. Now, this one is only 92 proof. But that's when you really brings out those unique characteristics that I associate with Irish whiskey. When it's a little bit younger, I feel like it kind of gets lost in the blend. Like some of the Jamesons and things like that. They're fine. But when you get into the 12-year age-dated stuff, that's where it really starts to shine for me. I get graham crackers, honey grams, a little bit of definitely honey grams. It's very sweet. And I promise it's not the glass that I drank the Tullamore Dew out of. It's a sweet, light honey flavor, but really a really nice graham cracker base or like a pie crust. Happy Pie Day again. Yeah, that smells delicious. Let's go ahead and give the Powers John Lane a taste. Cheers, John. I remember that one being my favorite of the Powers line. That's really good. Man, it's so funny that it has that honey note after just coming off of a honey whiskey. But this one is way more so. This is what I wanted Tullamore Dew to be. Now I know it's not the same market, right? $16 versus, what is this, 40-ish? I don't know. But this is a subtle hint of honey, but a big serving of Irish whiskey. This is great. Powers, I feel like people sleep on Powers a lot. John's Lane is just really, really good. She says I need a Dunville 12. I haven't heard of Dunville 12. Bushmills 12. Oh, that's a good one. I think maybe I can get that. Maybe. Mr. Great Shot in the chat. Might be the first time seeing you here. Welcome. John's Lane is horrible, y'all, with a winky face. I assume that's like, don't buy it. Leave it all for me. That's my guess. That's my guess from that. But welcome to the chat, Mr. Great Shot. Good to see you. Yeah, talking about the pricing. Red and blue are $300. Oh, yikes. That's high. Wow. Powers John Lane cast strength is pretty different. A lot more spice. Stacy, is that one that you sent me on our recent flight? That sounds familiar. Or we at least talked about it. I don't know if we tried it on a stream. We definitely talked about that cast strength release. I don't think I've had it unless you sent it to me. Yeah, but this at 92 proof. I mean, that's really nice. That's like perfect. Like drink that all day. You know, it's not too high proof. It's really nice. Yeah, you can spend some time with it. You don't have to like. It's not overcomplicated, right? It's not like a 24 or 25-year-old Irish whiskey or something. But it is really nice and really delicate. Nice sweetness. I like that a lot. Yeah, so I'm going to save the rest of my Powers John Lane for a comparison to some other 12-year-old Irish whiskey, maybe before the end of the month. I know it's Irish Whiskey Month. I'm not going to be on next Thursday, so I'm going down to New Orleans for the New Orleans Bourbon Festival. Very, very excited. But the following Thursday, I will be live, so we might do that then. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. Stacey says we talked about it. Okay, yeah. I know we mentioned it, but okay. Yeah, you're right. You did pour. If y'all missed that stream, go check it out. So much fun. Every time I have Stacey on, it's a great time. What's up, Perry? Good to see you. Perry started doing a 2-hour live stream on Thursday nights. So if y'all have been watching him an hour before my show, make sure to tune in. Wait, no, sorry. If y'all have been watching him 2 hours before my show, make sure to tune in 3 hours before my show now. He goes on at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and I go on at 7 p.m. Pacific. It's back 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. So, but hey, listen, Thursday night whiskey tube. We're here for you, no matter what time you tune in. 7 p.m. Eastern. Yes, thank you, Perry. But yeah, we're on to a great start with that Powers. Now let's get on to some more, dare I say, funky ones. Okay, this one I'm gonna have to pull up a cheat sheet because this is a brand I've had. This is probably my third time having this brand on the channel, maybe fourth. And I've always had mixed impressions of this brand. If you've been regular, you know I'm talking about Waterford. Now, Waterford makes a Irish whiskey. They are definitely more unique than a lot of these other brands. They aren't quite, they're a newer brand, right? They don't typically put age statements on their Irish whiskey. If they do, it's in the 3 to 5 year age statement. They focus very much on terroir and farms. So they will highlight, hey, this grain is from this very specific farm, this specific farmer in this very, very specific town in Ireland. So I think this one is a fun one to kind of make a jump to. I know Tony's like, oh, you're doing peated now? We'll do peated. We went from honey. Listen, I know these Teeling releases I wanted to do back to back because I have a 13-year Teeling and an 18-year Teeling. So we're going to do the peated one. Listen, my palate doesn't get blown from peat. I'm so used to it now that like I can go from peat to high proof and it's fine. It doesn't bother me. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the Waterford Finiscourt. I'm probably mispronouncing that. This is a 100 proof peated Irish whiskey. So they say Arcadian barley from our secret garden of delights explores the flavors, intensity, and honesty of old ways. Out of necessity, since the dawn of time, peat has been the primary fuel source in rural Ireland. With its sweet pungency familiar to generations gathered around the hearths of ancient thatched cottages, this same diffused aroma cloaked barley, dried over peat smoke by illicit distillers, a custom that died out in the 1850s. So Stacy says Finiscourt is good. All right. Well, I'm excited. Donald says, is general crap and their terroir thing is absolute crap. Donald, I get where you're coming from. I actually kind of feel the same way. A lot of the time, I love the concept Honestly, I do love the concept. I love focusing on that characteristic that I think a lot of people don't. But in my experience, I haven't loved Waterford in the past. I've had, like I said, four or so times on the trailer on the channel, but I've never had a peated Waterford. So now I'm very, very curious. So, I'm not going to hold on to the fact that I didn't like it in the past. This might be a release that I just really enjoy. I love their bottles. Perry said the glass company. It's not the same glass company. It's not the same. But, Tornado Watch in Lexington as well. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, someone's saying that, like, lots of tornado watches in the area. Hey, stay safe, y'all. Don't watch my stream. Go in the basement, hunker down, whatever you have to do. Let's go to Nose the Waterford peated Finis Court. Oh man, that's peated. I mean, I forget how, like, a young peat, how strong that is on the nose. But it has like a warming, like, I don't want to say like custard, because I feel like that's like, maybe I'm projecting a little bit, but it has like it's peat, but it has it's less of a meaty peat and more of like a smoky campfire, like I don't know if people do this, but you're cooking a dessert over the campfire. Is that a thing? But it has like a bit of like a custard pudding, kind of like bread pudding. I said pudding, but more like a bread pudding. Very, very interesting. I don't think I've ever smelled anything peated that smells like that. Man, that's such a unique. I mean, honestly, I've never smelled an Irish whiskey quite like this one. Perry's in his basement. That's true. That's where he does his streams at. Tony says Waterford makes me happy. I will say this nose does make me happy. Smoky pudding. I know, Fred. It's more of like you did a bread pudding and it got a little char on it. So I'll say that. Pudding wasn't, to me, I said like custard. I think I was trying to get to that realm of bread pudding. I was working my way there. All right, let's give it a taste. I'm very, very intrigued by the nose. It smells great. Let's give it a try. Cheers. Oh, wow. That is such a different flavor profile than I would have ever expected it to be. I have had peated Irish before. I think, Stacey, you gave me a peated Irish once. And I also did the peated Connemara. I think that's what it's called. Almost like gonorrhea. I'm like, wrong name. But I've had peated Irish before, but this takes it to a whole nother level. And actually, that's a great comparison, Stacey. On the palate, it is that kind of Ardbeg note. I said it didn't quite have that meaty nose, but on the palate, it is that sweet barbecue, like very, very, very smoked meat where it's very sweet. That's why I was like getting confused. It's like a sweet smoke, like almost like a teriyaki beef jerky, like that sweetness, but a little bit of that smoky too. Wow. Would have never expected that. That is actually, honestly, my favorite Waterford. I've put down Waterford a lot. Honestly, like I said, I think it's expensive. It's young. This might be my exception. This is really good. It's 95 euros, which translates to something. I'm sure someone in the chat can tell me. That is really nice. So unique. Wow. Tony, if you don't mind me asking, what was the price on this one for you? I like it. It's fun. It's a very, very fun one. That's crazy how much I like that. Maybe Waterford should do more stuff like this, because this is fun. Zophir's here as well. Good to see you, Zophir. And Pat Bourbon. If y'all missed my stream, was it last week or the week before? Shoot, I'm losing track of time. Pat and Brandon were on. We had a great blind flight. So much fun. Four Leaf Whiskey says it's 90 to 100 in Ohio. Mr. Great Shot said Dark Silky is a tasty Irish peated. I have not heard it. Wait, Dark Silky. That's like the name of like a Scotch Malt Whiskey Society. What is it? What is Dark Silky? Never heard of that. All right, Donald. See you later. Bourbon Before Bacon says it was about 103 in his area. Yeah, Fed Online. Waterford's are 100-ish. Listen, my favorite Waterford yet. the first Waterford that I think I would buy. This is good. If y'all are curious, like if you're curious about trying a unique flavor profile from an Irish whiskey, this Finish Court. I'm a fan. Yeah, thank you. Mm, that was really fun. I like that. All right. We got 2 more Irish whiskeys to do tonight, both of which I'm very, very excited for. One of these is my bottle, but one is from Tony again. So let's see what we can find about these bottles. Let me make sure. Just want to make sure I have the right info here. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we'll start with Let's start with Tony's. I'm going a little bit backwards here, but I have my reasoning. So both of these releases are Teeling whiskey, one of my favorite Irish whiskey brands. Even their small batch is like my go-to Irish whiskey for my bar cart. I have a 13-year PX sherry cask from Total Wine at cask strength at 57.8% ABV, which that's high proof and PX sherry. So that's going to be a big flavor bomb. But first, I do want to try Tony's sample that he sent me. His is also a single cask of Teeling. This is from Binny's. This is 103.6 proof, 18-year rum cask. So significantly older than mine and rum cask. So a little bit lighter typically of a flavor. I know PX is a big, bold, rich flavor. Let's try Tony's first. It's older, a little bit lower proof. Sorry, that peat is kind of like getting to me. Let me rinse my palate a bit first. But yeah, I'm curious to try the 18-year Teeling 18-year. Definitely don't think I've had anything that old from Teeling. And rum cast. This could be really fun. I'm really excited to see how this one is. Make sure to switch up my glass and not pour it in the peated cask glass. By the way, what are y'all's St. Patrick's Day plans? I'm curious. For me, this Saturday, actually one of my coworkers, her birthday is on St. Patrick's Day, so she does a whole thing every year. So on Saturday, we're doing some karaoke, getting dressed up in costumes, dressing as like a genre. I'm dressing as a country artist. So Saturday night we're doing karaoke, and then Sunday we're going to a brewery. So definitely going to be a very spirit-filled St. Patrick's Day weekend. But I'm curious what you guys are up to. You guys are doing anything fun in your areas? Yeah. Typically, it is funny. I actually live beside a Irish pub now, but this year my St. Patrick's Day is so filled with activities that I'm not gonna be able to make it to. But maybe next year. But here's what you guys are up to. All right, Teeling 18-year rum cask finish, single barrel. I assume it's cask strength, just like the Total Wine one I have. 103.6 proof. That's nice. But I'm gonna go ahead and pour the 13-year side by side to get it to allow it to open up at the same time. Yeah, this 13-year is so much darker, but again, it's PX sherry cask, so it's got a lot more influence than the rum cask does. But I'm gonna allow them an equal chance to open up. Pat said I'll be in Phoenix beginning Saturday. I'm sure we'll get into something. I'm sure you will. Donnie says he's going to Bog and Barley on Saturday. I don't know what that is, but that sounds fun. Sofer says 100% having Irish coffees. Oh, of course. You know what? Actually, I was into Costco earlier today. I was like, I almost picked up an Irish cream just because of that. But I usually drink black coffee. Like if I'm drinking coffee, it's usually black. So I didn't buy anything, but I should have totally done that for St. Patrick's Day. Patrick says, go see the turtles. Listen, the Irish pub near me, they do turtle races, apparently. I've never been to them, but yeah, I would love to go see that. I don't know what they're doing on St. Patrick's Day, but definitely have to catch that one soon. Stacey said we have mass, then I'm in a parade, then a huge party at the convention center. They're going to all the local Irish clubs. And we're going to the Hibernian Hall Friday night and watching Irish rugby. Wow. I don't think anyone does St. Patrick's Day like Stacey. I mean, look at this. That is quite the St. Patrick's Day weekend. Cheers to you, Stacey. Sounds like a heck of a lot of fun. Oh my gosh. That's so crazy. I've never done anything too crazy for St. Patrick's Day, but this year, like I said, it's a little more crazy to me because I have a new friend that's birthday is St. Patrick's Day. So if I stick around at this company, I might have to might have St. Patrick's Day plans every year. We'll see. All right, so I'm going back to the 18-year, the rum cast from Tony. 103.6 proof. On the nose, it's really sweet, but it's not that honey sweetness. It's more of a darker caramel sweetness. And I will say with Irish whiskey, sometimes when it goes up in age, it gets a little funky for me that I don't quite love. I can't say that about this on the nose, but I will say I'm getting some hints of that note that I don't like on older Irish whiskey. But let's stop judging by the nose. Let's give it a taste. Cheers. Wow. Ooh, okay. I like it. I will say there is a note that hints towards that older Irish whiskey note that I don't like. It's the same reason I don't like Redbreast 21. It's the same reason I don't like Redbreast 20. Is it 25? There's like Irish whiskey gets a note that I feel like it turns a bit right at like the 18-year mark. Redbreast 15 is it gets a hint of it, but not very much. It's when you go above 15 that I get like a note that kind of it's a bit of a turn for me. I don't quite always love that twist. I will say this one does make up for it in proof. There's a really nice proofiness on it, and then the sweetness from that rum cast, I'm sure. It's almost like a bit of a medicinal menthol kind of note. That's how I describe it. I mean, that is. Beside that, I get it. Like I said, I'm sensitive to that note. But beside that, I can tell this is a really, really good whiskey. It has body, it has character. It's very thick, it's very viscous. I love everything about it except that one note that throws me a bit off. So I think the rum gives it body, gives it character. That proof, 103.6, is perfect for this. I wouldn't want it more, I wouldn't want it less. It's great. It's thick, it's viscous. Decadent. Decadent is another word that comes to mind. Yeah, it just has that bit of the menthol thing that I don't love about an older Irish. But other than that, this is a fantastic, fantastic whiskey. Thank you so much, Tony, for sharing it. Like I said, I know I'm turned off a little bit by that older Irish whiskey note, but I can tell beyond that this is a quality Irish whiskey. Sorry, getting caught up on the chat. Donnie says, put some Irish whiskey in your coffee and bam, Irish coffee. Have not done that. Maybe not before work tomorrow, but maybe over the weekend. That's not quite Irish coffee. Patrick says, damn, that sign looks good there. Well, thank you again, Patrick and Brandon, for helping me hang this. I do love it. It's really great. They are the handyman of my house. What about the rum, though? No, I think the rum gives it that sweetness, that darker note that's really nice. I like it a lot. David Goldman in the chat says, drinking proper 12 Irish apple. It's like a Jolly Rancher. Oh, okay. Shoot, that's another one. I was trying to remember Irish whiskeys that do flavors. I know, like I said, Jameson does the orange. Completely forgot about that one. I haven't tried that. Maybe I'll get that. Maybe I'll get that before the end of the month. Maybe we'll try that next stream. Wonder how that Tullamore Dew would be in a coffee. Oh, or an iced coffee. Maybe. Honestly, it's fine. Honestly, it'll probably just taste like adding sweetener to your coffee. It does not have enough whiskey flavor for me. The whiskey is on the complete back burner to that honey flavor. I think it would just taste like you put a little honey in it, you know? To give it a try, I'll give it a try too, but yeah, I don't know if it... We'll see. Jameson also did that cold brew one. Y'all remember that? That one I didn't like. I didn't like the Jameson cold brew. It was too weird for me. I was not a fan of that one. Yeah. So, all right. We tried the Teeling 18-year rum cask. Thanks to Tony. We're going to take a step back in age. We're going to move on to my bottle, which is I've reviewed this on the channel once before, but never compared to other Irish whiskeys. This is the Teeling single cask, 13-year-old, 57.8% ABV, PX sherry cask, total wine, single barrel pick, coming in at 57.8% ABV. So we're going up in proof, down in age, but a lot more intense of a finish. I don't know if you can see the color on that. That one is way, way, way darker than the other Teeling, even though it's younger. Let's give the PX cask Teeling a nose. Oh yeah, It brings back that pie crust, cinnamon, graham cracker note that I got on the John's Lane, the 12-year. Again, it's only a year older. Like I said, 12 years is the sweet spot. That's when you really, to me, 12 to 15 years is the sweet spot for Irish whiskey. I think once you go above that, I start getting to that weird note that I don't love. But this reminds me of that note that I love. Now, this one with the PX Sherry, it brings a fruitiness, a fig, almost like a I mean, Fig Newton is something I say a lot with Irish whiskey, but when you bring in the PX Sherry cask, it really amplifies it. It's like you're combining pie crust, like a really dense pie crust, with the fig note. I mean, that smells spectacular. Both of these smell great. I mean, yeah, I love the nose on both of them. Going back to the 18-year, this one has such an earthiness and such a like greeniness, not greeniness. Moss, I guess mossiness. Moss might be a way to describe that funky note that I don't typically love on the palate. I do love it on the nose. But on the yeah, it's like a mossy green, foresty kind of note. If that makes sense. Please someone tell me I'm not crazy. Please tell me someone else gets that too. I don't get that on the 13-year. The 13-year is all graham cracker, pie crust, and that sweet, dark, rich, condensed, dry, like raisin or fig or something. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to give it a try. Cheers. Man, both of these Teeling single casks have a viscosity and a richness just in the mouthfeel of it that is unbeatable. I mean, nothing I've tried tonight compares to how rich and viscous both the 18 and the 13 feel. They just hit your palate like a very, very premium whiskey, and I love that. I think I paid like $90 for mine. I'm not sure how much the 18-year was for you, Tony, but I can tell both of them are really nice premium whiskeys. Four Leaf Whiskey says not a lot of flavored Irish whiskey. There's a vanilla Shankies with. Man, these names are crazy. Never heard of that one either. Zephyr said that's the one in the blue and white milk bottle. Sure. It's not really blue. It's a gray, maybe a bluish tint of gray. It's a dark gray, a white label, and some gold text. So these are the single casks. This was, like I said, a total wine pick. I'm not sure. I assume they're all probably the same. Emily says Jameson cold brew was good, but only in iced coffee or over ice cream. Oh, never tried it over ice cream. That sounds like it'd be really good. Yeah, I tried drinking it just on the rocks. It didn't do it for me. Or mixed with Irish cream. Good point. If it's older Teeling single malt, it's sourced from Cooley. Yeah, so Stacy, so are we also thinking that for this 13-year, is that not old enough to potentially be Cooley? Like I said, Tony's was 18 years, so that's a bit older. But I'm getting some very, very similar flavor profiles from these. I mean, to me, these feel like they're part of the same realm. Oh, also an Irish cream. I was like, okay, it's like that. Well, you said blue and milk. I'm like, I mean, it's kind of milky white. I was like, I didn't know what you're talking about, but I got you. Yeah, man, both of these Teelings are incredible. Yeah, I think I prefer mine, the 13-year PX cask. Y'all know I'm a sucker for PX Sherry. Anything PX Sherry finish. I mean, I had the PX Redbreast, which I think I already killed, unfortunately. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I have that. We still have a little bit more time. I think I killed it though. Let me just double check to be sure. Hi, Matthew Parks. Welcome. 18-year definitely. Gotcha. To me, Stacey, I think they are in a similar realm that I feel like they could be, but I'm not a pro, not an expert. Okay, I'm gonna go check to see if I have the. I think I drank it all. I think I drank it. Let's see. Yeah, I finished that one, unfortunately. I'm just looking what these are. It doesn't say PX specifically. Why not? So I actually, like I said, I did drink the PX Sherry Redbreast. I've had it for quite some time. But I do have this old 14-year small batch Redbreast. This is my favorite Redbreast of all time. This hit a very limited market in Southern California. This one was a sherry forward one. It doesn't say if it's PX or what, but it does say it is aged in sherry casks. Honestly, my favorite Irish whiskey that I own. Let me do a little side by side. Why not? We got some extra time. Tony says, I also don't remember what I paid, how much the Benny's pick was, but I certainly would have not have paid a lot for an Irish whiskey pick. Gotcha. Yeah, like I said, mine was about 90 for the total wine one. So all good. Fred says, yes, those are both Cooley. Very odd that you got that note on the 18. The Cooley is more like the Scotch single malt rather than the Middleton pot still that you got that note on. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It's not a specific distillery that gives it to me. I think it's just Irish whiskey in general. Maybe it's just the pot still or whatever. That once it gets over a certain age to me, I get a funky kind of mossy note that's just not my jam. And I know a lot of people like it, so I'm not crapping on it. I'm just saying like it's not my jam, but I see why a lot of people like it. Yeah. Steve says, "Wow, great redbreast." I have like, gosh, so little of this left. Probably my favorite Irish I've ever bought. I mean, let me go back to the Teeling to give it a fair comparison. On the nose, they're pretty similar. I will say the Teeling is definitely more whiskey forward. The Redbreast, so much more sherry forward. I mean, color-wise, they're about the same. Let me try the Teeling one last time. Well, first of all, the Cooley is double distilled. Gotcha, okay. Matthew Park said, how does Redbreast PX cask rank among them all? It's been my favorite Redbreast released of recent. I like it better than the Kentucky Oak one. I like it better than the regular cask strength with the blue label. I think honestly, yeah, it's better than the Listau. Probably on par with the 12 and 15. I mean, honestly, I think it's a nice addition. I wish it was more regular. I wish it was a bit higher proof, I think. I think that's kind of what gives this the win. So this is PX, but this is also 114.4 proof. So we're jumping up in proof and having that cask influence. So I do like the PX. I really do like the PX sherry Redbreast, but I don't know. Let's do a little comparison. Let's try the Teeling. The Teeling 13-year PX sherry. Delicate, nice, delicious. Huge fan of this release. Compared to the 14-year, very discontinued, hard to find Redbreast. It came to Southern California. Got very lucky to get this one. Let's try that one. Oh, yes. I literally said like favorite Irish whiskey I've ever bought. Delicious. So rich. So I don't even want to go like fig with this one. It's almost like a brighter fruit. It's almost more of like a muscadine or something like a more grape forward, I think. But man. And listen, this is my perspective as someone that just loves those sherry cask influences. If you don't like that, you're probably not going to like this. But as someone that loves those really big, bold sherry casks, this Redbreast is absolutely indescribably good. I would buy another one in a heartbeat. Probably paid double what I paid. I think I paid 100 for it. I would pay 200. I think it's that good. So good. I have like this much left, but I'm savoring it because it's so good. Mr. Great Shot said PX is definitely a favorite. Yeah, no, like I said, it's one of my favorite Redbreast releases ever. Matthew Park said I saw Redbreast PX for 150. Okay, I paid about 100 when it first came out. 150 makes sense for it having been out for a while. I think I would get another PX for 150. What do y'all say? Those of you that like the Redbreast PX, I think I would probably pick it up for 150. I liked it. It was really good. Brandon's in the chat. What's up, Brandon? Sorry, late. My buddy had a box of Sazerac pots. Oh, okay. What buddy? Do I have some? You have some waiting for me? But good to see you, Brandon. Let's see. That red breast might have been fully matured in sherry, guys. I wouldn't doubt it. It's so rich. Oh my gosh. It's so great. Yeah. So that's my Irish whiskey flight for 2024. Not to say I'm not going to do more, because I realize I neglect Irish whiskey so much on this channel. Like I said, I have 2 stream ideas in mind. Let me know if you like both of them or neither of them or one of them. I want to do a spot flight. So green spot, yellow spot, red spot, blue spot, gold spot, and apparently the new gold spot. So if y'all want to see that, leave an emoji that's round, whether it's a circle, a stop sign, or something round in the chat if you want to see that. If you want to see the 12-year flight where I do a 12-year yellow spot, 12-year John's Lane, 12-year Redbreast, and maybe a 12-year Bushmills, leave a 12 in the chat. If you want to see both, leave a 12 and a circle-y thing in the chat. God, I should have totally come up with emojis. Donnie with the balloon, red balloon. That's the circle. Okay, so you guys want to see a spot stream. But if you want to see another stream where I'm doing all the 12-year Irish whiskey compared, I'd love to. I'd love to see which my favorite Irish whiskey, same age statement. That'd be a lot of fun. But definitely want to do a spot. Oh, Caleb coming in with the look. I love this. Y'all are innovative. Caleb coming in with the spot. Donnie with the spot. So Tony said see spot run. That counts. So it sounds like you guys definitely want to see the spot stream. Maybe the 12-year stream. We'll see. Clifton's going to do a Pokemon. Oh, both. Oh, okay. 4-leaf whiskey. Oh, all the spots. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Stacy knows what's up. I appreciate that. Spot 12 and a, oh, okay, both. Okay. Y'all are telling me I need to do more Irish whiskey on the channel. Listen, heard. So we will do that. Like I said, I'm not on next week. I'm doing the New Orleans Bourbon Festival. The following week, I have a few new releases that I want to review. I have a new release from Penelope. I have a new release from, where did I put it? Bernheim, the new Bernheim wheat whiskey. Oh my gosh, I have so many new releases. So if it's not in 2 weeks, it'll be shortly after. We'll definitely do that. All right, I see y'all's comments. All the flights of Irish. I'll send you anything you don't have. Okay. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Stacy. That means a lot. That's awesome. I'll let you know what I'm missing. But yeah, thank y'all for watching. Like I said, we're doing. I didn't say this earlier actually, but I said it. I pre-recorded a Patreon exclusive review that went up earlier today. So if y'all missed it, if you're a Patreon supporter, check out that. I reviewed an Eagle Rare versus an Eagle Rare store pick. It's what I wanted to do during my live stream last week. I didn't have the bottles. I have them now. So put a Patreon exclusive review up. Speaking of Patreon exclusive, we are doing our monthly movie night tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, Spaceballs. Y'all have been trying to get me to watch this movie for so long. Finally decided, okay, I'll watch Spaceballs with y'all. Now, we watch it over on Discord. We do a viewing party. You have to be a Patreon, $5 and up on Patreon to see that with us. Consider it a movie ticket. You'd pay $5 for a movie ticket to watch with friends, right? That's what I like to say. That's what I hope so. That was my goal. So if you guys want to join us for that that stream, or you want to get in on the exclusive video I uploaded today, or just to support the channel for as little as $2 a month, there's my Patreon link below. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful St. Patrick's Day weekend. Stay safe. Listen, go party all you want to, but have either a designated driver or take an Uber. Listen, I know it's like, oh, Uber costs a lot of money, but it can also save your life. So my plans this weekend, I'm going to Uber Saturday night. I'm probably going to Uber Sunday as well. So be safe, be responsible, have a plan, but most of all, have fun. So cheers, y'all. I'll see y'all in the after party. Of course, it's another Patreon perk, $10 and up, get the after party. I'll see y'all over there. But thank y'all so much for watching. Have a great holiday. And until next Irish Whiskey stream, which will not be a year from now. It'll be much sooner. I'll see y'all then. All right. Bye. to Bourbon Bytes Whiskey Reviews with an 80s twist. I'm your host, Clifton, and welcome to another Thursday night live stream. We are into the holidays. I'm gearing up for my top 10 whiskeys of the year, which will be next week's live stream. But I realized there was a brand that I have bought bottles of, but haven't actually had a chance to try or review for you guys here on the channel. So I'm very, very excited to introduce to the channel, most of you probably already know the brand, 2XO Bourbon, of course, by a very well-known figure in the world of blending, Dixon Dedman, formerly of Kentucky Owl. And we have 5 different expressions. So I see Fred's comment description says 3, thumbnail shows 5. Well, it was 3 until I decided to stop by my Total Wine store on the way home from work today about 2 or 3 hours ago. And I found 2 additional expressions. So we're going to do all 5 today. So I updated the thumbnail. Thank you for the reminder. Did not update the description. But yeah, we're going to do 5 different expressions of 2XO Bourbon. I'm very, very excited. Like I said, I've heard so much great stuff about this. Kentucky Owl, I've had, bits and pieces of some of their releases. Not too much experience with it, but really, really excited to finally dive into this new brand. So, by the way, apologies for being late. Those of you that are watching live, I had a little bit of a late start today. Like I said, I had to stop and get those bottles, but also I'm still working. It's a busy week for me, trying to get ahead of the holidays with work. So I appreciate your forgiveness if you choose to forgive me. If not, you can leave. It's fine. But if you choose to stay, hello, hit the thumbs up. And if you are happy to see me, or if you just really want the stream to be over with faster, because we got 45 more minutes or so to go. But no, thank you guys so much for watching. Feel free to subscribe if you are new to the channel, or if you are, a regular viewer, but you've not yet subscribed. Hit the button. It does help out the channel a ton. And of course, join our Discord community and our Patreon community. Such great collections of people. Patreon, y'all know we have our monthly movie night tomorrow night. Just a reminder, this is to watch Gremlins, which was chosen as the Christmas movie of this year. I think last year we watched Die Hard. We like to be pretty weird with our selections here, but we're going to watch Gremlins, which is technically a Christmas movie. We're going to watch it 7 p.m. Pacific tomorrow night on Discord. So if you are a patron, you get access to that if you're at the $5 tier and above. And of course, lots of other benefits. But most of all, I'm just glad that you're here celebrating another Thursday, making it to Thursday with me, whether you're watching the replay or live. So let me get caught up in the chat. Like I said, I knew I was running late, so I appreciate you guys stopping in and saying hello. Zophir's here, Tony, and Todd. Wow, great lineup. Fred is here as well. And of course, Emily coming in. We love Chaos Cliffy. This is a bit of Chaos Cliffy. I'm not fully chaotic, but I definitely was frantically running to get ready for tonight's stream. Who else is here? Feel free to say hello if you're in the chat. Taste and Sensibility, what's up, Doug? Cheers, everyone. 2XOs are ready. Oh, you're going to be drinking along with us. Awesome. Well, I can't wait to hear your thoughts. Again, I've only... I was like, oh my God, I only have 3. I've only tried 2 of these, of the 5. So I'm very, very excited. It's going to be an honest, real first impression of these. Sean is here as well. Other Tony says $5 says he fails. Wait, fails at what? Oh, I missed this Tony message. Can I drink all 9 of my bottles of 2XO before the after party? Stay tuned to find out and join the Discord to see what happens. Well, people can only be there if they are patrons. So if anyone wants to see Tony/Anthony/Tony Joey drink 9 bottles of 2XO, feel free to join our after party hangout. Otherwise, I will not be that drunk. Hopefully, we'll see. But we'll see. We'll see how much I enjoy this. I'm excited for it. Cool Runnings in the chat. What's up? Good to see you. Who else is here? Don Nishida. Aloha, all the way from Hawaii. What's up, Don? Matthew Parks is here as well. Wow, great. Got my Innkeeper's blend. Okay, yeah, like I said, I'm brand new to the brand. I had 3 expressions already, hadn't reviewed them on the channel, so I stopped by my Total Wine on the way home from work today, and I was like, I'll grab 2 more. So, if you saw the thumbnail, you know what we're drinking. We're going to start with the Oak series. This is the American Oak. This is just the Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey coming in at 46% ABV, 92 proof. That's one of the ones I already had, but I went to Total Wine and I saw, they also have the French Oak. So this isn't part of the Oak series as well. Same proof. It's just French oak barrels. How they do? I don't know the full details of whether they're just doing staves or barrels or what. But we'll dive into it. I got some more info pulled up here on the side, so I'll get into it when I get to it. Next up, we have the. Let's hold on that one for a minute. We have the Tribute Blend, which is I don't know if it's a 2023 or 2024 release, but this one is about $95 retail. Now, a lot of these I did get on clearance because K&L Wine and Spirits in Southern California put a lot of these on clearance, which is why I bit the bullet and decided to buy a bunch of them. So, but the retail on this is around $95. Of course, we have the Gem of Kentucky, which is one of the highest end 2XO products. I'm very excited. I have opened this one, but I'm excited to give it an honest review. And lastly, we have, I think, their newest release. This is from October of this year. This is the Sneakerhead Blend. Just saw this at Total Wine today. Again, just picked it up. 52% ABV. So I think what we'll do, order-wise, we'll probably do American Oak, French Oak, Tribute Blend, Sneakerhead Blend, and then the Gem of Kentucky. That sounds good to y'all. I think that's basically based on price, right? Both the American Oak and the French Oak were around $45 for me. Tribute and Sneakerhead around $100, and then Gem of Kentucky, I think the retail on that's almost $200. Let's see, I did not pay that, but retail on it, yeah, I paid about $130, $140, something like that. So it was on sale, but should be a very fun stream. I'm very, very excited to get into these. I see Sean said I expect the Sneakerhead to taste like a shoe. You know, I half expected that in the tasting notes as well. I'm like, oh, well, I do like leather, right? I like leather notes in a whiskey. Now, shoe, gym socks, not really my vibe, but you know, some people might like it. We'll see. Let's see. Taste and Sensibility said I splurged on Kentucky Owl Rye Batch 3. It was great. I savored every milliliter, so I was willing to try the 2XO treatment as well. So far, so good. So good to hear. Awesome. Well, let me know what you guys are drinking in the chat. If you have a 2XO or a Kentucky Owl or just some good bourbon or beverage of choice, let me know in the chat. Todd said he has the Phoenix Blend, the Sneakerhead Blend, and a Gem. Awesome. Well, that's good to hear, Todd. By the way, Todd is one of our, Todd and Fred, I know Fred's here as well. They are my Bourbon Terabytes patrons, which is my $50 level. They actually get to help me pick this year's top whiskeys of the year. I've sent them both a blind flight along with a blind flight for myself. We're going to do it this Sunday. We're going to taste through them blind. Now, they may or may not all be my top 10, but it's a good selection of what I'm feeling towards, like for my top 10. So we're going to go through them. We're going to taste them. We're going to rank them. We're going to reveal what they are. Todd and Fred, I haven't asked y'all this, but I think it'd be kind of cool to do a patron-only live stream. If y'all are up for it, if y'all are up for us to broadcast ourselves tasting, just for patrons, of course, not totally public, let me know. I'll text y'all later about it. By the way, your sample should arrive by tomorrow. If not tomorrow, I think one of them said Saturday. Todd, you have 2 small boxes. Fred, you have 1 larger box. So same samples, but I ran out of boxes. So let's chat. Let's figure it out. But yeah, stay tuned. Those of you that are here in the chat, next week I will be picking my top 10 whiskeys of the year next Thursday. So yeah, patron only live stream as we do some ranking this weekend, just a little bit experimenting. But next Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific, I will be listing my top 10 of the year. So it should be a lot of fun. Hit subscribe, hit the bell button if you don't want to miss that and get the first look at my top 10. All right. Great deal on the Gem of Kentucky. Yeah, I think so too. Like I said, it was like $140. I had to buy them up. I was like, I've always been curious about these. They've always been a bit pricey for me, but I'm glad to, try them. I'm going to review them as if I paid retail, as I feel like I should. They're not on sale everywhere. So we're gonna go through them, but let's start with the American Oak, shall we? So this is probably one of their core lineup releases, 46% ABV. This is part of their Oak series, and I was curious if they had some info on their website, particularly about this Oak series. Let's see. American Oak is the first blend in the Oak series, an innovative double oak technique where Dixon introduces additional charred oak to barrels with a moderate amount of rye in the mash bill. So these are all blends, like I said. Dixon's known for his blending abilities, master powers, as some people say. So these are sourced. Now, this is a Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. So even though it is a blend, there is a lot of rye in the mash bill. It is still a bourbon. I don't think we have the mash bill info. We just know that it has, the back of the bottle also says, highly charred white oak introduced towards the end of maturation. So We'll see. Produced and bottled by the Prestige Beverage Group, Louisville, Kentucky. So yeah, not too much info on it, but let's go ahead and try it. Donnie's here. Let's see. Oh wow, lots of folks coming in. Oh, good to see y'all. Thank you for stopping in. Don't want to miss anyone. I thought someone said Donnie was here. I don't see him yet, but Bourbon Before Bacon is in the chat. What's up? Sean, of course. Jerry Black as well. Cheers to you and Donnie and Jim O Huskers. Cheers. Just picked up the Sneakers 2XO. Haven't cracked it yet. Well, I'm right there with you. I literally just bought it at Total Wine earlier this afternoon. So I have not cracked mine yet. So maybe we'll try it together. Let me know what you think in the chat. But also, hi. Welcome. Good to see you. And Cheech is here as well. Oh, how's it going, Cheech? Hope you're doing well, my friend. All right, we're going to pour the first one. This is the American Oak, part of the Oak series. Like I said, I paid about, these go for about $45 each. I think I probably got this one a little bit cheaper because I got it when it was on sale. But the French Oak, which was about the same price, about like $45-ish. I don't have my receipt in front of me. Now, the American Oak came out in September of 23. The French Oak actually has a recent release from August of 24. So we're going to try them both. I'm going to go ahead and open the French Oak just so they can open up the same amount of time. Give them a fair review. Now, those of you that have watched my channel know I do really appreciate French Oak. I've really loved some of like Maker's 46 with the French Oak cask finish on that, or the stave finish. Love it. So I'm excited. I think it really complements bourbon, especially if it's potentially younger bourbon. I don't know the age of the bourbon that's in this blend, but I do know younger bourbon actually really works so well with the French Oak staves. All right, so we got the American and the French poured. We'll start with the American, of course, but I wanted to let them open up the same amount of time. Matthew says, I just recently started enjoying a new bottle of Conviction French Oak, so now I'm interested in the 2XO French Oak. Nice, nice. All right, so we have the American Oak here in front of me. Like I said, this is a September 2023 release. I'm gonna give it a palate cleanse. I'm going into this right after dinner, so I want to make sure it's a fair comparison. All right, so let's start with the American Oak. Now, I'm sure that some of you in the chat might be more of not just familiar with the brand, but just, you know, have been following Dixon for a long time. I know there are some super fans out there. Some folks that have hung out with him and met him and had a great time. I'm not one of those people. You know, I've never had the chance to go out and hang out with him, but that's why I feel like this is kind of a completely unbiased review. I don't have any personal connections other than I've heard that he's a fantastic host at the what's the inn that he does tastings at? I don't know. I've just heard amazing stories, but this is just my honest review of this brand for the price. So consider that. No hard feelings. Hopefully, you know, he and the brand can appreciate an honest review. I bought these all with my own money. None were sent to me by the brand, so I like being honest with you guys. Even if they did send me stuff, I'm always honest. I just have a disclaimer sometimes if I listen a bottle. All right, let's give it a nose. Okay. Like I said, I had a feeling that these were probably going to be some younger bourbons. There's no age statement here on the American Oak release, but I do feel like there is a bit of a youthful quality to it. It's a little bit of a sweeter, citrusy kind of note, which I sometimes get on some younger bourbons, which let me put a disclaimer. That's not a bad thing. I appreciate some 5 to 7 year old bourbons for what they are. But if you're doing something cool, like doing a cool finish on them or doing a cool extra aging, I'm all here for it. So don't take me saying that it's like simple or expected as a bad thing. For me, it's more of like, okay, I know what I'm getting into. I'm not going to expect this to be drink like a 10, 12-year-old bourbon. I'm going to go into it a little bit, assume it's a bit younger. Again, I don't know. Oh, Cheech says he heard it's 3 years old. Okay, that would even more explain some of those notes I'm getting on it. Beaumont Inn. Oh, they don't do tastings anymore. Again, I don't really know. Do you know if the French Oak is toasted or charred or used? We'll find out in just a minute. I'll pull up the page in a second. We're starting with the American. I don't know any additional info beyond what I've read. We do know, let's see, an innovative double oak technique where Dixon inserts chains of charred American oak into barrels with a moderate rye bourbon mash bill of 18%. So I assume that means 18% rye. Is that what I'm reading? So it's like what, like 80 something percent bourbon, something percent malted barley, 18% rye. Relatively high rye content, if that's what that's saying. Again, I just have the info that's here on the website. Fred, he got it. Me, yeah, I did get a good deal on it. All right. I'm liking the nose on it. Getting a little bit of that extra char quality that you get for like a double barreled, you know. A lot of us have had double barrel bourbons or finished bourbons. We kind of are familiar with that extra char layer that comes with it, especially like a double oaked release. But yeah, I think I'm still getting that citrus, that really bright, sweet vanilla kind of note that you would expect for a younger bourbon. But let's see how it tastes. Cheers, y'all. And thank you again for tuning in live or on the replay. Okay. Definitely young. I'll say that. You know, I was saying, like, I was guessing like 5 to 7 just because I honestly didn't know. When Cheech said 3, I was like, oh, that seems a little young. Surely not. And then I tasted it, I'm like, yeah, it's a little young. Which makes me wonder, like, you know, is this... I said it was sourced, but I don't actually have confirmation on that. They don't say that they distilled it on the bottle, so maybe I'm just missing some info here. But yeah, that's pretty young. But it's not bad. It's just... It's so hard with, like, American oak, too, right? Like, yes, you're doing a double oak finish, but you're putting it in the same barrels that it started in. So it's really hard to tell how much of that is coming from that double oak, that the 2 times oak, or how much of it is coming from just the bourbon itself in the first aging stage. Let's give it another try. Yeah, it's got a bit of like it's kind of got like a this is a really weirdly specific note, but it's like a peanut skin, like, you know, like a roasted peanut. Like there's that skin layer that's sometimes in there, but like a little bit of that, like not quite nutty, like not like peanut butter or anything, but like that little like salty, a little bit barky. Is that a word? I don't know. It's got that character there, which I'm into. I love a good nutty bourbon, but I will say, you know, it's not overly complex. I don't know if it's meant to be. Again, around $40, not too pricey. Yeah, it's enjoyable. It drinks like some other lower end bourbons that I've tried that are a bit, you know, lower price range. Do I love this American oak? Not necessarily. I think it's, you know, it's a fine bourbon. I think it is a bit pricey. I don't think that the things that I love about a double oaked bourbon, I don't think they're standing out here. I think there are some nice, that nuttiness, that like little nut skin. Oh, that sounds awful. That like a roasted peanut kind of note, I really appreciate. But I feel like this needs a little bit going for it. And it needs a little more time, maybe in the barrel, before doing the finish. Yeah, nothing wrong with it. Not at all. It's a very, very easily approachable bourbon. Doug said, I met Dixon at Whiskey Weekend Batch 3 and it was great to hear him talk and present. That's all I've heard is great things. That's amazing. Let's see. Gandhi wrote here in the chat as well. What's up? How's it going? Gandhi said, I prefer the 2XO French oak to American oak. Oh, that's good to hear. We're moving to that one next. Okay, I was going to say the American, like, it's not bad. It's just not, at least something to be desired. So that's good to hear. Calumet 16 is a great pour. I know Fred is a big fan of the Calumet line. Doug says, I don't get any youth on the American oak, but at 92 proof, there's not a lot of punch either. Yeah, when I say young, it's not like an off-putting, like, craft kind of note. To me, it's just more of like that. When I think of a young bourbon, it's that really, really sweet, no oak, like, influence. Like, to me, that's a telltale sign. There we go. Telltale sign that to me it's a younger bourbon. It just, I look for that oak. I love that oak note from some older bourbons. And if it's not there and it's just sweet, I assume it's a little younger. Again, not bad. A great place to start. What a perfect pour to start our night with. Because we're only going to go up from here, I imagine. What's up, Gary? Oh man, I appreciate it. I love seeing some people turn out that I haven't seen in a while. Prescription Bourbon as well. What's up, DMC? Like, man, so good to see y'all. I'm glad to see you back. Hopefully you are having a great holiday season. I said it at the beginning of the stream, but I'm going to do my top 10 whiskeys of the year next week, same time. So if you're not subscribed, hit subscribe so you can be the first to hear my top 10 whiskeys of the year. As I said bourbons, but I'm gonna limit it to top 10 American whiskeys of the year. I know sometimes I'll throw in like a wild card, like an Irish or a Scotch or something. This year I'm gonna have 10 specific American whiskeys. That's the plan so far. Might have a shout out to one or two outside of that realm, but that's my goal. I'm very, very excited. I'm not calling anyone biased. No, I'm just saying I don't have nothing. No one can accuse me of being biased because I don't have a bias. I just say that because I know if I knew someone closely that was behind a brand, I would admit that I do have a bias behind it. Now, there's not very many people that I do know, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not claiming that people are biased. Fred, don't call me out. Save this for the after party. Call me out in the after party. Emily says, busier tonight. I know. So good to see y'all. All right. Let's move on to the second pour. Let's keep it moving, right? We've got a bit of a late start today, so we might go a little bit over 8 p.m. tonight. But we're going to try to keep it still under an hour. So that's what I like to do. I have heard people say that they appreciate the shorter streams, so we're going to stick with it. So that was the American Oak. Let me set this down here. And let's move to the brand new, well, new to me. I just bought it. Came out in August of this year. The French Oak. Same price, by the way. This is part of the Oak series. 2XO French Oak Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 46%, 92 proof. I was about to pour it again. I've already poured it. So let's see what the back of the bottle says. Let's see. Blends bold. Oh, those are tasting notes. I don't like reading tasting notes. Highly charred French oak introduced towards the end of maturation. Spice notes from the rye and the mash bill. So I'm going to take a gander. Not a gandy, but a gander. That this is the same mash bill as the American Oak. Just the description makes me feel like it probably is. The other one's at 18%. Let me see if I can go to the page of that one. So let's see. This is the August 2024 release. 18. It's the same mash bill. That's what I thought. I was only going to guess. But same mash bill, but they're using a chain of charred French oak versus American oak. I would love to see that process done. I'm sure there's a video somewhere, but it sounds so interesting. Fred said, did you say 3 years? That would require an age statement. I never saw one. That's a great call, right? Because if it's a straight bourbon, it has to be at least 4 years old. I think that was just speculation in the chat. I think someone said that they had heard that it was 3 years old, but that's a great call. If it says Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, it has to be at least 4 years old without an age statement. So I'd probably lean towards 4 versus older. It definitely has some youthful characteristics to it. But great call, man. Fred, you're on it. I love it. Clifton being biased, nut skin. The after party is going to be interesting. Oh, there will be plenty of nut skin to. No. It's not that kind of after party. That's the late show after party. I'm just kidding. That's only for Bourbon Daddies, which there is a Patreon tier called Bourbon Daddy. Only one person has ventured to see what comes with the Bourbon Daddy subscription. Barton. That's the guess, right? Again, I don't know for sure. Tony loves some French oak. Doug says, I've never seen the French oak in the wild, but I'll be looking for it. Yeah, I literally just walked into a Total Wine today. It was like 45 or 49. I forget which one. But yeah, just on the shelf. Now, the sneaker blend that I just picked up was also at Total Wine, but it said limited release and it wasn't able to be ordered online. So I had to go look. I saw it in the store. It was there, but I couldn't order it online. So, but the French oak should be available. Dixie doesn't distill its all sorts. That's what I assume. Fred, I think you're behind in the chat. Like, I feel like you were commenting on things that I said like 10 minutes ago. Does anyone else feel like that, or am I going crazy? I feel like Fred is like 10 minutes behind. Put a picture of the chain. Tony put a picture of his chains in the after party chat. Wow, it's about to get wild. You know what? I don't BDSM shame, you know? Cliffy After Dark. That's right. All right, let's move on to the French oak. Again, same proof, same mash bill, supposedly. Probably same age. Same price. But let's go and give it a nose. I'm typically a fan of French oak. Oh, okay, yeah, it's different. Let me just nose the American real quick. American's just such a classic vanilla. I get like an orange zest or something, like an old fashioned kind of with the American. This one's a bit richer, a little dark chocolate. Maybe some like nutmeg. I was gonna say cinnamon, but it's not like that spice that comes with cinnamon. Definitely more of like the baking spices, which I've always heard about French oak, but now that I'm nosing it, looking for those, I'm like, yeah, it's absolutely. Gandhi says Kiowa is my favorite of the $100 bottles. Sneakerhead somewhere in the middle. No, I've seen that label. I'm assuming it's a reference to Kiowa Island. I'm from South Carolina, so I saw Kiowa. I'm like, that's definitely. If it's not, then that's really strange coincidence because, of course, I've not seen that out here. I'm in California now, but I saw Kiowa. I'm like, if that's Kiowa Island, that's really cool. I would love to buy it just as like a tribute to the Carolinas. If anyone knows, let me know. Doug said, I've seen the Sneakerhead Total Wine, but for $100, I need a referral from someone. Well, you might get it here, you might not. We'll see. You're going to want to join Patreon for this after party Photoshop. Seriously, though, if anyone is interested in joining Patreon, I would welcome you to our community. We also have some free memberships available if you just want to kind of get a sneak peek at what we do. But there is a 30-day free trial of our Bourbon Megabyte tier, which gets you access to the after party, gets you access to tomorrow's movie night screening, and you get some status on Discord. So if you want to try it out for 30 days, consider this a Christmas gift to yourself. Just sign up for the subscription for 30 days. See if you like it. If you don't, drop it in the new year. I don't care. But I do appreciate the support for anyone that's willing to stick around and support the channel. So, all right. I've nosed the French oak. So far, I'm loving the nose. Let's see how it tastes. Cheers. Kiowa Island is where your vacation is again. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I went to college near there, so very, very familiar with it. Okay, yeah, there's way more spice going on. Even though it is the same proof, those like baking spices are really standing out. Again, it's not cinnamon. It's definitely more of a I said nutmeg earlier, maybe clove. I don't know. I'm not a spice expert. Emily knows. She calls me out all the time for it. This I can tell that something extra has been done to it. The standard, the American oak, to me tasted as expected. It didn't really stand out or like seem interesting to me at all. The French oak, though, y'all know I'm a sucker for French oak. This one I like. I honestly would say, if you have a palate similar to mine, I would say skip the American oak, go straight to the French oak. This is the newer release, first of all, so it might be more available. For the price point, for about $45 to $49, I do recommend it. I think it's fun. I think it's fun to see the influence of French oak casks on a bourbon whiskey. One, this doesn't taste as young, even though I assume they're probably the same age-ish, same mash bill. But man, there's way more flavor going on with the French oak, way more nuance to it. I mean, this is... For the price, again, sub $50 bottle. I do like that. That's really, really good. So far the French oak is doing it for me, but we got 3 more whiskeys to get through tonight. So, what do you guys, so those of you that are fans and that have been following the brand for a while, do you recommend, I assume Sneakerhead's the newest one, but so we should try the Tribute Blend first, right? That's my thinking, but let me know if I'm wrong about that. Sneakerhead came out in October of 2024. I'm just gonna see if I can pull up the Tribute Blend. Let's see, 2XO Tribute Blend. Here we go. Oh no, they've removed it from the website because it was probably last year's release. There we go, Tribute Blend. Found it. Okay, September 2023. So this one came out with the American oak. It was one of the first releases. Got it. Okay. What's up, Bourbon Noob? What's up, Patrick? Hope you're doing well. Don't threaten me with a good time. I don't know what I'm threatening you with, but Fred said, I thought it was Clifton's chat that was lagging. Nope, I was my video somehow behind. Fred, so I questioned a few minutes ago. I'm like, I think Fred's like 10 minutes behind, but like you guys tell me. So I figured. But I think we caught the gist of what we were saying to each other. You may not have heard my answers, but good. Glad you're caught up, Fred. What level gets access to the after party? Great question. So that is the $10 tier. So that we do an after party hangout after every live stream on Thursdays. So we'll hang out on Discord. Make sure you're part of the Discord first of all. But we have a private lounge called After Party Hangout. Every Thursday night, right after the stream, we all head over there and we hang out and have a good time. So if you're interested, check it out. Like I said, there's a free trial for that one. That's the megabyte tier. With that, you also get our monthly movie night access. So you're going to get to watch Gremlins tomorrow. If anyone wants to sign up, now's a great time. You can watch Gremlins with us. We'll do a watch party on Discord. Again, 7 p.m., same time as my live stream. So yeah, if you have any questions, if y'all join or you're thinking about joining, shoot me a message, Instagram, email, contact@bourbonbytes.com. Wherever else you want to reach me, those are probably the best places. But yeah, would love to have y'all. Andy Red says 2XO French Oak is a great first pour of the night of summertime. Oh wow, yeah. I mean that one is a great starter to begin with in general. It's a step above the American Oak. It's way more complex, way more nuance to it. That's where I feel like is a good starting point for this brand. If you're gonna jump onto this brand, maybe skip the American Oak, go straight to the French Oak. See what you think. Tony says the Oak series is intended to be available year-round, all day, every day. Just give it a time to hit your market. Okay, love that. Tribute next. Gotcha, okay. Phoenix, Tribute, Innkeeper, Kiowa, Sneakerhead, I think, in order of release. Okay, I wish I had all of those, but I do have Tribute and Sneakerhead, and I'll save the gem for last. So, spoiler alert, don't feed them after midnight. I watched this movie as a kid, believe it or not, but not as an adult. So I'm really excited. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the Tribute blend, shall we? So this one, again, this is a September 2023 release. That is not the bottle. I have too many. All the bottles are the same, so it's very confusing. That's not it either. All right, hold on. We got it. Here we go. Tribute blend. So this one came out end of last year. Will you focus? Come on. It's focusing on my bottles behind me. It's not going to focus, is it? No. Okay. There we go. Oh, man, almost. I think it's the mirrors. I don't know. Anyways, the Tribute blend. Also a Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 104 proof. So we're jumping up to 52% ABV. Let's see if we have an age statement potentially. We'll see. No age statement. It says the same thing. Tribute blend is the third release in the ongoing small batch blend series from 2XO, 2 times oak. Each release is unique, created by blending select stocks of my finest barrels and crafted using my double barreling process. The Tribute blend recognizes my family and mentors who have blazed a trail for me. Pay tribute to those who came before you. Love that. I love that sentiment. I love, especially in the world of whiskey making, like there's so many legends in the world of whiskey. Why not pay tribute to them? And I'm sure Dixon was trained by some of the best in the industry. Let's see. It's a nod to Dixon's parents and the path they paved for him. Yeah, no additional info here on the website. I sometimes hope that they're going to release a little bit more info on the website. They don't at the moment, so we're just going to go off of this. Price-wise, $100. I paid about $50 or $60, so I got it for about half price. So I'm not upset. I've not tried it, actually. It's going to be a fresh crack. So, like I said, 3 of the 5 bottles I'm trying tonight is going to be a completely first impression. So I'm excited. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? That's a great question. We actually answered it last Christmas because patrons voted that we watched Die Hard last Christmas. So we watched Die Hard. It's our Christmas movie last year. This year we're watching Gremlins. So it should still be a fun time. Get the Innkeeper. Yeah, no, Matthew, I will. Absolutely. Don't get them wet. Never feed them after midnight. Bourbon of the week. Hello, welcome. 27 watching and 18 likes. Click that like button, y'all. Yes, please. We still got 3 whiskeys to go. If you're enjoying the show, please hit the like button. Is there something I could? No, I don't want that to steal the focus, but. All right. So, like I said, we don't know too much about this. We know it's higher proof. It's 104 proof, which comes in at 52% ABV. $100, about double the price point. Let's see what goes into the Tribute blend. Liking the nose, definitely can tell there's more age here. If anything, that's what's standing out to me. There's a bit more oak, a bit of like a there's like a spiciness, but it's not from the proof. It almost kind of like makes you want to sneeze a little bit. Like it's got a little bit of that like a pepperiness or something. But still, got some of those caramel sweetnesses that we got on the American oak was so vanilla that like I didn't get those darker caramel notes, but this one's definitely darker. But there's some spice, but not like a baking spice. Definitely more of like a peppery spice. I don't know if it's like a spicy pepper, like a I don't know, habanero. I know that's like weird, but like definitely seems like it could be spicy. I'm excited. I like the nose a lot. It's interesting, and that's what I look for a $100 bottle. It's got to be interesting. So yeah, that's not focusing on me, is it? All right, we're moving the bottle. So like I said, $100 tribute blend. Let's give it a taste. Cheers. Okay. Well, I do appreciate the higher proof. I think that that's one thing that sets it apart. When we were drinking the other ones, I was like, okay, this is nice, but like, where's the proof? Not that everything has to be high proof. I mean, 104 is not necessarily high proof, but you gotta give it room to open up. And if you have it too low of proof, I'm not gonna appreciate it as much as I can. I mean, I've always said like 107-ish is like my perfect proof between 105 and 110. Like that's kind of my like what I aim for if it's not cask strength. This one falls a little bit short of that, but it's still close to that range. Oh, Tony says he's heard comparisons to Willet on the Tribute Blend. I don't know if I'm the good person to speak to that because I'm not the biggest Willet fan. I think Willet has a very distinct flavor note that some people love. I'm just not typically a fan of it. But I do say it has a bit of savoriness. Like I said, I was going like with the spicy pepper kind of thing. It is a little savory. It's definitely not as sweet as like the French oak or the American oak. So I could see why someone could say it has a Willet note to it. To me, it's savory. Yeah, it's even compared to the French oak. It's like what I would interpret as dry, which is hard to say on a bourbon. Like, what is dry on a bourbon? But it doesn't have those bright, sweet characteristics that you would expect. I almost swallowed it wrong, but I was going to say there's a tingle. Because I was saying the French oak was like nutmeg, right? Yeah, the French oak is mellow. This is bright. This is spicy. This is a bit of that cinnamon spice. I know they're using like a high rye mash bill on the American oak and the French oak. So I'm not surprised to see a bit of a cinnamon note come through on the Tribute. But it's a very dry, not a sweet. I'm not getting like cinnamon candy, like big red gum. I'm getting like dry cinnamon, like bark or whatever you call it, like the cinnamon in a jar. That's what I'm getting. Doug says it's a baking spice savory complex and proof helps. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm glad to hear that. Jerry says he prefers the French oak over the Tribute. Yeah, I can absolutely see that as well. I might be with you. Okay. I would be with you if the French oak was higher proof because I love the proof of this Tribute. I think it's complex. I think it's unique. I'm not one for a savory bourbon. I love a oaky bourbon, like a drier oaky bourbon. This one does lean a little savory. I'm not upset about that, but it's not something I would seek out that flavor profile of. So I might be with you, Jerry. Well, I think if you do appreciate more of a savory note, a little bit of like a spicy, whether it's like a cinnamon or like a hot pepper kind of spice, something's interesting happening with the Tribute. I just feel like as a bourbon lover, someone that loves a sweeter palate, a little more, especially one of those baking spices, less than like the spicy spices, I think I'll have to agree with you, Jerry. I think I prefer the French oak as well. But I do really like that. Oh, earthy notes as well. Yeah, savory, earthy. It's like the same thing. It's like it's anything that's the opposite of those sweet notes that you expect from a bourbon. That's at least how I feel about it. So I think we're on the same page. Oh, thank you. So what's up? Click the like button. Did you? Yes, please do. It's completely free. It helps out. I mean, you guys can join Patreon and help out the channel in some ways, but if you want to support it completely free, you hit that like button. That always helps as well. All right, let's move on. We got 2 more bourbons to try. So we have the Sneakerhead blend, which is the newest release. It came out in October of this year. Has a really cool label on it. Let me show you. No, I'm not much of a sneakerhead. I'm not, I live in LA, which you would think. There's so much sneaker culture here. But I'm not the biggest, like I appreciate a good shoe, don't get me wrong. But I'm not out shopping for, high-end shoes. Again, I appreciate the culture, not quite my jam, but this one's also 104 proof. Now, does it taste like shoe? Let's find out. Now, let's see what they say. This is the 5th release in the Icon series, a collection of limited time small batch blends. Each blend is unique, created from blends. So it's, double barreling. The Sneakerhead blend comes from my love and passion for sneaker culture, as well as collectibles that represent one's unique sense of style. Okay, well, that's great to hear. I'm glad to hear that maybe, just a guess, maybe this means that this is kind of what he looks for in a bourbon, right? This is his unique style. I'm really excited to see what he considers a collectible, $100 blended bourbon. I'm excited. Let's see how it is. Let me see if I can find more info on the website. Let's see. Sneaker culture. Yeah, the same thing. Just some tasting notes. No, nothing in addition to the. We don't see any additional info for the mash bill. Does not say it's a different mash bill at all. All the same information. Louisville, Kentucky, prestige bottling. So we don't actually know anything else. We just know this is a limited release. I'll say the color on it is beautiful. I mean, this one has definitely some of the darkest color we've seen so far. So I'm excited. I wish I knew more. I'm just I don't know. I think a lot of us whiskey people feel the same, right? We're a bit nerds about it. We want to know, what's in the bottle? What's in the bottle? That's what we want to know. But yeah, I'm excited. Well, you know what I'm also excited for? Matthew Parks becoming the newest bourbon megabyte on the channel. Matthew, thank you so much. That's so awesome. It's been a minute since we've had a new patron, so thank you so much for supporting the channel. It really does mean so much. Like I said, I bought these with my own money, so every dollar helps. I don't quite see it yet on Patreon, but sometimes it takes a minute to go through. Are you on our Discord yet? If not, let me drop a link and let me know what your name is on there. I'll give you status for tonight, even though it may not have fully gone through. I'll get you access to our after party. Really appreciate it. Yeah, so if it's not quite gone through on Patreon, that's all good. Just let me know your name on Discord, and we'll give you status. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about you joining. No, I'm just kidding. No, seriously. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, the color of the Sneakerhead, so dark. Wow. Definitely the darkest, even compared to the French Oak. The French Oak is the next darkest, but this one has some beautiful color on it. Again, I wish we knew more about the what was in here. They're very sneakery. Nah, that doesn't work. They're very discreet about what they did. So I wish I knew a little bit more, but let's go ahead and give it a nose. This is gonna sound crazy. It doesn't not smell like shoes. There's some shoe-esque qualities to it, and that makes me feel weird. I know y'all were joking, does it taste like shoes? But there is a bit of that, that new shoe smell. Again, I said I love leather on a bourbon. Leather is one of my favorite notes. Leather, oak, cedar chest, those are my favorite. Old library book. Oh, give me all of it. But there's a little bit of that, new leather. Not old leather. Yeah, wow, okay. Maybe this was just he literally just smelled it and he's it smells like a new shoe. And that's why Sneakerhead blend. I don't know. But I will say, it could be power of influence. I can't fully say, but I will say there's a bit of a new leather note on that, and I like it. Is it leathery or plasticky? Well, so far, it's new leather, which is, I feel somewhere in between, right? Old leather is more of that, rustic, that, saddle leather, that, that, vintage kind of note. New leather does have a bit of, what could be interpreted as plasticky. So I don't think you're wrong there, but it's definitely more a freshly, created leather. Yes, do the Discord. Yes, thank you. Every time I see the sneakerhead bottle name, I think of it snakehead. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely there's definitely a shoe on it. I guess we never knew what was in Kentucky Owl either, so it's par for the course. Yeah, I mean, certain people knew, but not everyone. Leather and salt. Oh. Like new carbo for shoes. Yes to that, Emily. You know, you're not wrong with that leather and salt kind of thing. It's a little bit like, not like a salty, sweaty foot. Don't get me wrong. It doesn't smell like a used shoe. It's a very new smell. Matthew said it could be the rye influence. Rex from the Whiskey Vault once joked about that. Oh, okay. Interesting. I didn't watch their videos, so that's good to know. Yeah, really unique nose. But let's see how this sneakerhead. Is it sneakerhead? Now you got me confused. What's this one called? Sneaker. That's the tribute. God, these all look the same from the top. That's the American Oak. Here we go. Sneakerhead. Okay, I just want to make sure I was like not misquoting that. Todd said he gets some leather notes as well. Thank you. Thank you for validating my opinion. All right, let's go ahead and give it a taste. Cheers, y'all. Okay. This is my jam. This is in my wheelhouse. This is what I look for in a bourbon. Hell yeah. Leather for sure. Leather. I think the leather may have inspired the name. I do feel like I'm looking for more oak, because usually that leather is accompanied by like a nice older oak quality to it. Not quite getting that. I'm getting the leather, which is so interesting. I've never gotten such a new leather note on a bourbon. Loving the proof again. Mid palate's really nice. I do feel like the finish kind of falls off really quickly. I don't get like a longer finish or, more complexity beyond that leather. Which is a little disappointing to me because I was so excited for this one. I was really ready for this to blow my mind. I smelled that leather. I'm like, oh, this is going to be my jam. I just feel like it's missing a bit of like the body behind it. It's like the new leather. It's like, it's like weird, but it's like it's like a facade, right? Like you open a new pair of shoes and it's like leather. It looks beautiful. But then you look inside and it's made out of like cheap plastic or something. Like that seems really rude. I'm sorry. Let me. I'm just saying it's not the full experience that I would expect from like a leather forward note, because I love that note. One of my favorite notes, but it kind of leaves a lot to be. I don't want to say leaves a lot to be desired, but I really like the start of it. It starts out so nice. I get so excited. And then I lose it. I wish it would just hang on just a bit longer. Ah, man. It's not bad. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad at all. It's very quick. Jerry Black, new Bourbon Megabyte member as well. Oh my god, 2 patrons in one night. I feel like that's like never been done since like I launched the Patreon. Y'all are amazing. Thank y'all so much. Again, it's not showing up on my end. Please join the Discord and let me know your name and let me know that you're a patron, because I have to upgrade you manually if it's not syncing directly with Discord. That's so awesome. Thank you so much, Jerry, and thank you, everyone that's checking out the Discord tonight. Even if you don't feel like it's the right time for you, like the fact that you go check it out is so awesome. Thank you so much. Am I going to rank these at the end? Absolutely. Of course. Jeffrey Wack in the house. What's up, Jeffrey? Hope you're doing well. Gandy said finish is brief. Okay, thank you. I get a little nervous. I'm like, I don't want people to say like, oh, the finish is so long in my experience. It's brief. It's not bad. It's just very short. Man, I keep because I'm like, at first that tastes so good, but then I lose it. It just kind of dissipates. I don't know. I still think the French oak is trending ahead. I'll rank them at the end, but like we got one more to try before we do the ranking. So let's move on to the one I'm very, very excited to try. This is the most expensive 2XO product that I've ever bought. I don't know if it's even considered a current release. Jim of Kentucky. It's a single barrel series. Oh, okay. This explains something. Okay. So this one that I have right here is Jim of Kentucky. Of course, 2 times oak by Dixon Deadman. As you all know, they're all the same in terms of that. But this one is barrel number 56. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 108 proof, same proof as what we've been drinking here. The Gem of Kentucky series is made up of hand-selected single barrels from my proprietary high rye bourbon mash bill. Okay, so it is a custom mash bill he's been working on, which I rebarrel in new oak barrels with varying char levels. Each single barrel expression is unique and bottled just below barrel proof to meet my standards for the most premium releases from 2XO. All right, if you guys have this one, let me know what barrel you have. I have barrel number 56. I see Todd has barrel number 77. Doug said I can get it in my total mind right now. Okay, well, Doug, stick around. Let's see if it's worth it. Again, retail on this one is up there. It's up there. I think it's $200. I didn't pay that. I paid around $140 or $150 at the most. Yeah, 104 proof, so it's not quite cask strength. He claims it's just below, which we'll see. Wow, that's so much darker than all of them. Yeah, that's the darkest so far. The standards are 104 proof. I have 58% and 117 proof. Wow. Okay, Tony, that's a crazy big difference. The standard releases are 104 proof, but you have a 117 proof one. Well, did that cost about the same? Like, as I said, this was around $200 retail. I definitely didn't pay that because I bought it from K&L and it was on sale. Actually, I'm curious how much I paid for it now that I know that. Kentucky, let's see. I paid $133 for this. So it was previously listed for $180. I bought it for $133. So definitely, more affordable in my price range. Todd's is 108. Oh, barrel. I'm sorry. Sorry, Tony. I misinterpreted what you were saying. I misinterpreted that. Yes. You have barrels number 58 and 117/116. Okay. Sorry for misinterpreting. All right. Let's go ahead and nose. This is the Gem of Kentucky. Now, this does say high rye. Let's see what info K&L gives us. K&L usually has got some good info on their website. Let's see. It's the premier offering from 2XO, the only double-barreled, single-barrel Kentucky Straight Bourbon whiskey on the market. Is that still true? That may have been an older statement. The only double-barrel, single-barrel Kentucky Straight Bourbon whiskey on the market. Now, doesn't that... Oh, I feel like there was a debate, like on my Discord recently. Because if you were double barreling something and putting it into a single barrel, let's say you take a batch of bourbon that's from like 50 barrels and you blend it and then you put it down into a single barrel, can you call it a single barrel bourbon? I think there's some nuances with like the TTB of that all. I think you can, if I'm not misremembering that. So I'm not making accusations or anything. I'm just saying, if you're doing a double barreling and a single barrel, I think there's some kind of like stuff you can get away with there. I'm not saying he is. All right, so it says this is selected by Dixon from his double-barreled stock of the high rye bourbon mash bill, which has 35%. That's spent up to a year in a new charred oak barrel before bottling. Yeah. Already choked at the price, but Dixon knows what people want. Mine will be $200. Okay. Now that was 1,000% an accurate statement that it was the only one. Yes, still single barrel. Okay. I got you. I'm trusting Fred here. Maybe the last barrel rules the name. But I feel like that's not fair. Joe, welcome. Cheers to you, my friend. Thanks for stopping in. And thank you, Donnie, for dropping the Patreon link. Fred says it's about the quantity of barrels in the batch, not how many barrels the spirit has been in. Think Scotch finished in a wine cask. That's fuzzy mad. Hey, Fred's probably right. I heard speculation. I'm not making any accusations, especially about this brand. I've just heard about the fact that, like, if it's double-barreled, can it be a single-barreled? We'll talk about it in the after party. I'd love to hear more info on that, Fred. Save it for the after party. All right, but before then, let's rinse my palate. Let's go in for a taste of the Gem of Kentucky. All right, $200 Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. Single barrel. Yeah, the nose is a bit more of a... Definitely dark. The darkness and richness that was missing from some of these is here. Still that nutmeg. It's almost reminiscent of the French oak, but obviously older. A little bit of that pepper too, that like spiciness. I'm excited. All right, let's go and try the Gem of Kentucky. Cheers, y'all. Oh, there's some old stuff in there. I can just tell on the palate. Yeah, that leather. Oh, okay. Yeah. That leather finish and that leather mid palate that I was missing from the Sneakerhead blend is all the way here. That is I can tell that the bourbon in here is older. I can tell that there's some really good quality. Not to say that it's all older, like they would probably put an age statement on it if it was, but there is some older bourbon in this blend because I'm getting those vintage leather notes. Not that new leather that I was getting on the Sneakerhead. Vintage leather, medium to long finish compared to like the very short finish of the Sneakerhead. Okay, there's definitely something here. I mean, yeah. That's got to be the most flavorful of all of these. Definitely the longest finish. I think the second longest would probably be the French oak, but this is the longest finish of the ones we've had here tonight. Great proof on it. I mean, that's delicious. I really, really like this bourbon. The only thing that I don't really, really like is the price point. I know we're coming from like Kentucky Owl, which was already a premium bourbon, and I get that. And I respect premium bourbons. And as much as I love this release, I think it's delicious. I like it a lot. My favorite of the 2XO lineup. Would I pay $200 for a second bottle of it? I feel like I'm struggling a bit. Because I feel like as much as I like this, I don't think I would pay more. I paid $130 for it on clearance. Even that feels a bit high, but I think $100. Like, if this were priced at the point that the Sneakerhead and the Tribute Blend were, I would buy it. Absolutely. I would buy a backup bottle of it. That's how much I really like it. But for double that cost, I struggle to find that it's that much higher value. And I hope you guys are taking that as not like a diss on it, right? Like it's delicious. I love it. My issue is with pricing. And I think a lot of people feel that way about Kentucky Owl in general. You have here a bourbon that will change a lot of people's mind and get them into bourbon, feel like it's more complex, just as complex as some of the scotches at a lower price point. You know, like some people say like, oh, well, scotch is so much more complex than bourbon. Yes, in a lot of ways it is, but this is one of the more complex bourbons and I like it a lot. I just think the price point hurts it. If you can find this on sale for $150 or less, buy it. Absolutely, give it a try if you have the budget for it. $200, I hesitate to say recommend buying it for that price because if that's just not quite your jam flavor-wise, I don't want you to be disappointed because like Clifton said to buy it. There are some whiskeys that I've said that, you know, at that price point are a must buy. They are like absolutely worth it. This doesn't quite meet that bar, but it is a delicious bourbon. That's my personal opinion about it. Love to know what you guys are thinking in the chat, or if you're watching the replay, please let me know. Is Kentucky Owl on clearance yet? I don't know. So yeah, Kentucky Owl. The only experience I've had with that was the St. Patrick's Day release that came out, and then the confiscated, of course. I think I may have had some of the lower end mixers as well, but you know, got yours for $100. Oh yes, great price. Yeah, I would buy another one for $100. I think it's a great bourbon. $100, I think, is a very, very fair price point for it. I just, you know, it's sold out now. I can't buy it for another $130. But yeah, Tony said I paid $150 for my first and full price begrudgingly for the second. Yeah. Okay, Fred and Donnie are talking about something that they missed, but yeah, no, I love it. Just think it's overpriced. So, lastly, I will rank these. I know people have been asking what are my favorites. Considering price, I love to consider price in this because I think that affects value. My favorite, considering price, believe it or not, is the one I keep referencing over and over again, the French Oak. This one, I think for 40, I think I paid $45 for it. is a really good expression of what can be done with a second maturation, a second oaking. Now they did like a chain of I assume not staves, but maybe chips. I'm not exactly sure how they did it. This really does impress. It really takes the flavor of what you expect from a younger bourbon, elevates it, adds that spices to it. Not cinnamon, but more of like a nutmeg spice. That's actually my favorite considering price and everything. Second favorite actually goes to, as much as I complain about the price, Gem of Kentucky. It's a fantastic bourbon. I would be very, very happy to consider this one of my best whiskeys I've tried all year. I just think the price is the only thing that's holding it back from, potentially not making that list. Tasting wise, though, delicious. If you can find it for $150 or less, give it a try. If you have a reason to celebrate and splurge and pay $200, go for it. But don't be mad at me if you don't think it's worth it. So that's my top 2. Third place actually would be Sneakerhead. I think it's fun. I love that new leather flavor on it. $100 is a bit steep on price. Do I wish it had more going on for it flavor-wise? Absolutely. Do I wish it had a finish? Yes. But that upfront flavor, every time I try it, I literally go, So that says something. That does say something for me. Next, a close one to that one would be the Tribute Blend. I love that there was a little bit more cinnamon, a little bit more spice on this one. Love that it's 104 proof. Going back to the nose. This one is so close. This one and the Sneakerhead, it would be hard for me. I think on another day, I might put the Tribute above the Sneakerhead. I think they're both pretty on par, a bit pricey, but yeah, I like them both. Last place for me tonight, unfortunately, has to go to the American Oak. It's fine. I would drink it. I would gladly drink it. Do I think it's worth the price point? I don't think so. I think I can find a very similar bourbon for around $20. Maybe 23, 24. So almost half the price. It's not bad. It just wouldn't be where I started. If I'm going to try to impress someone and lean someone into this brand, I would not start with the American Oak. I would start with the French and work my way up from there. But again, not a bad bourbon. Could drink this any day. Just think it's a bit pricey. So that's my thoughts. Again, thank you all so much for watching. I know some of you guys have more releases. I see more mentions of the Kiowa. Gandhi says, I agree with your order, but Kiowa is the best for me. I will keep an eye out. 1, the name means a lot to me, being from South Carolina. 2, you're raving about it, so I got to try it. So really, really excited to try more. Again, 5 releases. I've never reviewed this brand before on the channel. I'm so excited I did this. Thank y'all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed an honest first impression. If you did, hey, make sure to please hit the thumbs up button and please subscribe on your way out. Again, if you're here on Thursday evenings, even if it's not every Thursday, just tune in. I'm here most Thursdays. So next week is the big one, though. The top 10 whiskeys of 2024. Help picked by my patrons. So thank y'all so much for watching. I see y'all dropping your Patreon names, those of you that did join Discord tonight, or dropping your Discord names, you joined Patreon tonight. I will make sure that I give you your status. You can join us in the after party. Make sure to check out, go under Patreon exclusive in the channels and click after party hangout. You may have to close out and reopen. You have to accept your camera permission and your microphone permissions. Sometimes it's a little wonky, but we'll be patient. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see y'all next week. If I don't, happy holidays, but hopefully you will tune in for my best whiskeys of the year. I'm very, very excited. I will say there are some shockers in there. Some very affordable shockers is all I got to say. Cheers, y'all. Happy Thursday. Have a great weekend, and I will see you next week. All right. Bye, y'all. Why is my thing not loading? Oh, no. Hold on. I had a glitch. Let's see. Oh, it's not doing my outro. Shoot. I'll just do it manually. Okay. One second. All right. Here we go. All right. Thank y'all. Bye. number 4 bourbon. I'm talking about this year's Bomberger's Declaration release from Michter's. This is the 2025 release, 108 proof. This is a small batch Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. It is released every year, and as with other Bombergers, this has been aged in Chinkapin oak barrels that have been seasoned from 18 months to 5 years. So that's a unique twist on it. It makes it stand out from any other Michter's releases, and I just think that they really nailed it this year. Retail on it was about $120, which is up there, but I know a lot of places sell it for quite a bit more. That nose is so full of oak and baking spices. Honestly, one of the best noses of any whiskey I've had this year. So let's go ahead and give it a try. Cheers. Honestly, 108 still feels like the perfect proof for this. I think it holds up really well. There's a lot of oak, some dark chocolate as well. So I could see this being kind of an after dinner pour, just kind of maybe having with a cigar. Really big fan of this year's Bombergers. I haven't had one since probably 2019. So this is my first time trying it in almost 6 years. There may have been other better releases, but from the ones I've tried, this has been my favorite so far. So Bomberger's Declaration 2025. Expected it to be hot garbage, I'll be honest. I think we have a winner here. That is straight up chocolate icing, like chocolate frosting. Very sweet milk chocolate. That works almost too well. Wow, I'm speechless. That is delightful. That is damn good. I never thought I would be saying that about flavored Crown Royal. Hello everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes Whiskey Reviews with an 80s twist. I'm your host Clifton, and welcome to another Thursday night live stream. Tonight we are once again drinking one of the prettiest bottles in all of whiskey. We are drinking the new releases from Penelope Bourbon. Now, I say that because we literally just did a bunch of Penelope probably 2 months ago now, maybe a little bit longer. But they actually sent me a bunch of new samples of all of their latest batches. So the last time I did Penelope, they had sent me like one sample, but I went to my store to buy a couple that I could see on the shelves, just so I had enough to do the stream. This time, I think they probably were like, "Oh, you're trying our older stuff. Here, let us send you our newer releases." So tonight we are trying the newest batches from Penelope as of this month. I guess technically July because it just turned August, but yeah, so I'm really excited to get into these, give these a try. Now, some of you have already had these, especially my Bourbon Terabytes on Patreon. That is my $50 level. That actually was their sample set from last week, so they had a chance to try these along with me. I got their thoughts on them, and I'm really excited that I got a chance to share them with some friends. So now I'm excited to share them with you all. So first of all, thank y'all all so much for watching. Make sure to hit the thumbs up if you are excited for our live stream tonight. I know Penelope is a brand that I feel like people hear about, but they don't really know all of their releases. I heard that there's like a few rare ones floating around, including like a 9-year that someone mentioned. I don't have that in my area, but we do have their latest releases of their Rosé cask, which is probably the first Penelope I ever tried. We have their newest Architect build number 10, the Barrel Strength Batch 18, and the Toasted Bourbon Batch 24301. So we're going to be trying through all 4 of these. I have 3 samples in one full-size bottle. I was just sent this probably like less than a month ago, and I drank quite a bit of it, so very excited to share my thoughts on all these releases. So let me know, have you guys ever had Penelope Bourbon? If you're watching live, let me know in the chat. If you're watching the replay, leave a comment down below. Have you tried it? Are you curious about it? Let me know. I've had the folks from Penelope on the channel probably 3 times now since the brand started, so it's been a while, but I'm excited to try what they've been up to lately. So I'm going to see if I can pull up some info in case questions come up on each of these. We'll probably start with the, we'll probably start with the Rosé cask finish because it's the lowest proof of the one we're drinking tonight. And then, so when I did the tasting with my patrons, I actually ended up doing the barrel strength last. But now that I've done that once, I kind of want to switch it up. I want to try the barrel strength bourbon before getting into the different finishes. So I'm literally just backtracking what I'm just saying. I said I was going to start with the Rosé cask, but I feel like I want to start with the bourbon because Every single one of these is basically a finished version of this bourbon. Now they're all at various proof points. The barrel strength is coming in at 114. This is, like I said, batch 18. Yeah, I'm gonna pour that. I'm changing it up a little bit. Let's try their barrel strength bourbon first. Get a sense of the palate that they're going for with that, and see how the finishes each affect it. Better plan, Cliffy. By the way, if y'all are drinking, let me know what you're drinking on tonight. I saw Tony was questioning. He's like, should I drink? I have a train to catch, but well, if you are drinking, let me know. I know Emily's drinking some coffee, so let me know what you guys are drinking. I want to say hello to a few folks, of course. Brandon, amazing mod here on the channel and friend of the channel. Special surprise, y'all. We're doing a Saturday stream this Saturday. It's been a while since I've done a Saturday stream, but Brandon's coming over. We are doing a blind flight sent to us by our friend Aaron Artino. Neither of us know. It's a double blind. We have no idea what they are. We're going to do that. And then we're also going to maybe blind each other with a couple pours as well. So should be fun. That's going to be at 6 p.m. Pacific this Saturday. So 1 hour before this live stream. I'll put up a reminder stream for it. So make sure to hit the bell button and be notified when we go live for that one. It's going to be a fun one. Zophir's here as well. Tony, this is the conversation I was referencing earlier. Zophir says, I'm sipping on some unsweetened iced tea. Oh, wow. Everyone's doing like a dry week. Well, man, y'all making me feel bad. Maybe someone's out there drinking some whiskey with me. If not, that's totally cool too. James Taylor in the chat. James is one of our incredible Patreon supporters. Emily, another amazing mod. Emily, thank you so much for being here. Enjoy your coffee. Zophir says, nice shirt. Oh, this is just what I wore to work today. It's awful wear. Let me unbutton the top button. I'm like sunburnt a little bit still. Oh, wow, that looks really bad. It's all the lighting in here too. It doesn't help. Sean Holgrave, welcome back. Good to see you again. Thanks for stopping in. Donnie is... Wow, Donnie's late this time? Wow, Donnie. Be better about that. I'm just kidding. Tony says, I have a special Chicago Cubs batch of Architect, an old batch of barrel strength, and the aforementioned 9-year-old cask strength. Oh man, Tony, you got some great ones there. Well, let us know as you drink those what you think of them. I'm very curious. And there's our friend Whiskey Pear who has prepared the blind flight for us for this Saturday. Should be fun. Sean's drinking Talisker 10. Nice. I actually had some Talisker. I think it was the 10. Yeah, I had some Talisker 10 a couple nights ago. I was in the mood for something different. I've been drinking a lot of like bourbons lately, so I'm like, let me go to my like Scotch. And Talisker 10 is what I pulled out. Really great pour. All right, so Donnie is sipping a Paloma, and Miss Lennox Cat is having a carbonated cider with a wild berry and lemonade. Ooh, fun. I saw a picture. I don't know if it was a local group or Discord. By the way, if y'all aren't on our Discord, the link's in the bio. Please join us. It's fun. Join us. No, someone posted like it was like a purple smoothie kind of cider, but it looked like a smoothie, and it was like some kind of beer. I don't remember what it was. I don't think it was on our Discord. It might have been on something I saw on social media, but it looked really, really good. It was like a blackberry or a black cherry cider, but it was like a smoothie. I don't know. Looked really good. That sounds great though. All right, so let's get to the Penelope. Like I said, I just poured the barrel strength batch 18 from what I assume is the latest batch of Penelope. Comes in at 114 proof. Let's see if we have some info here on this one. I guess I should just not search barrel proof. That doesn't come up with anything. I found some info on it when I was doing the tasting with my patrons, so I think I can find it here. Penelope barrel proof. Yeah, so I did batch 16 last time I did a stream on Penelope, but they have batch 18 is out now. All right, here we go. All right, so barrel strength batch 18. This one is about the MSRP on it is $65 retail. Now your mileage may vary depending on your area. Mash bill is 80% corn, 8% rye, 9% wheat, and 3% malted barley. So remember, Penelope does a lot of 4-grain whiskey. So that's all 4 grains: corn, rye, wheat, and malted barley. And all of this was distilled in Indiana. So it gives you a good idea of the distillery right there. Now, Penelope is owned by MGPI Distillery. So as far as I remember correctly, they're basically one of the brands that are now owned by MGP. Because at one point, Penelope was independent, but they were still working with MGP. But now they are part of their umbrella of families. So really cool. All right. Let's need to mash an odd number of times. Oh, I'm assuming the like button? I thought you were in the mash bill. I'm like, wait, they're not. I'm like, some of them are odd. No, I'm overthinking your comment. But thank you, Donnie, for dropping the Patreon info. Yes, get access to our movies night and $10 for our after party every week. And yeah, hit the thumbs up. Appreciate y'all showing up. I know Thursday nights are still pretty crowded in the world of YouTube, but I'm glad that y'all are here. I know that Big Vic is actually doing a stream tonight as well. I'm not sure what time he went on, but I did meet up with the folks from RD1 Distillery. I had them on the channel not that long ago. Barry Berniger, I actually met up with him for dinner last night. It was a lot of fun. He mentioned that he's going to be on Big Vic's stream tonight, so I'm going to have to go check that out after the stream. But thank you all for staying here for this one, or watching the replay. It doesn't matter who you watch it. Support all the amazing creators here on WhiskeyTube. All right, so like I said, proof of this one's 114, so it's going to be the hottest one we're drinking tonight. Yeah, the hottest one tonight, but let's go and give that one a nose. Now, age-wise, I don't think they have an age statement on these. I think it's probably the same thing as like at least 4 years old. I think if they maybe put on the bottle. It's non-chill filtered. Just, yeah, what am I doing? I'm looking at the rosé cask. I'm like, why does this say like from France? I was very confused. I was like, why is this Penelope from France? No. So we don't know. It doesn't have an age statement as far as I'm aware. Again, I just have a sample bottle, so I can't read the bottle beyond this. But I think it's probably at least 4 years old. All right, let's go and give that a nose. Oh, man. Yeah, it's very sweet. I think that's one thing I've always noticed about Penelope is like all of their base bourbon they're using, I feel like they're picking certain barrels that are very sweet. I mean, like it's an 80% corn mash bill, which is relatively high, I would say. It's got more wheat in it than rye, which I think kind of adds to like the softness of it. But there is some, I mean, it's pretty clearly a bourbon. Like it doesn't come across as any like weird. I don't want to say like weird, but it doesn't spike out in any direction as like something I'm not used to, especially when it comes to Indiana bourbon. It does have a little more sweetness than I'm used to, like I said. Definitely in the vanilla. There's some oak there, but it's like very, very faint on the back end. Now I can't necessarily just differentiate if it's like a younger kind of oak note or even maybe like a cedar. But there's some way it does read more cedar than oak. But I think that's because it's combined with the sweetness that I'm getting there. Yeah. It has a little bit of like a kick too. It's like, I was going to say like black pepper maybe. That's something that I don't normally get. I get it. It's a note that I hear a lot, but it's not one that I normally get on whiskey. So I'm interested that I'm kind of getting that a little bit. It's a little bit of, I mean, I could see it also being like a little cinnamon too, but to me, it's more of like the pepper that kind of like if you smell too much, it makes you sneeze. So it kind of reminds me of black pepper on the nose, but it's nice. I'm really looking forward to try it. So cheers, y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. Yeah. I mean, that's one thing that like when you get into finishing whiskey and like when that being your specialty, you got to start with a good base whiskey. And I think that's what they do well here. This whiskey, the barrel strength bourbon on its own, I think it's a good example of maybe a little bit younger of Indiana bourbon. It's not something that's going to like blow you away, at least in my opinion. I like it. I think, you know, I've had a previous batch that I think I liked a little bit more than this one. But it's just a solid base. It's definitely leaning towards the sweeter notes. It's almost going a little honey, not quite honey. It's still just that vanilla, typical like bourbon notes. I feel like you get. I mean, you can't really expect too much more from, you know, Indiana bourbon. That's what so many brands use as their base. But this one does lean sweet. So if you're looking for a sweeter expression, this might be the one for you. Yeah, not overly complex, not overly rich. Mouth feels pretty light, which is going to be fun to try how the different finishes affect that, because I know finishes can affect mouthfeel a lot. So we're going to keep this as our base as we work our way through these other ones, but I want to get a taste of it, get my palate set for that flavor profile, and let's see how all these casks influence it and change it. Brandon says he's going to be visiting Barry in September with Chris and Lil. Yes, Chris and Lil did come up in conversation with him yesterday. So much fun. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the rosé cask. Now, like I said, this was the first Penelope I think I ever tried, and I was very intrigued. I'm like, I've never seen this before. I don't think anyone's done it since then. but it is their first installment of their Cooper series, which takes our straight whiskeys on a world tour, pairing Penelope with wine casks from the finest winemaking regions. Sweet and delicate rosé cask marries our signature straight bourbon whiskey with hand-selected French rosé wine casks from the southern Rhone region, bringing together a truly unique alliance of flavor. So this one, it is also 4 to 5 years old. This one does have an age statement on their website. Also a 4-grain. Now the mash bill is a little bit different on this one. So it's a 76% corn, 14% wheat, 7% rye, and 3% malted barley. By the way, I use a number 4 char on the staves and a number 2 char on the heads. That's the nerdy info for all of you watching. So this is also, it's a specific Grenache rosé cask. If that means anything, I'm not a rosé drinker. I've had some, and I think it's an interesting flavor profile. Definitely a little more in the tart, tangy territory. Look, when I drink wine, I love a red wine. I'm picky about my white wines. Like red wines, I enjoy most of them. White wines, I'm a little more picky. I don't like the overly acidic ones, and I don't necessarily like the ones that are too tart. Rosé typically is a little tart for me, but I'm interested to see, or be reminded rather, how that does on bourbon. So let's pour this. Like I said, 94 proof, non-chill filtered, 4-grain bourbon whiskey, finished in those rosé casks. By the way, color-wise, it's not. I kind of expected it to have a little bit of like a pink tint to it, just because of the name. It is not. It's basically the same color as the regular one. My camera kind of makes it look a little red here, but no, it's same color. Lower proof, of course, than what we just had, but it doesn't say how long it was finished. You know, sometimes that's interesting to see how long they actually kept it in the casks. I'm not seeing. Oh no, actually, I found it on another page. Around 4 months. That's a pretty good finishing time for a rosé cask. That's interesting. Let's give it a nose. Still very sweet, but man, that tastes like a floral turn. Yeah, where this was more of like a light honey. This on the nose, it's not like, you know, I've certain people like give out certain colors like white flower, pink flower, whatever. I'm not that specific, but it's more of a springtime note. That's probably as deep as I can get on the flower note. It's more of a spring, like a very like fresh, juicy flower. There's some juiciness to it there. Doesn't smell as tangy or tart that I kind of expected it to be with the rosé cask. Definitely more of just like a overall fruit experience. Lighter fruit though. It's still red fruit, but not like dark raisins or anything like we get on the sherry. I mean, I'm thinking maybe strawberries. Cherries, but like not like, more like cherry flavor than natural cherries. It's not dark. It's a very lighter candy kind of candied cherries. Let's go with that. Like the maraschino cherries that aren't the Luxardo ones, the cheaper ones that you get in like a cocktail at like a dive bar. Those bright red ones. That's kind of what I'm getting on the nose. Not in a bad way though. It smells good. It kind of complements the sweet vanilla caramel kind of typical bourbon note. Yeah, super approachable on the nose. Again, smells a little more balanced than the regular one. The regular one I think leaned really, really sweet. And that kind of like cedar kind of note was kind of overtaking it. This I'm getting a little bit of the oak, but not nearly as much of an influence. Honestly, this is like really, really nice nose. I'm curious to see how it tastes though. Let's give it a try. Cheers. I like that. It's been, like I said, I've been sipping on this bottle for a while, but this is the first one I've had since the very first time I tried Penelope. By the way, price-wise, this is about $50, around $50, depending on your store, which is a fair price. I think it's cheaper than the barrel strength, but I mean, it's of course lower proof, but that's a better palate than I remember this happening. Let me get another sip before I give some thoughts. Now, I guess your first question you're going to ask is, can you tell it's a rosé cask? Or can you tell, like, does it taste like rosé? No. I would have no idea that this is a rosé cask. I would have no idea that it's a wine cask. It's a different kind of finish than like a typical like sherry where it's those darker fig, those like raisin kind of notes. It's none of that. It's lighter. I almost feel like I could just think that this is just a specific bourbon that's not been finished, that just has those brighter, like I said, cherry, strawberry notes. Let me go for another taste. Now, body-wise, it does feel richer, a little creamier than the barrel strength, which is interesting because it's lower proof, but that usually with finishes, I do get a little bit more richness to the palate, and I'm getting that on this one. So even though the other one's higher proof, this one has more body to it, which I think makes it a better drinker. So far, I actually prefer this rosé cask over the barrel strength, this newest release of the barrel strength. Again, this one doesn't necessarily blow me away. It does not taste like what you would expect. I see why many people probably don't do a rosé cask, because it's like, it's just such a delicate, light cask that the bourbon doesn't really take on too much of the flavor, but it does influence it. There's definitely some influence there. It's just very, very subtle, and it just really just rounds the bourbon out. It's a solid finish. I can see why it's not that popular, because it's not the most, it's definitely out there in terms of concept, but like flavor wise, it's not really that intense. There's, again, a little bit of tartness. Like I didn't get it at first, but now that I've had it sit in the glass a little bit of that like crispy, like not like sour, but it's smelling a little more winey the more it sits in the glass. But it's like, again, it's a white wine, which aren't the most, for me at least, aren't the most fragrant of wines. Yeah, I like it. That's good. I recommend you guys try this. Like I said, it was their first of their cast finish releases. It's a fun one. Really cool bottle. Very great gift. I think that they mentioned like that they were straying away because a lot of bottles are very like, masculine, like fonts and like designs. They were kind of going for like the wine connoisseur type person with the pink one and the tall bottle. So not to say they were like targeting women, but it definitely has a more feminine look to it. But yeah, I really like it. It's really good. Definitely stands out on the shelf. I mean, one, it's tall. Two, like the bottle design. I mean, I raved about that when I had them on the channel. It's just so unique. That P is so like, man, it is really beautiful design. I love this bottle. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's move on to another new Penelope release. So we have the Architect Build 10, and then we have the Toasted one. Let's save the Toasted for last. Let's move on to Architect Build 10. Zopher said I had some maraschino cherry syrup. They sell, not Penelope, as a cocktail ingredient. Absolutely love the syrup and flavor. Yeah, that's like the maraschino, like that's kind of expensive, right? I've seen that. I've always been curious about it because like I'm with like cherry flavor. It's like I'm picky. Like I don't want it to taste like cough syrup. By the way, when I said this has the cherry candy flavor, it's less of the cough syrup. It's more of like the sweeter, probably like if there is a Japanese cherry candy, which I'm sure there is, it's kind of how I imagine that. I think of strawberry candy from Japan, but like make it cherry. So it's different than the like, cough syrup. It's not going to make you, trust me, I'm very sensitive to cough syrup notes. I hate that on a whiskey or a cocktail. But I'm curious to try the maraschino cherry syrup. Perhaps aimed more for the wine drinker crossing over to whiskey. Yeah, I think so. I mean, you might fool someone with the label. You might make them think, oh, this is going to be like a light, delicate wine or delicate whiskey because it's rosé cask, but it's still a 47% ABV. So it's not like it's definitely not a big, I don't want to say it's not a beginner's whiskey, but it's not going to drink like a rosé is all I got to say. Tiller's Bourbon Challenge, welcome. First time I think see you here in the chat, although I feel like I've seen you in someone else's chat. If you've been in my chat, welcome back. If not, hello, welcome. Good to have you here. Thanks for stopping in. Adam says, I generally found the wine influence on the rosé cask to be most prominent when it's the first drink of the night. Interesting. Okay, so maybe I messed myself up by going with the barrel strength, potentially, because that was the first one I had tonight. So maybe I'll do it on its own. I mean, I have drank quite a lot of it, so I might have to go back to it and make it the first one. That's a great point. So maybe if you guys are trying this, try that one next. Oh, Emily says YouTube hates you. I'm sorry, Emily. Hopefully you can get on okay. So let's move on to the Architect Build 10. So let's see what the info is on this one. Architect Build 10. So if you know about the Architect series, they do a bunch of different what they call their oak scan process, where they curate the oak bill every time they put out a new release. So they kind of customize the char, the I was trying to see what it says. It's actually they measure the tannin level of the particular piece of wood that was developed. The tannin level of the particular piece of wood to create an oak bill or an oak scan, and they actually like visualize it on the back of the bottle. It's really interesting. It's one of those things where it's like, is this real or is this pseudoscience? I don't know. I do know they taste different though, so I mean there is something to it. And we got to remember that wood is a natural resource. So like, if every piece of wood is going to influence whiskey a little bit differently. So it's kind of cool to see it visualized. But as with other Architect series, this is finished in French oak staves. So it's a French oak finish. We see that done relatively often on whiskey. But it usually brings it out a spice character that I feel like is unique to French oak. So I was going to give this a nose. This is, again, Architect Build 10. Pricing on this one is same price as the barrel strength. It's $65. ABV, 52% ABV. Now, age statement on this one's a little bit older. It's 5 years old with 6 weeks of finishing with that French oak. Mash bill, 75% corn, 15 wheat, 7 rye, and 3 malted barley. I think it's the same as the rosé cask. Let's give it a nose, though. Man, very different. Every single one of these is so different. Yeah, whereas the rosé cask was lighter and a little more floral. This one is the most oak forward of them all. And it's not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily smell older. I don't want to say like it smells like an older whiskey, because I think sometimes when you do some finishing with oak, some people maybe expect it's going to taste older or like a more well-aged bourbon. I don't necessarily think so. To me, it's just, I don't want to say new. I don't want to say new oak either, because sometimes new oak is a green note and a little bit sour, and I don't like that. This though, it doesn't. That's so. I don't know how to describe this. The oak is the same level of oak I got on the barrel strength, but it's like they turned that note, like the knob of that note up just a little more. So it's the most dominant note in here versus like kind of sitting in the background like it was on the barrel strength. This one, it's not, doesn't necessarily smell older. It still smells sweet. Has a little bit more cinnamon. I said black pepper on the barrel strength. This one's a little more cinnamon, a little maybe allspice, or not quite, and it's not quite like licorice or anything, but there's definitely some more baking spices that I think French oak typically enhances. Similar in a way that I mean, I've been drinking a lot of Amburana lately, like Amburana cask finishes, but this one it's like it kind of leans a little bit in that territories, but way nowhere near as crazy as Amburana. Yeah, almost a little savory. That's really interesting nose. I'm gonna give it a taste. Cheers. I feel like we're sticking back down to the typical flavor profile of Indiana bourbon. I do get a little bit of chocolate on the back end. It's almost like a little bit of like cocoa right on the very end of that one. Not very intense and not very sweet. It's sweet just as a whiskey, but the cocoa is more of like a dry, like cocoa powder kind of in a way. And I remember someone said that during the Patreon hangout as well. I think it was Fred. I'm not sure if he's here, but yeah, it's definitely darker. Mouthfeel wise, it's a little less viscous than the rosé. Rosé actually had more of a mouthfeel to it. Someone asked, does it have the sample map on the back? Unfortunately, it does not. I don't have that. I actually tried to Google it really quick. I cannot find it for that particular release. So unfortunately, yeah, I do not have that flavor map. If you see this in the store, though, you'll probably see it. They do they map out the oak. What do I call it? The okogram. I don't remember what it was called. Whatever it was, they map it on the back of the bottle. Brandon says you've tasted 2 different mash bills. Yeah. So according to, again, let me just, I don't want to be wrong. barrel strength. Let me just double check. You know, I could have been referencing bad info. The barrel strength right now on the website is showing the exact same mash bill as everything else we've tried. I did say that it had more corn in it, but kind of looks like, based on their official website, that these are all the same mash bills. So I was wrong. So the mash bill for all of them, it's this one that I read for the rosé applies to all of them. The barrel strength is also 75% corn, 15 wheat, 7 rye, and 3% malted barley. So not as much corn, a lot more wheat than we originally said. And also barrel strength, is there an age stamp? Now that I'm on their official website, I should use this as a source. 4 to 6 years old. I said 4 to 5, so close enough. 3 pours. Yeah, so all 3 pours so far are all the same mash bill. What's up, English Podcast? Which batch? So for the Architect, I'm doing Architect Build 10. For the barrel strength, it was batch 18. And Joseph Brazos in the house. What's up, Joseph? And then we'll get to the toasted a bit later. But yeah, so this is Architect Build 10 I'm drinking now. I feel like it... I mean... It's tough because, you know, this is proofier than the other ones, but it's too reminiscent of the barrel strength. They're both the same price, $65. Neither of them quite do it for me. I would much rather have some of these cask finishes or maybe even toasted. We'll see here shortly. The Architect Build 10 is kind of how I felt about the last Architect series. It does have some different elements to it. It does have some of those like spicier notes that you get from French oak. Doesn't quite improve it enough for me to say that, like, oh, go seek this out. I feel that way about the barrel strength and the Architect. They're fun experiments. If you like their standard stuff, if you like the other stuff, give it a try. But I think the Architect Build 10, it's fine. I think 65 is a bit high, honestly, for it. It's a cool process. It's a cool science. Again, pseudoscience or science, I don't know. Yeah, not my favorite, but still happy to give it a try. Joseph said all of these Penelopes were on every shelf in Idaho. Oh, interesting. Yeah, these are the latest batches. So this is, let's go on to the final one of the night. This is the toasted bourbon batch, 24301. Let's see. There we go. Yes, this is the newest batch of their toasted bourbon, 100 proof. So we're going back down to 100. And I love a good toasted bourbon. So let's see what info we can find here now. If the info's wrong, I blame bourbonguy.com because that's where I'm getting this info. They say that this one, retail is $70, so about $5 more than the other ones. Mash bill is the same as what we've been drinking earlier. Char level is number 5. Toast level is heavy, and this is a 4-year-old bourbon. So that's the info we have on this one. Interesting. Okay. So a little bit younger, I would say. It's darker. I mean, there's some way more color on this, which you would expect from a heavy char. Or heavy toast. Give it a nose. That's a nose I can get behind. I really, really like that. I think that one kind of reminds me more of a... You know, I said earlier, like the oak on the Architect didn't quite feel like it made the whiskey taste older. This does. I think toasting and you know, doing a heavy char really can... I don't want to say speed up the process of aging whiskey because I feel like that's not possible. But I think it can make it taste quite a bit more complex just based on that finish. Embellish Podcast said they stuck the flavor map on Discord for batch 10. Oh, awesome. I literally tried to find it. I couldn't find it. Thank you so much for that, man. Let me pull that up so I can share it during the stream. Built in. Oh, you have the bottle. Very nice. Here. Do you mind if I share this photo? Well, I guess if you put it on Discord, it's public, so I don't care. I don't care if you approve it or not. I'm putting it on the screen. No, that's actually super helpful. Let me put this up. It's gonna probably lay over my face, but it's okay. That's really cool. I tried finding it beforehand. It's probably gonna be center of the screen, but let's see how it does. There we go. All right. So this is the what they call the oak scan of that one. So this one's really leaning into the fruit on this scan. Also, structure, Toasted, not quite. I mean, we're drinking a toasted one now. Spicy. So it's a little spiky towards fruity. A little, does that say oak perceptual nose? I did get more oak. I mean, did I not say it kind of tastes like they... I swear, y'all run the replay. I'm pretty sure I said it tastes like they like turned the oak note up a bit. It's kind of funny. That's what's exactly representing on this screen. That's pretty cool. Thank you for sharing that. That's awesome. Oh, media sample. Oh, you get full size bottles. I'm just kidding. They did send me a full size of the Penelope or the rosé. Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that, man. And y'all check out Embellish Podcast. All right, back to the toasted though. I love the nose on the toasted. I mean, toasted bourbons, they always give me like a campfire marshmallow kind of note. This one's less sweet than like some of the other toasted bourbons I've had. But man, you can tell that heavy char has a huge influence on it. Let's go for a taste. Cheers. I forgot for a second this is only 100 proof. A lot of toasted bourbons I've had are higher proof. So I gotta get used to that, but I like it. Oh man. You know how we said the other one was like cocoa? This is more of like a milk chocolate, almost like a hot chocolate. Like even creamy like it too. I mean, that has the best body of all of these. I mean, the rosé cask was good. This one though, this one's got much more viscous. Zophir's asking, does it have a marshmallow note? Didn't get it on first taste, but it gave me more of like a hot cocoa, which typically have marshmallows. So let's try it again. Less of the marshmallow. I'm not getting marshmallow. That's what I typically get on it. This one is like a milk chocolate sweetness, a little bit. You know, it's obviously not finished with sherry cask or anything, but it kind of brings out more like a darker fruit. Not quite fig, but maybe a little bit of like a raisin kind of note to it, which is interesting. I don't typically get that unless it's been finished in sherry. I like it though. I mean, so far, this toasted is my absolute favorite of the night. Has the best body, it's most viscous. Proof, I think 100 is fair. You know, I expected it to be higher proof, but that's because I was just assuming based on other toasted ones. I think 100 proof suits it. It lets you, you know, not overwhelm your palate with it. It kind of dances around. It kind of, you know, it isn't overly complex. I don't want to say it's complex or something that makes you have to think about it. It's just like a very solid note that it gives you, and it follows through. The finish gives you a little bit more of that sweeter milk chocolate, hot cocoa. Yeah, I was going to check the price on that one. So that was one that I said was 70. That, absolutely my favorite of the night. I think to me, it just tastes the most, I don't know if well-rounded. It's hard to describe because I don't want to say that like the other ones aren't. It's more that this one tastes more of the flavors that I really love about bourbon. Those richer, charier, heavier oak influence. A little bit of, again, not quite marshmallow. To me, it's reading milk chocolate on this one. But the creaminess, I mean, yeah. I've always said on the channel I'm a fan of toasted bourbons or toasted ryes. They know how to get me. It might be, some people might consider it a marketing gimmick. For me, it's just a flavor profile that I just absolutely adore. Now, would I say start with this one if you've never had Penelope before? Maybe not, because I feel like you're not getting the true... I mean, that sounds like so elitist. Oh, you're not getting the true experience, but a toasted bourbon is always a unique flavor profile that if you've not had their regular bourbon, I feel like you're kind of missing out. Maybe try one of their regular expressions and then get the toasted. I heard they have a toasted rye out now, too. I've not had a chance to try. Yeah, that's good. I really like the heavy char. Yeah, Brandon says Maker's toasted rye is my jam. Yeah, this is, I mean, I'm not going to say this is like on par with that. It's definitely a different flavor profile. That one is straight up marshmallows to me in a really, really good way. This, though, it's a solid, I mean, for $70, I think it's fair. It's 4 years old. I kind of wish it was a little bit older, too. But I don't think it necessarily needs it because that toasting and that char really elevate it, make it taste a little bit older. But, you know, 70 is fair, a little high. I would say, like, I'm not in love with the price, but I do know that doing a second char and toasting does cost money. It's not free. So I give them that. That's my favorite of the night. My second favorite is the rosé cask. It's fun. It rounds out the base bourbon. Gives it a unique floral character and a little bit of tanginess on the nose the more I drink it. Architect Build 10, I think it's nice that it amplifies the oak, but it doesn't necessarily do it in a way that makes me feel like it's older. I would maybe pass on that. The barrel strength is a good way to try their regular stuff at higher proof, 114. Pricing $65 is a bit high for a 4 to 6 year old barrel strength blend. But, you know, if you want to give it a try, definitely do. But so far for me, the rosé cask and the toasted bourbon are going to be ones that I buy again. So thank you again to Penelope for sending these for review. It was a lot of fun. I love trying any new releases, even if they're the ones that, you know, don't quite hit the mark for me. I still have a chance to try them and giving my honest opinion on them. And thank you all so much for watching. We're wrapping up a little early, but we're going to head over to the after party for those of you that are patrons, $10 and up. Should be a fun time. Chris says the Cliffy bus is coming. Cliffy bus may show up during the hangout. We'll see. Right now he's okay. He's been chill. Most of these are relatively lower proof. But Chris and Lil all the way from Australia tuning in at the moment. Awesome. Well, cheers, y'all. Thank y'all again so much for watching. I'll be here on Saturday. Reminder with Brandy. We will be doing a blind bourbon. It may not be bourbon. A blind whiskey flight. Double blind for us. And then we're going to blind each other with a few pours. Should be a lot of fun. Y'all know those are always fun. Every time Brandon's over, it's a lot of fun. So cheers, y'all. I will see some of you on the hangout. The rest of you, I will see you Saturday. If not, I'll see you next Thursday. So cheers. Have a good rest of your night. And until then, this has been Bourbon Bytes, whiskey reviews with an 80s twist. By the way, get your suggestions in for our next 80s movie night coming up a weekend near you. I don't know, but I haven't picked a date yet, but some weekend in the next couple weeks. All right, cheers, y'all. Bye. My number 10 whiskey of the year. This one actually won big in some other publications' list of top whiskeys. I'm talking about Frank August small batch bourbon whiskey. They also have a few single barrel expressions. I think they also have a cask strength version. This is a 100 proof Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. I did a full review of it over on my podcast. I thought it was a really great bourbon. I just was a little upset that there really wasn't much transparency. We don't know where this is from. We really don't know the mash bill. We only know the proof and that it's a Kentucky straight bourbon. So I think this is worth a buy. I think it is a great introduction to the Frank August lineup. Pricing is a bit high. This was $76, at least it is at time of recording this video. So up there for a non-age dated sourced bottle where we're not really sure where it's from other than Kentucky, but still a solid bourbon. Really enjoyed drinking this one and it earned a spot on my top 10. Hello everyone and welcome to Bourbon Bytes Whiskey Reviews with an 80s twist. I'm your host Clifton and welcome to another Thursday night live stream. Thank you to everyone tuning in live and those of you watching the replay. Feel free to leave a comment down below. But I'm so glad to see some great folks here in the chat already. I'm testing out not new software. Actually, I used to use this a long time ago, but it's been a while. So let me know if you have any issues with the audio or video. I think this quality is a little bit better than what StreamYard's been lately, so just wanted to try it out and see how it goes. I think I should be able to feature comments on the screen. Let's find out. No, oh no. I thought, shoot, it wouldn't let me test it unless I was like in an active chat. All right, well, it's okay. I'll read comments. It's no big deal at all. Video looks very good. Thank you, Donnie. Thank you. All right, so some of the comments in the chat. Zopher says he's off work early to watch this. One of my favorite lines of bourbon. Mine too. That's actually what I just posted on Discord. I was like, this is one of the ones that got me really into whiskey. So very, very excited to taste through not only the Bonded and the 114, but the the new 16-year release. So you may wonder, wait a minute, there's one missing. Yes, I did skip the basic bottom shelf Old Granddad, but I have reasons. I had a whole handle of it, and I ended up getting rid of it because I thought it would at least be good enough for, like, making some bourbon lemonades, but for me, it just didn't quite do it. So I wasn't going to go buy another bottle of that. So I skipped that one, and I'm telling you guys, if you are at all interested in whiskey, maybe skip the bottom shelf Old Granddad. It's 80 proof. Used to be 86 proof, but now it's 80 proof. For literally a couple bucks more, you can get some of these other releases. So that's my number one tip of the day. Fred said he's still working but listening in. 4-Leaf Whiskey, what's up, Stacy? Good to see you. Brandon's here as well. All right, well, I'm a little disappointed that I can't feature the chats now because I have like a little button that says chat. Wait, hold on, do I have to... Wait, no. I thought maybe it would work, but it's okay. All good. So, let's talk Old Granddad. So, I assume a lot of you are already familiar with the brand. They're currently produced by Jim Beam. It is the same mash bill that they use for the Basil Hayden's line. Actually, the Old Granddad name is named after Basil Hayden Sr. So, it gets its name from that. It is a high rye mash bill from Jim Beam. Definitely a different mash bill than what they use in like the White Label or the Black Label or even Knob Creek. Very different. But very, very enjoyable. A lot of people feel like Basil Hayden is the more like highly marketed version of Old Granddad, but the same juice. I feel like I agree with that based on my experience with Basil Hayden. I do appreciate some of the finishes they do with the brand, but other than that, yeah, I think this is one of the most bang for your buck lines of bourbon, and we'll find out tonight if this 16-year is part of that qualification, because this was $170. So we're going from a $22 bottle to a $28 bottle to a $169 bottle. So should be a lot of fun. But we gotta start with the Old Granddad Bonded, a classic, a staple. My starter with this, obviously. Let's show you the bottle here. Old Granddad Bonded, high rye mash bill, 100 proof bourbon, Kentucky straight whiskey. So there's no age statement on this, nor is there an age statement on the Old Granddad, just the 80 proof one. My guess is this one's a bit older. It has to be at least 4 years old, obviously, for a bottled and bond product. There's no age statement on the 80 proof. My guess is it's probably closer to 3 years, which is like the minimum for being considered a straight bourbon. So I think this is probably more in the 4 to 5 year range. And again, just a guess. Don't actually know. But I just know it's more, approachable for someone that's actually getting into bourbon and becoming more of a bourbon enthusiast versus just, a casual drinker, which nothing wrong with that. But if you're learning to appreciate bourbon, I think it's worth the step up to the Bonded to get started. We're going to start there tonight. So let me go ahead and get that poured. Let me know what you guys are drinking in your glasses. I see Emily's here in the chat. I see Adam. I see Doug. I see Donnie. I think I already said hi to Donnie, but hi, Donnie. Brandon says, Bourbon Bytes. I have Old Granddad 86 proof in the bunker. Nice. I think it was in the 90s that they discontinued that from what I was reading a little bit right before the stream. Because y'all know I wait to do my research right before. I already knew some stuff, but I did a little bit more research into the history of the brand. It started back in the 1800s. Actually, I had some facts pulled up here. I have some fun facts I'm going to read out through the night, but these are just some intro facts to it. It was first introduced in 1840. It's been through several different brands. At the time, it was distilled just by, it was pre-prohibition, right? So they started out really, really small, just the Haydens. Both Basil Hayden Sr. and his son started making this. And when Prohibition came, it was actually one of the few distilleries that was able to keep making medicinal whiskey. So you'll see some old, vintage... in Prohibition museums, you may see something labeled as Old Granddad. That's because it came from this distillery. Eventually, it got bought out by the brand that did Old Crow, what was the other one? What's the other old at Jim Beam? Old Crow, Old Overholt, and Old Taylor. So they thought it was a natural addition to the Beam line to add Old Granddad. So they're known as their slogan for the while is the olds. Like, that's what they had. So that's how Old Grandad became part of Jim Beam. Now, of course, the mash bill, I'm sure, has probably changed over the years. I have no idea what the original one would have been. But today we're talking about a high rye bourbon mash bill. So I tend to like a high rye bourbon. So let's find out what I think of the Bonded. Let's go and give it a nose first. By the way, the mash bill is 27% rye, which is the high rye part of it. I was trying to find the mash bill. I should have pulled that up sooner. Let's see. 63% corn, 27% rye, and 10% malted barley. And for me, this was about $23 here in Southern California. Donnie says, does your fact include who Old Grandad actually is? Yes, that's what I was saying. It's Mr. Basil Hayden Sr. Artfully Bourbon, cheers. Thank you for tuning in. I see quite a few folks that I saw on Baker Drinks. I was on their channel last Saturday. If y'all missed it, check out the replay. It was so much fun. We tried some really cool whiskeys. I sent them some cool ones. They sent me some great ones. And I was definitely tipsy by the end of it. So it was so good to meet some people there. Thank you to all the new subscribers that came over. Glad to have you here. All the new Discord members. You guys rock. If you don't know, we have a Discord server. The link's down the bottom. It's a great community of whiskey-loving friends. There's also a link down there to my Byte Club membership, which supports the channel. For as little as $2 a month, you can become a member of the Byte Club. But the higher tiers get you access to things like our monthly movie night happening tomorrow. We are watching War Games from 1983. We're going to stream it on Discord, have a little watch party, have a little hangout after. That's the $5 tier, so think of it like a $5 movie ticket. If you want to get in on that, join the Byte Club at bourbonbytes.com. Link below. All right. Nose of this one, though. I don't want to say it's classic Beam, because it's definitely different than like the Jim Beam White Label or Black Label, or even some of my favorite Jim Beam labels like the Distiller's Cut. It's definitely different than that, but I do think that it's has a bit of the nuttiness that we associate with Jim Beam, right? Like it's not like it's completely out of nowhere for the nosing, at least the nose profile here. I definitely think it feels a little more beamy than you would think. I do get some more spices though. I do get a bit of a like cinnamon note for sure. But it's not a very sweet cinnamon. It's interesting. It's like cinnamon, but it's like on the spicy side. Like you're because a lot of time I get cinnamon and I get sugar, kind of like cinnamon sugar, but this one's more spicy, a little more like the gum, kind of like a natural cinnamon kind of flavor, but without the sweetness, if that makes sense. I do like the nose though. I think it's one of the first bourbons that got me into bourbon, so it's very familiar to me. It's very comforting to me. But I gotta give it a taste. So let's give it a try. Cheers. Yeah, I gotta say, like, that's probably one of the best bourbons for the price. I put this in the same caliber as like a Wild Turkey 101, same as like a Evan Williams single barrel. Evan Williams single barrel, I think maybe is a bit better. I gotta give it that because it is unique. It's single barrel. I think it's a step above Evan Williams Bottle and Bond. I think it is a step above Jim Beam White Label, Black Label. Probably any of the Jim Beam current labels. I know in the past that I really liked Distiller's Cut, which was my favorite Beam product at the time, under $25. But this one, I think, takes the cake for best Beam product that I enjoy, under $25. Now, let me know if you guys have another one. Would love to hear it. I know Old Overholt, I'm a huge fan. As you can see, I got a bottle there and a few bottles behind it. I do love me some Old Overholt, which is their rye. But Old Grandad, just a classic. And I know some of you saw the thumbnail. It says, like, not just your pappy's whiskey, because I think people associate Old Grandad with as just being an older brand. And it's very famous. It has a lot of references in older media. It actually was referenced by James Bond, or in the James Bond series, Live or Let Die. He ordered an old fashioned, and he insisted that it was made with Old Grandad. So that's one of the many random pop culture facts I found about it. But yeah, it's been referenced in many songs, many movies, maybe many books. So that's why people maybe associate it with an older brand. Also, like, you got to look at the label. Like, this looks pretty dang vintage, if you ask me. So the branding hasn't changed in 200 years, but does it have to? If it stands out on the shelf, I don't think so. I think it's perfectly fine, being like that. So yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm gonna taste all these side by side and then go through and obviously compare them and rank them. But I wanted to just start out with this one and kind of warm up my palate. Definitely jumping right in with 100 proof. Great way to start the night. This is the first whiskey I've tried tonight, so I'm very, very... It puts me in a happy place. Hopefully you guys are in a happy place too. Hopefully you are having a great week. Tomorrow's Friday if not. But yeah, just a heads up, I'm not going to be live next Thursday. I'll be going out of the country. I'm going on a cruise, another cruise. I know I just did one last year. It's actually the exact same cruise on the exact same ship. But this time I'm taking my mom. We are going, we're heading out on Tuesday from Long Beach. And we're going to Ensenada and Cabo and for like a 5-night thing. She's never been on a cruise. When I took it, I feel like she would be a good... She seems like someone that would enjoy it. So that's why I decided to plan it for us. So I will not be live next Thursday, but I will try to be active. I think last time I was on the cruise, I joined... you guys were already hanging out on Discord, and I think I just popped in for a minute from the deck. So I'll definitely be around. I just won't be streaming. So if you're looking for entertainment and you missed last Saturday's stream with Baker Drinks, go to their channel and watch that and pretend you're watching me on Thursday. How about that? And if you missed the top of the stream, I'm using new software. So unfortunately, I'm not able to feature comments on the screen. I wasn't able to test it in advance because it had to be an actual active stream. I'm sure I could have asked someone to come help me out, but it's all good. I'll figure it out for next stream. There's a lot of lots of features in Streamlabs that I haven't really explored in a while. It's been a minute. I mean, I even changed all these colors and made them custom and everything, and they're like all erased. I'm so mad. It's cool. But we got to work our way up to the new 16-year-old granddad. So we're gonna keep it moving. We might end a little bit sooner than normal. We only have 3 whiskeys, but it's okay. More time for the after party, right? Which is what's available for the people at the $10 tier of Patreon or the Byte Club. All right, the one that I think most of you guys probably know, or at least is part of your bar, if any of these are, and that is good old reliable Old Granddad 114, if it will focus. There we go. 114 proof, 57% alcohol, Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. It's got a nice little seal there. Really lovely squatty bottle. I do like a good squatty bottle. It saves room on the shelf. This is lot number 1. I don't know if they all say that, but I just thought that was interesting that it said that on the back. Distilled at the Old Granddad Distillery Company in Frankfort. But it says Frankfort and then it says Claremont, Kentucky. So I assume they're kind of combining those 2 cities. Maybe they have 2 locations, like 2 actual locations they're sourcing from, but it is still a Jim Beam family product. Now this one, again, no age statement. We don't know if it's older or even honestly, it could be younger. We don't know for sure. Does anyone happen to know what the age would be? Would they have revealed that? It's estimated from what I'm seeing online between 4 to 5 years old. So people are thinking it's like a year older than the bonded, but it's up in the air. It's not labeled with an age statement. So we can just assume it's a little older. It's a little bit more expensive. $28 or $29 in Southern California. Just picked it up yesterday. So it's been a while since I've had this one. This is actually one of the first, it's not barrel proof, one of the first high proof bourbons I've ever had. Definitely before I got into cast strength whiskey. 114, I saw that and that intimidated me. I was like, oh, 114, am I going to be able to handle that? Again, this was, 2017 was when I was really getting into whiskey. So, gosh, that was so long ago. That was like almost 8 years ago. Yeah, I was in my early 20s back then. So definitely a different experience now. I love a good high proof. I love a good cast strength. So this is a fresh crack, by the way. Let's go and pour the 114. What about you guys? Do you prefer the bonded or the 114? I know it's kind of, most people probably prefer higher proof, but some people may just like the convenience of the bonded. Don't have to add ice, don't have to add some water. They just take it and enjoy it, especially in a cocktail. I think I love 100 proof to 107 proof in a cocktail, so I could see that being a cocktail whiskey. Daughter passed whiskey in the chat. Good to see you. Artfully Bourbon said Old Granddad 16. It's a good one. Nice. I have not opened it. This is the really true first impression. Zophir's here, Sugar Kitty's here. I've said hi to people multiple times. Again, I'm so used to being able to feature them, I can't tell what I've already read or not, but it's okay. It's okay. Biking Bourbon, I probably just said your name twice, but it's okay. Good to see you. And Donner Pass, again, I'm repeating myself, but it's all good. We got good whiskey to drink, and I got good friends here, so Cheers to y'all. All right. Nosing wise, so this is the 100 proof. Again, it's approachable, a little nutty, a little it's like the cinnamon spice. It's not very sweet, but let's go ahead and change and try the 114 proof. So try that. This is still 100 proof. One more sip. Not very sweet, little dry on the palate. Great. I mean, it doesn't burn. It kind of tingles the back of the throat, but it's nice and pleasant. But now, back to back, let's go to the 114. Cheers. Oof. I mean, that 14 proof points, you wouldn't think how much of an impact it has, but there's a big jump in flavor there. I skipped the nosing round because they smell exactly the same. I actually almost forgot which one was what. I'll be honest. They like the nose. I mean, that's the bonded. Yeah. I mean, the only thing you can get a little more ethanol on the 114, but smell-wise, they're almost identical, which makes me think they're probably closer in age than people are predicting. I think to me they smell at least the same age. Taste-wise, though, we are getting a huge boost in flavor from that higher proof. Yeah, it's such a dense and rich whiskey. It kind of reminds me of, I mean, y'all know I love Knob Creek. Even just the standard on the shelf Knob Creek 9-year has a lot of body and character to it. It's 100 proof, but this one's 14 proof points higher, but it has a similar body to what we get in a Knob Creek at a lower price point. Because Knob Creek is probably what? The regular, the 120 proof Knob Creek is like, what, $50, $60? But the Knob Creek 100 proof is right around $30, $35. I forget. I buy it so frequently, I don't even look at the price. I just know I like it, so I'm going to pick it up. There's only a few bourbons where I'll do that. Wild Turkey 101, Old Granddad Bonded, Knob Creek. Trying to think of what other ones I just constantly have on rotation. I'm trying to peek behind me to see what I have. Elijah Craig Barrel Proof, obviously. I'm the biggest Heaven Hill fanboy, or at least I'd like to say so. It's funny, I was watching Women of Whiskeys last night. Michelle and Adriana were on, and I didn't realize Michelle was as much of a Heaven Hill fangirl, but she said that. I'm like, ooh, I'm at the tester, so I might be sending Women of Whiskeys a Elijah Craig flight, hopefully towards the end of the year, and see if Michelle still has her opinion on her A batch, because she had some not so nice things to say about it last night, but we'll see what happens in a blind. But yeah, this 114 proof, it takes it to the next level for only $6 more than the bonded. If you can handle a high proof, or even if you don't want to, or if you can't, put an ice cube in it, add some water to it, put it in a cocktail, but it's a little high proof for a cocktail. But take your time with it. It's definitely not an intro pour. I'll tell you, when I went to this when I was in my 20s, again, one of the highest proof whiskeys I'd ever had. I didn't like it at first. I thought it was too strong. I thought it was too harsh. Had to have it over lots of ice. But now I can enjoy it quite neat, but definitely wouldn't be opposed to putting some ice in it. Because, I mean, some of you know, but like on a hot day, weirdly enough, I love high proof whiskey on a hot day, but it has to have an ice cube. Usually like a large one that's going to melt slowly. That way I can kind of sip it as it gets a little more diffused with the water. But yeah, an icy high proof bourbon on a hot day is my jam. And today's one of those days. It's been in the 70s, not too crazy, but this past weekend it was in the 80s, at least where I'm at in Los Angeles. By the way, where is everyone from? I know where some of you guys are from, but shout out your locations in the chat. Not your street address or anything. That would be a little bit too much, but let me know where y'all are from. I know there's some new folks here, so I'd love to hear where everyone's from. Maybe some people have some neighbors out there in the chat. I'm in Los Angeles. I'm originally from South Carolina. I grew up in the town next to Adriana, weirdly enough. Like, we went to high schools that were like opponents, like the football teams were opponents. It was crazy. She graduated a bit before me, so there's not really a chance I would have ran into her in school, but there's a chance I could have ran into her around town. That would have been pretty crazy. Oh, yeah, that 114, I mean, again, one of the best values in bourbon, and I've not bought it in a while, and I've not had that thought in a while, but that's undeniably one of the best values in bourbon. If you like the Jim Beam flavor profile, a bit of the nutty, I will say this one actually drinks sweeter. That's actually what was most surprising. If I were to go back to the bonded one, Well, it's fine. To me, that one is a little bit more of like a drier note. Maybe like dry oak, or it's just not really expressing the sweetness, and I think that's coming from the extra proof on the 114 because it has a layer of sweetness underneath that intense, I wasn't going to say oakiness, but it's definitely like a dryness. Get caught in the chat. Sugar Kitty says, everyone remembers to lick the lick and like the lick. It tastes like Granddad drank it. And Sugar Kitty, I see your little or your little Cliffy Bus emoji. Cheers to that. It's so cool I can see it on here. On StreamYard, it didn't show up, so I'm excited to see Byte Club members here. That's my YouTube membership, for those that are curious. Zover said, dang it, I just saw an old Granddad 114 yesterday and missed picking it up. Mine's all gone. Ah, man. I mean, I don't blame you. I didn't put this stream up till this morning. I think, how about this? Those of you that are patrons or part of the Patreon or Discord community, would you guys, like, even if I just, like, randomly made a post, not even a thumbnail, but if I were to put out a post, like, a few days before I went live to let you guys know what it was, would that help you out? Like, some of you, because I know some of you pick up bottles to drink along with me for these. If you would be interested in that, I'm happy to. I'm just going to delay making the thumbnail to the last minute because I'm a procrastinator, and that's just going to happen. And that's why I never really posted, because I'm like, oh, I don't have a thumbnail. Like, why would people care about a text post of what I'm going to do this week? But if you actually would like to see it, I'm happy to start putting that out on Patreon and Byte Club. Let me know. Sugar Kitty says, can't stay, but need a cat nap. Have a good cruise. Cheers to you. Hope you have a great cat nap. Todd's in the chat. Squirrely tea. Evening all. Sipping wise. 114 all the way. But love cooking with bottle and bond. It's fantastic with pot roast. Oh, okay. I've definitely not, I've not cooked with a whiskey that high proof yet. I mean, I don't cook with whiskey very often, but I usually stick to like the 90 or less range. But I can see this. I mean, this flavor and the nuttiness. Our signature dish cooking with bourbon, at least in my household, is baked beans with bacon, like real like homemade baked beans, with bacon and lots of bourbon. I've learned over the years, if you put bad bourbon into it, it's not going to taste good. That's what surprised me. It's like one time we were like, we have this bottle that we don't like. It's crafty. It's weird. But I'm like, surely we can cook with it. Well, those weird flavors came right into the beans, and yeah, it was not the best. Well, not the best batch. But yeah, since then I'm like, if I wouldn't drink it, I wouldn't eat it. So that's my mantra, I guess, moving forward. Alright. My chat's froze. What the heck? There we go. Okay. It's not like letting me scroll. Okay. I'm getting used to the software, y'all. I apologize. Emily says, so excited for a Women of Whiskey's crossover. Yeah, I love it. So much fun being on them. Where you guys are from. Donner Pass is in Grass Valley, California. Zofer's in San Diego, California. Doug is in, it's probably not La Place, but that's what my southern ass is going to call it. It's from Louisiana, I know, in the New Orleans area. And yeah, very cool. So, I think it's time we move on to our big, exciting whiskey of the night. We'll be in first time ever trying this in front of you guys. I'll give my honest first impressions. I will say, I passed up on this whiskey twice before I bought it. Once, I just happened to see it in a grocery store. Walked right by it. It was right around $200. I was like, I'm really curious to try that, but I hadn't read any reviews or anything. And I was like, let me do some research. Did some research. Saw there was like some mixed opinions on it. Some people, I mean, the overall consensus was people liked it, but they thought it was overpriced, which is totally fair. Next time I saw it in that same store, I skipped it because I'm like, I wonder if I can get it cheaper. I saw MSRP was closer to $160. I was like, let me just wait. Let me hold out. Well, it paid off a little bit. I waited like 2-3 months, and I was able to find this bottle right here for $169 from K&L Wine and Spirits. So, again, about $10 per year, which I think in the world of bourbon these days is actually harder to find than usual. We used to use that as a rule. Like for old Fitzgerald, we'd be like, oh, it's a 10 year, so it should be $100. Times have changed over the past 5 years. Inflation is ridiculous. So I think $169 for a 16-year-old Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey from Heaven Hill, it's 100 proof by the way, is at least buy it once. If you're, I'm saying this preemptively. If I try this and it sucks, forget I said all this. But as someone that loves Old Granddad Bonded, that loves Old Granddad 114, I'm so excited to see where this takes itself. after 16 years. The oldest oldest Jim Beam product I've ever had would probably be some of those single barrel. Oh, that's not true. I've had the Knob Creek 18. That's true. That's older. I also have the Knob Creek 15. 18's up there, by the way. But I will say this kind of excites me, kind of like how the older single barrel store picks were of Knob Creek. Those were cast strength though. This is 100. So, and actually the better comparison would be the Knob Creek 18. Would y'all be curious to see me try it? We'll see how this goes. If I really like this, I think I might consider grabbing that bottle and doing a little side-by-side, if you guys would be interested. Text posts are great pre-thumbnails. Yeah, I was trying to highlight the chat. I keep trying. I keep like hoping a miracle is going to happen and it's just going to like pop up on the screen. But, oh wait, is the miracle happening? Is it popping up on the screen? Oh, no, that's not right. I just actually full screened my window there. Okay, I was like, oh my god, did I just do it? Okay, no, we're not gonna move. We're not gonna worry about that. We're done. Todd is from Columbus, Ohio. Yes, he is. Good to see you, Todd. Todd should have a package coming his way. So should Fred, because they are Bourbon Terabyte members. They get part of our monthly tasting box. I'm gonna be sending that out this weekend. So you guys will have it when I'm back from my cruise, and we can maybe do it very, very soon. All right, let's go ahead and pour the Old Granddad 116. Not 116, 16 year. I'm so used to saying Old Granddad 114. All right. Color-wise, man, this is so much darker. The Bonded and 114 are very similar in color, but this one, I mean, you can tell that is a very highly aged bourbon. Looks intense. Artfully Bourbon said something about the Old Granddad mash bill. It holds up well at an older age at 100 proof. I thought the Knob Creek 18 was a little over oaky. I've heard that. I personally really love the Knob Creek 18. Wasn't a fan of the 15 because I got that tannic, bitter kind of over oaked flavor. Now I did have the first batch. I heard that later batches were better. I was so let down by my first batch of it that I didn't buy a second one. If I see it ever again, I might pick it up. But yeah, the 18 to me, I actually really enjoyed. I paid about $200 for that one too. So again, roughly $10 per year. Let's nose the 16-year-old. Don't say that out loud. Oh, whoa, okay, very, very different. Man, that is like a full, like, I don't want to say like a full 180, like not the complete opposite, but that takes it a different direction, on the nose at least. Was not expecting that. Oh my gosh. That smells like, I have some vintage whiskey from like the 80s, and it's, that's from Turkey, I think. No, I have a Jim Beam and I have a Turkey from the 80s. And this reminds me a lot of how that smelled. I mean, 16 years ago, where were we in the world? Oh my gosh. We were in 2009. Is that right? I was still, that was like my sophomore year of high school. This is crazy. Wow. This is probably, I mean, still this thing I've drank lately. I'm very, very curious to give this a taste. The nose is exciting me. It's very, very different than anything else I have. Compared to the 114 on the nose, at least. Well, let me compare it to the Bonded, because they're the same proof. Yeah. The only thing that's similar between these two, the 16-year-old loses the nuttiness, but it maintains that like kind of little cinnamon, not sweet cinnamon, but like a natural cinnamon powder background note. But man, that has like almost like a metallic kind of quality to it, which is not, it sounds weird, but it's almost like a copper note. On the nose, at least. Tony's in the chat. Tony all the way up from Maine. Good to see you, Tony. It's been a minute. Tony is one of our supporters of the channel here, too. Cheers to you. Hopefully you are doing well. All right. I've nosed this 16... I'm not going to get... This sounds so bad. I've nosed this well-matured whiskey enough. Let's give it a taste. Cheers. Oh, wow. Wow. Yes. I was worried, guys. I was worried. I was, I don't know why I had low expectations. I didn't have low expectations. That's not true. My expectations were kind of like thrown off a bit based on like what I'd read online. But for me, a Beam lover, I always say Jim Beam and Heaven Hill are my absolute favorite distilleries. You guys have watched the channel for years and know that. This is incredible. This is really, really good. Almost to the point where I feel like, Jim Beam, don't listen to me because you're gonna do this and I'm gonna be really upset. But if Jim Beam were to release a BTAC kind of line, and they had like a 16-year this, an 18-year-old Knob Creek, cast strength, Jim Beam barrel or old Overhold, or all these crazy fun things, which they do have a cast strength. But I'm just saying, if Jim Beam had a BTAC equivalent line, which is Buffalo Trace Antique Collection collectible bottles, this would deserve a spot on there. I could see this being one of the oldest ones on there. I could see this and Knob Creek 18 standing as like permanent fixtures in their antique collection. This is phenomenal. Probably better than the 18. It sounds like I'm gonna have to try the 18, aren't I? Because this first impression just, it wowed me. Almost gave me hiccups. Let's see. Todd said, I love this 16-year-old Granddad. The oak is strong with this. Oh, absolutely. Just bought Widow Jane 10-year and a Booker's today. Hope I like at least one of them. Well, I didn't. My last Booker's was it was the first batch of 2025, I think. Yeah. I thought it was good. I mean, y'all know I kind of. If you've watched the channel for a while, I used to buy every single batch of Booker's ever. Like I would do a flight of every Booker's every year ever. And up until like 2020, I enjoyed it. I feel like I was paying my money's worth. And I don't think necessarily the quality went down, although some people suspect that it did. The price went up. And the price went up to a point where I feel like I couldn't justify it. Now it's starting to come back down a little bit. It's back down to 90 in some areas. That's why I picked up the 2025-01. To me, it's back down closer. I used to be able to buy it for $55, but we're not going to talk about that. Used to be, it was around 80 for a long time. So seeing it back at 90, I gave it a shot. I thought it was good. I don't think I'm ever going to pay more than 90 for a Booker's unless it's a special release. I think 90s is pushing it. I think, if it were 80, I think it's a very fair price. You get a cool box. 90 is like, it better be a good batch. You know what I'm saying? That's my thoughts on Booker's. I do love the flavor profile. I love the stories. I love the boxes. I love the batch names. Everything about it I do love. If I'm at a bar and I'm looking at their whiskey selection and I'm not quite seeing something, that I haven't tried that I want to try, I'll always look at their Booker's bottle and I'll ask them what batch it is. Because if it's an older batch or a batch that I somehow missed, I'm willing to pay, $15 to $17 for a pour of it and say, I tried it. If I love it, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go out and get that batch. But that beats paying $100 for the bottle and just being mad about it. That's my thought. But let me know if you guys feel differently. Big Chunga said, yes, mine is 0424 and I paid $105. Nice. Yeah, let me know. Feel free to come back in this video, comment down below. I'd love to hear what you think, or join our Discord. Let us know what you think. We have a room that's specifically for new bottles that you bought, and we love to ask each other, well, how's it taste? Because you're not buying it to look at. I mean, some of them. Some of them we hold on to look at, but yeah, cheers. Love the nose. I'm gonna have to pour the 18-year. Y'all gonna have to bear with me. I'm gonna have to go back there. I don't have a clean glass, so let me finish out the 100 proof bonded and then rinse my glass real quick. David, also hi David. He said problem is most places by me charge over 20 a pour for Booker's. It's one of the ones I oddly enough find affordable compared to lots of other things. Anything Buffalo Trace, even though the bottles are relatively available, at least regular Buffalo Traces around here, if it's got Buffalo Trace on it, the bars are going to charge a crap ton of money. Anything actually LE, they're gonna charge a ridiculous amount. But there's like some ones that slip by sometimes. Like for me, it's been Booker's. I've seen it for like $15 some places. Even like Knob Creek single barrel picks, I've seen those for like $12. And I think at a bar for a 2-ounce pour of that for $12 is a steal. Usually it's probably a little closer to $15, but those are my go-tos. Like if I'm just gonna drink bourbon at a bar, I don't like overpaying for crap bourbon. I'm gonna overpay for bourbon I actually like. That's what I'll say. Unless it's a cocktail. I do love a good bourbon cocktail, but if they're using, Kentucky Gentleman or something in it, I will not be happy. Speaking of bad bourbon, I'm about to go on a cruise. I don't think they have very much good bourbon, but it's okay. I have plenty of bourbon at home. I do not have plenty of I was gonna say frozen margaritas, but I don't like frozen margaritas. I like margaritas on the rocks. What's a typical, like, you know, tropical? I guess like pina coladas. I don't have pina coladas very often, but guess what? I can have it. I can have it on a boat. That's my thought, at least. All right, that was the 100 proof bonded. Just rinse the glass real quick to give it a fair comparison. I'm gonna go grab my Knob Creek 18. While I do that, let me know if there's any new whiskeys that have come out this year that, one, that you've tried and you've loved, or two, you've always been curious about. Now, if it's like a extremely limited edition, I'm not gonna be able to get it, but I'm on the lookout. I'm reaching out to some brands in the next couple weeks, trying to find some more guests for the channel. I do have a really exciting new release coming that will be very polarizing, but I'm very excited to try it. I almost had a rum, but I wasn't able to make their event for influencers or whatever. But yeah, so I've started reaching out again. I did that a few years back and I loved it. I had so many guests. Those of you that have been around for a while know that there was a period where almost every week there was a new guest on. Probably won't go that strong. That was a lot. That's why I haven't done it since. That was extremely, I don't want to say time consuming, but it was extremely stressful reaching out and scheduling. That was a lot. So maybe not every week, but maybe at least once a month or so, I'll have a fun distillery on and to taste through their lineup. But let me know what you guys have seen this year that you would like to see me review, or at least interview someone for. Okay, be right back. I'm gonna go grab this off my shelf. All right, this one comes in the fun box. We love Jim Beam in their boxes. That's kind of what they do, right? This is the Knob Creek 18, again 100 proof. This is, I guess, their lower rye mash bill. It's not like low rye at all. It's just lower rye than the Old Granddad. 100 proof, limited edition. Let's go ahead and get this out. Let's compare it. David said was at a restaurant in Chicago and they wanted around $25 for a cocktail with George T. Stagg. And I said, please just bring me the Stag neat, and they wouldn't. What? That's so rude. Oh my gosh. It makes you wonder if it actually had George T. Stagg in it. I've never seen anything like that. That's crazy. It's either they just don't know what they have, or like they don't. Oh, that's so strange. I will say I have seen places that have high-end whiskey and do put them in cocktails. Same with tequila. But they would. Oh, I cannot imagine them not letting you try it neat. Now, I wouldn't expect them to give me a discount. You know, like it's like you know, you're still getting the same amount of that expensive spirit, but I would still expect to be able to get it. Unless, I mean, I will say some bars are like, oh, it's a neat pour, so you're getting 2 ounces versus the ounce and a half. But I feel like if you, I don't know, if you just offer them the same amount, like, hey, okay, just so you know, we only put an ounce and a half in the cocktail, are you fine with that? I don't see a problem with that at all. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. Find another bar. That just sounds like a pretentious bartender that's like, no, you don't get to try this stuff. This cocktail is good because I make it good, not because the whiskey's good. You know, that's the vibe I'm getting from that. That's weird. Todd said he was heading out. He has heading to Kentucky for a quick day trip to Old Pogue tomorrow and Augusta. Old Pogue and Augusta tomorrow. 6 a.m. wake-up call is approaching quickly. All right, Todd. Well, you probably already left because I was late reading that comment. But cheers to you, my friend. Hopefully you have a great trip. Get some rest, and can't wait to hear about it. Adam says Baumburger's PFG was quite surprising, and the new Calumet 18 has me really intrigued, but it's expensive. I have not seen the Calumet 18. I've seen the 15 and 16. I didn't realize they had an 18. I'm curious. I did like them. I don't know if I would buy them. I would have to. That's for me. That Calumet's always been a try before you buy for me personally. I know some people absolutely love it, but for me, it's always been a try before you buy. Donald Rance in the house. Good evening, folks. Just tuning in on my way home from work. Well, Donald, good to see you. Hope to see you on the Hangout. I've worked my way through Old Granddad. That's also kind of a weird thing to say. The 16-year blew me away. I really loved it for $170. I think I'll probably buy a backup of this. Weirdly enough, it's not like too hard to find, at least yet. Once this starts getting a little low, I might get a backup bottle. I'm not going to go out and buy them all. Like, it's not like that good. Like, it's really good, but I'm not going to like go crazy. Unless they take my BTAC idea and they make the special release, then maybe. But until then, Let's try. This is the Knob Creek 18, which I've previously really liked. Paid $200 for that. 2 years older than that one. So similar in price in terms of age. All right, let's nose them. This is the Knob Creek. Interesting. This one doesn't have that cinnamon, that like cinnamon bright spice. It has oak. It's like oak is the dominant note, and you guys know I love Knob Creek. I'm basically exactly like Adriana. Knob Creek is always my go-to. My favorite label of bourbon is Knob Creek and Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. Okay, they fight it out. Sometimes I'm Knob Creek guy, sometimes a Elijah Craig guy, but this has all that lovely, lovely oak, age, a hint of sweetness, but it's a very nostalgic, very vintage, similar to what I thought about the 16 year. All right, let's try the 18. A lot more familiar, actually. I thought the 16 tasted more unique. Now I could say that because I've drank more than half the bottle, but I will say flavor profile, the Knob Creek 18 tastes like a Knob Creek. My go-to bottle right now, that's always on my bar cart, other than like Old Granddad Bonded for like cocktails, Knob Creek 12 year. Knob Creek 12 year for $55. I don't know if I feel comfortable saying this on stream, but it's probably one of the best deals in bourbon right now, especially if you like their flavor profile. 12 years old, 100 proof, $55. Like that's crazy. I mean, yes, we used to get Elijah Craig Barrel Proof for $60, but we don't anymore, okay? It's gone up to like $80. Although I have seen some picks come out for $60, but those are usually younger. The proof varies. So the single barrels, they've been hit or miss for me. I love the batches, believe it or not, more than the single barrels. All right. That was the Knob Creek 18. Let me go back to the Old Granddad 16. Noses are very, very different. Both vintage, both very... Where the Old Granddad was a little bit, like I said, copper or metallic or something. This one doesn't have... This one's a little more dusty and like old book, old library. Whereas this one's like just a vintage bourbon. Like it was made in old pipes. Like they say